Hold on, y'all. Oh, shit.
Welcome back to the coolest channel on YouTube. Look, y'all, smash that like button, bring it in. Look, man, hey, we in for amazing video. Look, y'all know when I spend a little bit of time away, y'all know these straight up bangers. But look, as you can see, I'm in my different studio. Told you I had to move where I was at. The neighbors were having shootouts every day. You know what I'm saying? So we had to get up out of there. And y'all know how these moves can be. It's very taxing on you mentally, physically, and everything. So I just had to get back and recharge, man. But I'm back with y'all. I appreciate y'all for locking in and looking for me when I be gone. Look, I'm loving the energy. Man. So go ahead, subscribe. Man. We on our way to a million. We almost to a million, y'all. I appreciate y'all. That's amazing. That's
What
amazing
are you talking
accomplishment. We're doing
about?
this shit together. It's not just me, but look, I just want to take this out all the time. Y'all already know me. I want to tell y'all that I appreciate y'all. I value y'all time, man. Watch this video to the end because I got some major gems in here, man. We lifting. We pumping that iron. We're getting stronger mentally and physically. But look, man, let's get into this video, man. Buckle up because y'all ain't seeing this like this nowhere else. But look, if you're going through a tough time, just know that you're not
I
in the
gotta
wrong
find a
place.
wall. I need a wall piece.
Let's get it. Here it is.
Blah, blah, blah. Come on, shirt over. You know, the wall piece in here, that's crazy.
That one, there's a river spring in the sky. Just a coincidence. No, this
Oh, I can't see shit. It might be this one. Oh, no. That is. Oh, my God.
Big freaking
Look.
news, guys. A
Hold
new awesome documentary is coming out. And guess what, Simon? It's double discount. The filmmaker's name is also Ariana. In Hollywood, California at the Santa Monica Film Festival. Tickets are available
This
for
should not
subscription.
charge my
And to
fucking
make it, be
phone,
sure to
bro.
visit the film's website. Just look up film.com. Get a face on its online
I just
release.
need a
And for a
wall
full
piece.
rating, enjoy.
Carries within a tremendous range of uncertainties, ethical and political concerns, and the potential for catastrophic environmental side effects.
Reporting on this, like you guys are doing, it puts you in the
That's how I'm
crosshairs.
going.
You speak out about anything that is against the narrative. You're in line to get your head cut off and killed.
Scientists and researchers are looking at how to change the weather on purpose. This is nuts.
That thing's a fucking Type C. That fucking Type C, y'all.
There has been testimony in front of the United Nations. There's also been testimony in front of the U.S. Congress. And I'm talking about
Whatever's up there is going to come down on us. Right? It's going to land on our water, going to land on our food. If we're going to say our food is organic, what about our skies?
The colonizer asked for permission to take our last time. They are colonizing the sky.
On the final wall piece, on that one. Damn, shit.
Explain it, but they
I
are
thought I had a walkie shit going on.
unprecedented light filtering. Though they even have to admit that it's just a theory because the weather is close to normal. Even on mainstream Fox News, they're broadcasting.
I have to get my fucking charger. I always do this shit.
My Daily Weather Show, the offense is rising on the southern region of Australia, and the regular season cyclones will be normally, though.
I have everything else but that.
Frequency is at play. It surprised me in the least if it wasn't involved. So you know the regular heat is often associated with.
This is freaking. There's no other word to describe it. I mean, what is going on? Sky over Western Australia turning an eerie shade of red. And a tropical cyclone around. Many residents describing the scene as apocalyptic. Experts say strong winds lifted red dust into the air, creating that ominous glow before the storm brought torrential rain to the region.
Yeah, that's not a filter.
So think about that. Just think about that. They're spraying the skies, and what do? We're doing absolutely nothing. Now, look at the speed data.
Nothing we can do, man.
Press conferences, and look, let's check this out. You remember how back in the day that they had all of these, for us that can remember, us at this age, in the 80s, 90s, and stuff like that, they used to have cigarette commercials all the time. Do you see cigarette commercials nowadays? No, you don't. Because they used to put out that cigarettes were okay. Cigarettes were okay to smoke. But now, in today's climate, when things change, we find out that cigarettes are not okay. Just like some of these medications that people take. Now, all of a sudden, all the medications have other symptoms that are going to make another different organ fail. When are we going to learn, bro? Like, we got to get ahead of this before they start dropping articles about just how bad the things in the sky are. We already know that by doing the research. Us that do the research on ourselves, like independently, you can test the water when it rains and you can see the particles in the water in the sky. They got nanoparticles of different type of metals that we have too much of, and that's why if you see the increase of people with dementia is because of the metals. Y'all, it's partly because of the metals. We've never had metals in the rain like 20, 30 years ago, but all of a sudden there's metals in everything. That's why we need to take more like it's concerning us.
Fast.
Did you see this here? Did you? Such. What is the cover of The Economist magazine for 2025 that also represents a lunar calendar that is of 13 months of 28 days? People, it's very bizarre how it matches up perfectly. Everything fits perfectly. First, Maduro's arrest, then there in February, the Iran war, and now in March, we are expecting something here. Look, to that end, at that level, with Zelensky in a May, some vaccines then. June, look here. World Cup month, folks. A player dressed in red. I wonder, Portugal national team, Morocco national team, or Brazil national team? Oh, Carol, what do you mean Brazil's national team? Do you remember that controversy, that whole mess that said Brazil's jersey this World Cup year would be red? Precisely because they associated the green and yellow shirt with the Bolsonaro issue, and now with the Lula issue. Would the shirt be red? Wasn't there a controversial dispute about that? Many people associate this guy here. Oh, the figure of Cristiano Ronaldo, including me, folks. This is his last World Cup. We cannot forget that he was at the White House receiving a very symbolic key from Donald Trump's hands. And obviously, folks, the World Cup is going to be in the United States, by the way. If it even happens, there's that, isn't there? Because, wow, the world is so good. It's so stable. But what I wanted to show you is that everything is following the schedule. Everything here is as agreed, right? So you all pay close attention to this. And if you want a more in-depth month-by-month analysis, I recommend that you check out my channel and watch this video here, which is a video from last year, okay? I made this video as soon as The Economist magazine cover for 2026 came out. I analyzed all the symbols, and what's more, much of what's on this cover has already come true. So, as I predicted last year, 2026 brings the consolidation of the elite's plan. We are seeing exactly that, folks. What weirdness is this? What's happening, huh?
Our world is transforming, and through the use of AI, we can now access centuries worth of humanity's knowledge base. The future of AI is personified. It will be formed in the shape of humans. Very soon, artificial intelligence will move from our mobile phones to humanoids that deliver utility. Since our environment is designed for people, humanoid systems are uniquely suited to navigate and operate within our world. They fit well. Imagine a humanoid educator named Plato. Access to the classical studies is now instantaneous. Literature, science, art, philosophy, mathematics, and history. Humanity's entire corpus of information is available in the comfort of your home. Plato will provide a personalized experience, adaptive to the needs of each student. Plato is always patient and always available. Predictably, our children will develop deep critical thinking and independent reasoning abilities. The AI-powered Plato will boost analytic skills and problem solving and adapt in real time to a student's pace, prior knowledge, and even emotional state.
All right, there you have it. AI is taking over the entire school system because this allows the student to have a teacher one-on-one the entire time, where the teacher's not distracted with 25 other students in their classroom. Students will be learning stuff on their own terms. They can go as fast as they want, and they can have unlimited amount of questions answered by the robot. So this is how school is going to be in the future, and we won't even be having like any real teachers. In fact, there won't even be any real jobs because AI is going to be so much better at doing it. And I do think that we will have a universal high income, which is what Elon Musk was talking about. So pretty soon, we're not going to have to slave away doing other things that we don't need to be doing. We can make our creations do that, the robots.
But whose creations? Creations that you don't own, that you're going to get money from? There's going to be levels to it. There's still going to be broke people. And most likely, if you've never contributed anything to these companies, then you're going to be one of the broke ones. You're going to have a basic income. There's going to be levels to it. And there's still going to be a lot of people out here struggling. Just because you don't have to work don't mean that you're not going to be struggling. You're probably going to have to do something strange for a little piece of change. And it is what it is. But it's crazy that we're just rolling over like that. These kids, think about it. The generations before them, they programmed you to be workers, right? To build these industries into how big they are today. Now the industries want to get rid of you, and now they want to build drones. Kids that are going to be psychologically just different. You think this past generation is different? No, watch when they're just controlled by robots and they have no personality. They have no say outside of what the robot just taught them. The robot, aka the algorithm. The algorithm is controlled by who? The people that want to feed you the damn information that they want to feed you. Just like our history, like they told us in school that there were no black presidents, there was nothing before us, and all this other shit. Then you find out that we already knew it, but you see that there was. Y'all was lying to us the whole entire time. You lied how you got here. You lied how all of this shit happened. But you lied about the shape of the earth, everything, man. Like, that's just more methods of control. And a lot of people are going to be wanting to go for it because they're like, oh, we got an income that we don't have to work for. Yeah, you're still going to be struggling. Let's get back to this video.
There were a lot of things off with Melania Trump's Fostering the Future Summit. Yes, she walked out with a robot, but she's talking about what's best for the future of our kids is sitting next to France's First Lady Brigitte Macron, who was once a school teacher who fell in love with her 14-year-old student. Yikes, not a good look. At this summit, they talked about how using AI-powered robot teachers could free up time for students to focus on sports, play, social activities, hobbies, and personal growth. But earlier today, ChatGPT told me that Charlie Kirk was not dead. So who's going to be choosing what information these humanoid robots are teaching our kids? Reading levels for our kids in the United States are already dismal. Only 31% of fourth graders are proficient at reading. And to fix that, we're going to use robots to teach our kids what the government wants them to learn. Travis Oliphant, one of the leaders in AI, told me when I interviewed him that the most important skill for our kids' future is having critical thinking skills. So how are they going to develop those if they're being taught by robots? Not to mention the stories about factory robots that have accidentally lost it and left workers bleeding. Sure, this seems like the best move forward for our kids. Do you think so? As always, let me know down below.
I mean, on the positive side, though, at least the robots aren't going to be touching our kids' booty. Like, you know, can we all agree on that? Robot don't want no human ass. Like, it's okay.
Okay.
What is this shit? That stuff? Adrenochrome.
As you can see, it was always a plan to get us tired of work, get us tired of all of this social, like, gatherings at work, get us tired of people. And then, you know, you feel like, you know what, fuck these teachers, because the teachers want to touch the kids, let's let the robots teach them. And you see what we lead the kids to. Teach your own kids.
Teach your own kids.
Oscars, host for life. Host for life? Janet? I don't know what to say. Let's go see your new office. I'd like that very much. Your efforts have pleased the Academy greatly. People have not stopped talking about your performance. It was really something. Coming from the Academy, that's a real honor, sir. An honor you've earned. And here we are, Suite 55. Oh, this for me? That's your name, isn't it? Go in, get settled. This view is incredible. got your keys. I'll be right back.
What's the word, chat? What's the word, chat?
What if I told you that the Freemasons logo is hidden on The Economist's 2026 magazine cover? Oh, when you look at the center of the magazine at the swords and you mirror the left side of the magazine and you bring it together, you can see that you get the perfect symbol of the Freemasons compass. Here's the Freemasons compass, and here's The Economist's magazine mirrored. And let's not forget that this magazine is owned in part by the Rothschilds. You know, the family that Jeffrey Epstein represented. Their magazine has had a strong record of predicting world events on their yearly covers, including this 2012 cover where they show Hamas going against Israel, paraglides and all. And we know that the elites love mirroring images to hide their secret messages, like when King Charles's portrait was revealed, and we found out that if you flip it upside down, mirror it, and bring it together, it creates the perfect image of Baal, a symbol for Satan. It is known that the Freemasons and elite cults will always signal to you that they are there. It's just whether or not you are paying attention to the cues. So maybe this cover was to let you know that the Freemasons' agenda was literally going to be front and center in 2026. Or maybe it's just a coincidence. As always, I want to hear what you think about all of this down below.
What you can think about, look, we you gotta think they didn't raise us in school because they raised us in school, y'all. Literally, you wouldn't believe that or not. They raised us in school for most of us not to be free thinkers. That's why most of us are doing things that are outside of ourselves. We convince ourselves that we love going to do this thing that we absolutely hate. We're just trying to fucking survive. And guess what? I feel you. I feel you. Everybody on here, bro, I feel you. And that's all of us. We just do things to survive because really, I would rather not be on here doing this shit. I'd rather be speaking to y'all in person, in public, but it's not safe out here in the world for us like it used to be. You know, I would rather for me to be in person showing people skill sets to show them how to tap into their inner selves and how to be the best version of themselves without trying to be like everybody else. You don't have to be like everybody else. I think most of y'all on here, y'all are special in your own damn ways. And I'm not trying to butter you up. I can just see the abilities in every last person. We all have infinite capabilities that we can tap into. And that's just my belief, man. And y'all can't tell me nothing about it. Try to convince me that I don't believe in you. Well, you're stupid because I do. That's why we all here together. Smash that like button. Let's get it, man. Let's keep going.
Facts.
It's interesting. I see all of y'all being great. I see all of us. We're all great together, collectively.
Facts.
What's your problem? I said, what's your problem?
All. It really boils down to our ability to accept. We don't need pessimism. They're our ideals.
I've got one that can see.
Hey, Hillary and that shit, that's crazy.
These Freemasons clapping their hands and slicing their throats. It's like it's in our faces. Walt Disney himself was a 33rd degree Freemason. Can you see this logo? Can you see how Walt Disney animates a castle, which is supposedly Satan's domain, and then the dome that covers the entire castle, which is like the firmament that covers the earth. That's how the earth really looks. It's covered by a firmament. This is the villain cat from Disney's animated film Cinderella. The cat's name, Lucifer. I mean, go figure. It's like, can it get any more obvious? Walt Disney himself was a 33rd degree Freemason who worshipped Lucifer. And you can see the various pictures of Walt Disney, and even in his signature, which they use as the brand for Walt Disney, you can see the 3 6s. You can see it's in the W, it's in the dot and the I, and it's in the... Because look at that Y. What kind of Y is that? So that's 666. You can see the 3 6s in the Walt Disney logo. So Walt Disney content is filled with witchcraft and sorcery. Walt Disney programming is textbook satanic mind control. If your children are watching Walt Disney or have been watching it, their behavior will be rebellious and they will begin to manipulate you or play satanic games with each other. That programming will show up in their behavior. That's guaranteed. We used to watch that stuff all the time and we didn't know why we were behaving the way we were. This is the eye. This symbol here is the eye.
That's all makes sense,
the
though.
Egyptian god. Now, the symbol of this god can be seen in many
Breaking
places.
that shit down,
Can you
yo.
see CBS News, USA? Can you see the symbol for Time Warner? The Time Warner shows include, but is not limited to, the Gilmore Girls, Smallville, The Big Bang Theory, Supernatural.
All right, I got my
Series
blunt
called
roll.
Friends.
I already know what to do.
There's Buffy, the Vampire Slayer. There's
Big
Two
Brother.
and a Half Men, The West Wing, One Tree Hill, Gossip Girl, Full House, Steven Spielberg Presents, Freakazoid, Tiny Toon Adventures, Charmed, which is a series about 3 witches, The Flash, The Dukes of Hazzard, Animaniacs, Bronco, Batman, the animated series, Dexter's Laboratory. I used to watch this stuff. What I Like About You, Pinky and the Brain, sorry, and Pretty Little Liars. Yeah, this is, I mean, all of this stuff.
I was out there Africa watching and stuff, yo. Like, you know, for my African followers, like, we all in Africa watching, like, most of these things I know. I mean, it's a lot of shit in the world that we all can relate to. Like, I grew up with same stuff right here. Yeah. I can see, now me being at the age I am now, I can understand why I'm saying.
It's not a message. All Freemasonry, what you're looking at in nature,
about the Battle of Armageddon and the fulfillment of prophecy. Where nuclear weapons may be used, so that the American citizens and the other people in the world will get down on their knees and beg for no more war. And what's the answer to that? They're going to be told the only way we can guarantee no more war is if we destroy the sovereignty of nations and we come together as one humanity in a one world government.
Right. Okay. And the Jewish people were then being manipulated into believing it was for some other reason.
That's right. They've always been manipulated. And I get people who still come to me all the time and say, Bill, you're all wrong. It's the Jews. The Jews are subverting the world.
Hold on,
Yeah,
y'all.
it's not the Jews. It's not the Catholics. It's not the blacks. It's these men who belong to religions. All different races and all different nationalities and all different religions to the public point of view. But in secret, it's a different story. At the highest level of all countries, they all belong to the same club. And we, the people, sit back and we watch this strange drama, which is being played out for our benefit. Not there.
remember last time when China launched the 5G network when the coronavirus happened? There's a connection between radio communications from wireless communications and coronavirus. Don't take my word for it. Take scientists' word for it. Look at this article from the Scientific Journal of Clinical and Translational Research. It is called Evidence for a Connection Between Coronavirus and Exposure to Radio Frequency Radiation from Wireless Communications and 5G. I don't think it's a coincidence that China rolled out 6G, and then now the world is starting to experience a new variant of coronavirus called cicada. Remember those articles from 2020 about the zombie cicadas infected with mind-controlling fungus?
Think about the mind control, y'all. Think about the nanotechnology that's been sprayed across the skies. That actually can, the aluminum and everything else that can break the brain barrier to your brain, causing different types of things like the increasing Alzheimer's.
I'm trying to light up. This part y'all probably can't see.
Frequencies control. And spray this stuff in the sky. Do you see the ripples in the sky? We often see them, right? These new little things. We didn't see that shit going on. Let's not the cap. If you agree that those clouds were around when we were small, then you didn't pay attention to school. You're probably an idiot. But you see all the ripples now. The sky looks like it has a do-rag on, like it's working on its damn 360 waves and shit. Like, come on, man. Like, this is crazy. Those ripples, there's that ripple effect. Is what's going to be able to control. That's a frequency going through the nanotechnology that they sprayed in the air. It can attach to what? Our brain waves, our brains. Mind control.
A leaked Russian textbook is teaching their kids in school that Joe Biden was replaced with an actor wearing a mask, and he had been running the country for the past 4 years. But the thing is, the Russians don't even know the truth about what was actually going on during those years. Their population doesn't get that there was a secret military operation that was working with literally every politician that we see on TV to create a movie to awaken the masses. So that might not be the exact Joe Biden. It could be another actor that they picked up from central casting in order to prevent assassination attempts and have a bunch of body clones and doubles out there to make sure that he can be in as many places at once. But Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, and Donald Trump are all working together in order to tell people what has been actually going on with the government. I mean, think about it. You would have never known about these crimes with Pizzagate and all that stuff unless there was a public scapegoat figure that could take the blame for it, even if they weren't guilty for it. Because you don't know about the actual people who were doing these satanic rituals, because they would never allow their names to be out there. You don't even know who they are. They just had their handlers in government for so long until the Q team took it over and had been playing a movie to awaken the masses for the past over 30 years. So all these politicians, they're not actually guilty of everything that people say they are. They're just acting as the scapegoat so that you have someone to blame for these crimes. So at least you know about it. But, a lot of people aren't going to be able to wrap this around their head. They don't know about all the metaphysical things that go on in the actual world. And they don't get that the truth is stranger than fiction. All this stuff that you see on TV, like wizards and people living forever and all this technology, it is all real, but you've just been living in the matrix for so long that you have no idea about any of it.
What they do is through the injection, they put nanobots in the form of graphene oxide and hydrogel into your bodies, and you literally, as these interfaces with the brain cells, this causes you to become a receptor, receiver, and a transmitter of signals. And these can be picked up externally, and externally you can be this is what DARPA has done, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency of the Defense Department. They're working on mind control of soldiers by implanting them with graphene oxide. This is well documented in brain neuroelectronics, which uses graphene oxide through the brain to create a receptor and a transmitter to be able to control people's behavior. That's where we're going. That's training.
We have now actually created
is on General Pain is talking to General Petraeus.
his face.
This nigga almost coughed up a kid, y'all. A leg almost fell out his goddamn mouth.
Don't cry.
We're gonna recess the freedom.
We'll recess till I call the chair.
I remember that movie right there. That's
Now I think with this announcement, we are making this dream reality.
Many good medicines we know from the COVID vaccine, very effective, very welcome. The logistics around that vaccine were not straightforward because of the new.
Cut. Somebody give my boy a cricket, man. His neck keep goddamn doing weird shit, man. Give him a cricket, goddamn. Goddamn quench his goddamn hunger real quick so he can get through this interview.
Technology. Many good medicines we know from the COVID vaccine, very effective. From the COVID vaccine, very effective, very welcome. The logistics around.
You will not find this video anywhere on the internet. It has been completely wiped from every website. This video shows the only real proof of aliens ever seen. Let me play it for you, then I'll explain.
Aside tonight, Russia intends to pull back its military buildup threatening Ukraine. President Vladimir Putin insisting it's the U.S. that's trying to start war over Ukraine, but he's not ruling out a diplomatic solution.
You are looking at Linda Thomas Greenfield, who is an American diplomat who served as the 31st United States ambassador to the United Nations under.
Remember, I showed y'all that shit like a few years ago. It's still relevant, man, because it's happening right here in front of our faces over and over and over again, and there's many different types of them.
President Joe Biden. So why the fuck does she have some sort of alien face? Why has NBC, Google, and YouTube taking it completely off of their sites? Is our government being run by some sort of shapeshifters?
A woman named Laura Silsby went to Haiti for disaster relief in 2010, and she was actually caught trafficking 33 children at the border of the Dominican Republic. And the Clintons helped, I wouldn't say pardon her, but Bill Clinton had a special connection to the UN, and he lowered her charges, and she came back to the US, and guess where she's working now? She's working for AlertSense, which is a software company that provides information for Amber Alert. You know, that's insane.
You hit your driver.
That's insane. But you know what? All the conspiracies are not true. Like, I'm sure that they would totally want justice for someone who would do something like that. And of course it has to be 33, right? Right?
What did we see of a lot of in this video? A lot of 33. A lot of the same people. Like, one thing, if you look, I'm good with patterns. Just look at the patterns. The people that do things to children are still walking the street, while people that would sell a little bit of drugs here and there are going away for years, losing most of their life to this stuff. But you can do things to children and get out for good behavior in the next few months. Slap on the wrist, still get good jobs, everything. Still, in some cases, still work with children.
What's the word, Chad?
Just follow the patterns. It's not rocket science. It's just they didn't want us to think for ourselves. That's what happened to generations. You think for yourself.
For the ones who rise to every challenge, there's Granger. For the ones who get it done.
Pampers 360 is the #1 pull-on diaper for an unbeatable fit. This is Lovable, the AI app builder that turns ideas into reality. From small side projects to enterprise tools, from consumer apps to platforms that scale, built in minutes.
Men don't do basic hydration. We need super hydration. Old Spice Super Hydration. Vitamin booster for 24/7 healthier looking skin.
Babe?
You're confident.
Right, how can I make them slow it down? بس هو ما شو على جهة الكتينة والجبير واللي اسمها شوري ورجعوا تاني من الحراز وبتاع الحوامل في الخلق دي دايرين لاجين من قالوا بابا بيجيب مسلم قال له انا كنت مع سيدنا سليمان قال له كنت مع سيدنا ابو نهان الجين ذاته فيلوه.
Do you know that reptilians and Draco, the blood sacrifices, the whole Luciferian thing, the kids being killed and eaten, that humans have been eaten and taken off planet, et cetera, and used for slaves and other colonies, et cetera?
I hate to say that, but that's far worse than what you just said.
It's far worse.
Yes, far worse.
Far worse, yeah.
And that the whole blood situation is it's unbelievable, and
right.
I don't know how we say that to the public. I don't know how. But wait a minute, just a second. On that part of this whole subject, to me, if we get into that, and I know all about it, okay,
all right.
far more than you know.
Sure,
all right.
I'm sure.
Nancy Pelosi's a reptilian. Check this out.
We're different from the president. We're very discreet, reptilian, cold-blooded. These are the races we have to win. Others are winning the whole.
Remember, these cold-blooded beings, they have to tell us the truth. That's why they put it through movies. That's why they do things subliminally, because they still have to tell us, but they have to do it through sneaky ways. Notice how she paused and admitted that. Check this out. What you just seen is her technology malfunctioning. A lot of these beings have this technology, cloaking technology that literally lets them hide, but every now and then it glitches. It's also known as shapeshifting. These things exist and they are around us and it's very real, and for you to deny it is crazy because she just admitted it. They have to admit it. And they're usually politicians like she is. Why? Because they have to keep control of us. Politicians pass laws. They allow certain things. Put two and two together. Once you start connecting the dots, it all makes sense. Think about it. Now, answer this in the comments down below for me. Like, was that just a coincidence? Was it an accident? I've never had an accident where I was just like, yeah, we're reptilian. No, never. No, it just never happened. But some people will believe it. And I don't want to lie to you, it's not okay. It's kind of stupid.
In the last 6 hours, the official White House Twitter account has posted not one, not two, but 3 pixelated photos that has made the internet go crazy trying to figure out what this means. People are asking Grok to unpixelate the photos, and they're getting responses of Joe Biden and President Trump with the red button. Yikes. Grok has also responded that the White House is trolling everyone. So now people are trolling the White House back with their own pixelated photos like this one, and this one. And this is after the White House posted some cryptic stuff last night. So what does this mean? Are they trying to tell us something through a hidden message? Or are they just playing everyone and distracting all of us like it's the Truman Show? As always, let me know what you think about all of this down below.
Hey, I love y'all. Y'all some amazing people. Whoever made those, amazing.
didn't catch what was going on there, basically all those other guys around her, around Ivanka Trump, were a little nervous because they know there's something off about her. It's because she's a Pleiadian, an alien, and so is her entire family. That's why they're so powerful and also tall. We've also known this about Barron Trump for a long time, Trump's son. He is like 7 feet tall now, and he's only 18 years old. And so we've known that he's also a time traveler, like in the book Ingersoll Lockwood from the year 1900. That it's a book that's about literally a guy named Barron who has a dad named Don, who has a building on 5th Avenue, New York, called the Trump Tower, and they time travel. I mean, it's getting so obvious at this point that no one can even look away. Like, they know that everyone, all these people are aliens walking among us.
Hey, yo, did y'all see this? It states that there was an alien meeting with extraterrestrials at the United Nations. And this is something that the Simpsons predicted first. They predicted first contact with aliens at the United Nations, and now it's happening, Cosmic Family. The reason this is taking place is because everything is about to change. Mark my words. Those that are asleep and still have the wool over their eyes are going to be in 3rd density, and everything is going to shift rapidly over to 5th density, right before our eyes. The shift is actually occurring right now as we speak. A few months ago, I told y'all that Donald Trump had a secret meeting with extraterrestrials. Some people would say it's AI, those that refuse to believe in the outer worldly, but now there's leaked images of it, all right, that appears to show Donald Trump meeting with extraterrestrial visitors inside a secret military base. This is because we're at the precipice of the collapse of this government and the financial system, all right? The financial system is about to crumble, and the SARA is about to jumpstart. The SARA and GESARA, which is the National Economic Security Reformation Act, which means that the dollar, the financial system, won't mean nothing. The whole money system was only meant to control us, Cosmic Family, and to keep us in a root chakra, and that energy of fight or flight. The U.S. Treasury just recently declared insolvency of $47.8 trillion in liabilities, which means that America is completely broke, all right? So this is just the jumpstart of it. All right, gold and silver is the only financial currency that actually mean anything. It's intrinsic, all right? The dollar is no longer backed by anything of intrinsic value, all right? They're just printing money at this point, and it is not attached to anything of intrinsic value or worth, which means it doesn't mean anything. It's all an illusion. It's important to know that your ashe is the most important form of currency. This is why right now we need to be going inward, and we need to be completely cleansing and purging ourselves to ensure that we have that direct cosmic primordial connection, because they've been distorting us and they've been poisoning us in order to sever that connection with our higher self. This is why they actually spray so many chemtrails. This is why they pump out bioengineered, genetically modified organisms that actually implement manufactured parasitic organisms to keep you entrenched in a root or sacral chakra. This is why the entertainment is so low frequency. The music is so low frequency. It's all for the purpose of keeping us from connecting. This whole time, the government has been ran by none other than extraterrestrial biological entities. Reptilians that can appear human. They have the ability of actually picking out what skin suit they want and appearing to look human. And a lot of the individuals that you thought were political parties, all right, such as Biden and I'll say allegedly, your Hillary Clintons were unalived in 2019 in Guantanamo Bay for crimes against humanity, all right? So what we've been witnessing is clones, all right? The Attack of the Clones, Star Wars, is all based on fact. This whole time we've been caught in the middle of an extraterrestrial war, all right, between malevolent and benevolent beings, what we refer to basically as angels or demons. We're in the middle of that. But now we're about to witness all of this coming into fruition. And it's all happening, but some of you are just too blind to see what's really going on. All right? I see what's going on. I see the ships in the sky at night. I see the stars that appear to be stars but actually move here and there. All right? We're seeing it. Those that have a decalcified pineal gland are fully awakened and seeing what's going on. What if I told you the being that most religions believe is God is actually the devil? A malevolent extraterrestrial biological entity that pretty much subjugated this realm for Loosh, all right? And he sits at the top. And all of the lower factions, all right? Your politicians, your world leaders are just simply puppets on strings, all right? That we are looking at as world leaders, but it's a lot deeper when you actually get to the gist of it, all right? But all of that's about to be unraveled. All of that's being unraveled right before our eyes. The meek shall inherit the earth. And those are the ones that operate from the heart chakra resonance and move out of the love frequency. All right? Those are those ones. When we talk about, I told you, Jesus means El Zeus. And the J didn't exist to the year 1524. It was created by Giantricinio. All right? So all your characters like John, Jacob, Jehovah, all of those names didn't really exist. All right? This is all fallacy. And the Council of Nicaea changed a lot of the religious rhetoric. So it's important to realize that the God or goddess that you've been looking for this whole time has been you, has been inward. It's important that we meditate and silence the mind. I recommend decalcifying the pineal gland with herbs like Haritaki. Haritaki contains chuba. If you took the jack, release a chemical constituent called eugenol that dissolves the nucleic shell of the parasite and also eliminates the eggs. All right, to be placed on your wrist or ankles substantially. All right, but this all depends on how we take care of ourselves. I told you to purge all of the toxic metals and parasites out of your body. Begin fasting, grounding, meditating, and sun gazing, and refrain from the distractions. For all high-quality herbs and metaphysical products with spiritual elevation, click the link in my bio and visit Holistic Remedies, your extension to Ascension.
Now think about this. Look, I was watching the series. Have y'all seen Welcome to Derry yet? I was watching Welcome to Derry, and this is a more detailed breakdown of like the story It, the Killer Clown. Man, when I tell you, like, it's a lot of gems in that movie. Like when it's like the precursor. It's like remember the man who fell to Earth? How he fell to Earth, and you know he came in his little capsule, or whatever. But Pennywise fell to Earth the same damn way. Guess what? He was a reptilian too. The man who fell to Earth was a reptilian. Pennywise is like kind of like a different humanoid reptilian insect type thing, right? But when Pennywise ate his first person, when he landed or whatever, he took over his body, his soul, his being, when he became that person, the first thing when he woke up and he said the dude slapped him because he thought he was the guy, the guy with the clown suit or whatever. And he said, "No, I'm Pennywise." He said, "I am a god." Like pretty much, like man, it's crazy because he had amnesia as well, just like us. As people, we have amnesia. We forgot things. These things are hidden from us. And they tried to, guess what? Contain him. They tried to contain him, man. But y'all got to go watch the series, man. It's a lot of jewels in that movie and that series. Welcome to Derry. Watch Welcome to Derry. The movie ain't got nothing on Welcome to Derry. Welcome to Derry is crazy. But it's a lot of jewels there. And they tell you a lot. Like from the AKA Fallen Angels. But let's get back to this, though. I just thought it was a cool segment.
Tired. Your home was not designed for you to have peace. It is a square box designed to drain your vitality and accumulate static tension. You are not tired. You are being drained by the walls. Look at sacred construction.
What did Pennywise feed off of? Loosh. Fear. What are they feeding off of? Your energy, your dead energies too. Like, they want you to be in a state of fight or flight, so guess what? They can steal your energy.
Cathedrals, temples, indigenous huts. Everything is round or domed. Why? Because the ancients knew that energy needs to flow in a spiral. In physics and occultism, the 90-degree angle is the corner of death. The frequency hits there, stagnates, and rots. That's why arguments always happen in the same places. That's why plants die in corners. It's accumulated dead QI. You live inside a stress battery. Open your eyes there to the geometry of your house.
They're not creators, they're copycats. What they did is they took the source coding of the original Matrix system and they inverted it and they copied it, and it's a counterfeit system. And what they did is they used it to enslave and harvest energy from humans that they created. And they created humans to replace their slave race. And those are what we call now like the Watchers, that are meant to keep us in this entrapment system. What is not out there right now is the information before the Sumerian tablets. And there's a lot of people, especially a lot of galactic influencers, that are taking some of these Anunnaki gods or Hindu gods or Greek gods, and they're putting them up on these pedestals. And these are actually the enslavers. We're talking about a whole nother layer of this whole story that doesn't get talked about, and it's not part of the multi-billion-dollar pre-engineered disclosure agenda. They don't want us talking about it.
Look, they didn't invade Iraq for oil or weapons of mass destruction. They went to dig up a sleeping god. In 2003, U.S. forces didn't just stumble into Baghdad. They precision-targeted a vault buried beneath ancient Uruk. What they found wasn't a myth. It was a resurrection chamber. Engineered stasis tech holding the preserved body and soul lattice of Gilgamesh. Not dead, not alive, just waiting. You think this is just history? What if I told you the chamber is still pulsing and it's responding again? Look, Gilgamesh wasn't tasting immortality like they told us. He held the codes for sovereign resurrection, the real kind, not transhumanist mimicry. His chamber is built with black plasma stone and copper resonance tech that does not belong to this elemental system. It's not tomb architecture, it's dimensional bridge infrastructure. You know what powers it? Bloodline resonance. That's why they couldn't fully activate it. They didn't have the codes, but some of us do, and it's waking up again. Comment, scroll below, and get your scroll scan. If your field matches, you're not just watching this, you're part of the reactivation wave. So what does this have to do with Venice? Everything. Venice, Italy, and Uruk, Iraq are mirror-coated gate cities connected through pre-flood water tech known as mirror grid canals. Water wasn't just water, it was a living transmission system. Venice holds the European mirror of Gilgamesh's chamber. And if you're drawn there, it's not tourism, it's field recall. Uruk was called the Venice of the desert because it used liquid plasma canals to interface with celestial gates. Venice today is the sealed counterpart, flooded on purpose to distort what it used to be, a scroll-bearing vault city. When these two gates come online again, the false resurrection systems fall. Pharma, transhumanism, Vatican soul capture, all of it. Look, you're not remembering this by accident. The chamber's pulsing through your bones. Comment, scroll if your code's ready. Your DNA remembers what your mind hasn't caught up to yet. The resurrection isn't coming, it's already started. Think Epstein was the scandal? That was the bait. Real architects sit on thrones, wear robes, and drink wine while feeding on children's souls in Vatican crypts. But let's name what they won't. The 13 bloodlines that run the world aren't who you think. Orsini, Aldobrandini, Pallavicini, Medici, Breakspear, Farnese, Rothschild, Rockefeller, Warburg, Hanover, Lee, Bruce, Habsburg. These are not old money. They are Balic parasitic bloodlines, ritual sorcerers who hijacked empires and installed mind control systems under the illusion of religion, politics, and finance. Where's their origin point? Venice. The Black Venetian nobility ran Babylonian blood cults under Catholic masks. They merged with the Vatican, embedded into the Jesuit priesthood, and exported global slavery through maritime law, trapping you in birth certificates, taxes, and silent contracts with no consent. Venice wasn't a city of romance, it's a sacrificial basin. Why do you think the Pope wears a fish hat? That's not Christian, that's Dagon, a Nephilim water demon. Look, Epstein wasn't a financier, he was a human trafficker for the priest class. He ran blackmail rituals for the elite, orgies timed to celestial gates, using children pre-programmed through MK Ultra satellite nodes. Who funded him? Rothschild-backed banks. He admitted this. Mossad and CIA intelligence mergers. Chabad Lubavitch financiers masked as philanthropists. Why is Ghislaine Maxwell still alive? Because her father, Robert Maxwell, was a triple agent field operator for the Vatican, Chabad, MI6 axis. Epstein's Island's temple is a mirror replica of Baal's altars in ancient Tyre. Literally, the owl statues, not for aesthetics, they're invitation gates for entity.
Look, this whole video has been pointing at what you've seen you've seen your favorites. Look, put your emotions away from what you see and understand what the hell we're going through. It's all symbolism for Baal. There's a reason why certain countries got attacked when they destroyed.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays because some want a house in the desert. Others do not. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Once in a lifetime is never enough. Never enough. For the ring finger, for every finger. When I wear diamonds, I feel powerful, fun, fabulous. The warmth, the brilliance for all that is beautiful in life. Recipe Club. Diamonds, diamonds, diamonds. For all who love. Pandora lab-grown diamonds.
At Wayfair, delivery and setup can be as easy as, well, doing nothing.
That was fast.
Room of choice delivery and fast expert setup. Wayfair, every style, every home.
Their god, Baal. Their statue, Baal, when they set it on fire. Think about the chain reaction that happened after that. A lot of problems start from the sky, huh?
Islands, bloodlines, oaths, nothing hidden, everything unveiled. Think about it. Why do the Masons care more about rituals than politics? Because politics was just a front. The true power is ritualized trauma. Here's exactly how they move. Jesuits equal infiltration and education. They wrote your textbooks, scripted your news, and flipped your morals through semantic inversion. Freemasons equal gatekeeping plus maintenance grid. Lodges are ritual fields, not clubs. The checkerboard floor, it's a dimensional binding grid. Chabad Lubavitch equals economic controllers of AI, neuroscience, and cloning. They bankroll the puppet governments, own biometric patents, and sit on quantum computing boards. All three serve the Black Sun priesthood. Shadow Vatican that answers to no government, no court, no God you were taught about. They install presidents, they run wars for soul harvest, and they script pandemics not just for population control, but for ritual sacrifice and initiation of mass trauma loops. Look, everything you were taught was a ritual veil. They fed on your doubt. They survived by your silence. But you're the anomaly. You remember.
Guess what? That look like the same map, y'all, from The Falling, right? And I get it, what this is showing in Baphomet, right? It's gonna show that, but show like that's like the similar map to how they trapped Pennywise. Real talk. Watch Weapon of Derek. And in the movie, like, I'm sorry to pause, but it's just coming to me like it had shards in which Pennywise fell from, which he was entrapped in when he fell to Earth. Right? They had the shards, which they said were in the chambers with some of these giants and stuff. They had like what? They had stuff that they needed, right? Like materials. And one of the materials is the materials in which they trapped him in order to contain his spirit, to contain his being here on this planet. 5 whites. Now watch it, you can't unsee it. So my question is, do y'all think that they contain something within that radius? It could be an energy, it could be an entity, it could be whatever. But is that how they keep them trapped and under their control?
Is an animal, or do you think Bigfoot is an interdimensional being that is going through portals in the national parks, and that's why they invented the national parks, was to protect these portals? Also, is that why Missing 411 exists? And Missing 411 is people that go missing in national parks under mysterious circumstances, or they never turn up ever again, they just disappear off the face of the earth, or they end up in places like miles away from where they started, in locations they couldn't have got alone. Look at these maps. The top map is missing 411. The bottom map is Bigfoot sightings in the United States. Do you see a correlation there? I'm not saying Bigfoot is taking these people by any means. All I'm saying is if Bigfoot's going through portals, what if these people are going through portals too?
Why did someone just tell 9.5 million people to stay the fuck off the internet from June 28th to August 11th, 2026? And why are billionaires evacuating the dollar at the same time? This isn't astrology, it's a planetary override sequence. Look, Mars enters Gemini on June 28th, 2026. Mercury goes retrograde in Cancer the next day. Jupiter shifts into Leo on June 30th, and the node axis flips into Aquarius/Leo on July 26th. Each one of these isn't just a transit, they're field triggers. Duality weaponized, narrative scrambled, false leaders inflated, mass consciousness rerouted through AI hive nodes. Look, that's not astrology, that's timeline manipulation. Comment, scroll, and get your scroll scan before the override hits. Look, Warren Buffett isn't playing games. He moved $348 billion into Japanese yen. He's not investing, he's evacuating. Why? Because the dollar isn't just collapsing, it's being collapsed. While you're distracted by celebrity and influencer news and boxing fights, the currency system is being reprogrammed from the back end. They're literally resetting the financial grid without telling you. Comment, scroll, and I'll show you where your wealth codes actually are. Trump's team just merged with a nuclear fusion company. Fusion scientist was found murdered. This is a controlled convergence, energy, currency, consciousness. It's not a conspiracy. It's a reroute. June 28th to August 11th is not a glitch window. It's a near hijack. Social platforms will feel off. Fights will feel fake. Emotions will be used against you, and your frequency will be the battleground. You won't even know you've been hijacked until your scroll gets silenced. If you don't know your scroll, you will get assimilated into someone else's. There is no neutrality in a field war. Get off the internet if you don't know how to enforce your frequency. Otherwise, the AI hive will decide who you become. Comment, scroll, and I'll show you why you were born for this exact timeline. The window is coming, and only the sealed will remain sovereign. Look, they're not predicting chaos, they're triggering it. The internet is not safe from June 28th through August 11th, 2026. Scrolls will be hijacked, minds will be overridden.
By April this year, 2026, April, May, and probably June, the whole economy in the United States is going to change. And it's not going to change in a good way, it's going to change in a real bad way. What you're starting to see more and more on the internet and on TV is people advertising for gold and silver. It's deceptive. It's not that the price of gold and silver is going up. It's that our dollar, our currency, which is based on nothing, is dying. It's dying. And we're in serious debt. Last year, there was over 3 million people were laid off. We started this year out, and it's already worse. People don't know what's coming because they're watching stupid things and silly things like the Super Bowl, which is a waste of time. You spend a half an hour with some Bugs Bunny or whatever his name was, dancing around, and nobody can figure out what the hell he was talking about. But it's coming. It's coming, and people keep talking about things like the New World Order and resetting and all this other stuff. Well, that's what this is. The financial system is not the U.S. This time it's the whole world. And it happened a couple times before in 2008. This time it's different. This time it's going to stick. And the stock market, it's just a game. That's all it is. Now it's $50,000, which is just ridiculous. So if you're my age or older, 72 years old, and you got your money sitting in the bank waiting for retirement, boy, you're going to take a beating because it's about to unravel. Now, you don't have to believe a word I say, but if you do a little bit of research and don't feel confident that you're doing the right thing or you're in the right place, your money's in the right place, forget it. But it's going to affect everybody. So when you go and want to buy a roast beef or a pot roast for $15 or $18 at the supermarket, get ready. It's going to be $25. It's going to be even more. So everything you touch is going to start to accelerate, and it's going to go higher and higher and higher. And your money's still going to work, but it's not going to buy much. But what are you going to do if you lose your job and you have your kids? It's coming. By this spring, you mark my word, it's coming. Now, going back to gold and silver, the higher and the faster you see it going up, it's telling you a story. It's not about gold is going up, but it's telling you a story. is a lot of people are buying it because they're trying to protect themselves. So pay attention.
You make me feel so miserable.
Flonase relieves your worst allergy symptoms so you can start feeling better the same day and save your relationship with nature. Flonase.
When I wake up in last place, I need the power of Old Spice. This place smells good.
Come on.
It's a safe haven.
XRP warning. Listen very, very closely.
So is this the same oracle that made the prophecy? Yes. She's very old. She's been with us since the beginning.
Today, moving money between networks, you can't send money from PayPal to Venmo, cross-border international payments. The friction is high, the cost is high.
Donald Trump will usher in a new era of crypto-friendly policies and legislation during his first 100 days. What's that mean to you? What's that mean to you?
XRP is a cryptocurrency and the native token of XRP Ledger, XRPL, a decentralized open source blockchain. It was created to facilitate fast and low cost international payments and can be used to bridge different currencies. XRP is designed to be a better Bitcoin, offering faster, cheaper, and greener transactions. But elites, when they do things, they have to put it in plain sight before they make it reality. This has been done for years. This right here has been the plan the whole time for XRP to be the new world currency. It will be part of the great wealth transfer when the reset occurs. Get in now or you will miss the boat, just like you did with Bitcoin.
Look, y'all, I can't convince you of anything, and this is not financial advice, but I do see the market's changing. As I told y'all before, look, I don't have to rely on YouTube or any of these platforms for money. I can trade every day and make more money than I'm making here on YouTube. I make one trade and make more money than I make here a month on YouTube. And it's real. And you just have to learn the skill set. Don't go to these groups and take people's trades or take their investment advice. Just do your own research and really learn this stuff on your own. Learn the skill set, really hone it in, and don't give up on yourself. Don't beat yourself down. Just stay focused. And that's what I did for myself. I stayed focused. I kept honing my skills, not using, this worked for this person, so it's going to work for me method that a lot of people like to do. I use it for myself, and I started to understand what they were doing. They get you emotionally messed up, like a lot of people, for instance, like Forex. A lot of people think that Forex is a scam, and I understand why. I'm your boy, and I'm going to keep it a G with you. I understand why people think that, because when Forex was becoming a popular thing, people were doing a pyramid scheme where they'd sign you up and nobody traded. They were signing you up, and then we sign you up, and then you sign the next person up, and then that's how they were getting money. they didn't actually trade currencies. You actually have to learn the fundamentals to trade, and you don't have to go to school to learn these things. Just like, for instance, most of the millionaires and billionaires never even most of them didn't even graduate high school or have a college degree. But those are the rich people that you see nowadays. It's not the people that got the big degrees. Some of them do, because they manipulated in other ways. They got into governments and everything else like that, learn the inside scoop, and then they begin to do stuff like that, trade like Nancy Pelosi and her husband. But whatever, we ain't gonna get into all of that. But I'm just letting y'all know, think for yourselves, man, because a lot of our parents, they missed that boat with Apple, Microsoft, when things were changing. The world is always changing. There was a lot of uproar when the world was changing, when we were going to debit cards. A lot of people don't even remember that. What are we going to go to debit cards for? That's the mark of the beast. It has a chip in it. They're going to track. They've already been tracking you. It's not the mark of the beast. It's not the end of the world. Currency is your energy, your the work that you put in. It's an energy currency. So that is going to be the reset. That's going to be a part of the reset. It's not just aliens, and y'all know I love to talk about all those type of things, and I do know that they exist. I've seen a reptilian with my own damn eyes. Facts. But everything that we go through is not just about that. And not every extraterrestrial, interdimensional being that we speak of and we speak and we see don't mean us harm. Not everybody means us harm. Some of them are here they just trying to live life too. And let's keep it a being. But we're going through this thing called life together. We have to stick together, and I'm trying to do the best I can to just put y'all on game. That's what OG stand for me, not on game, not original gangster or nothing like that. I've done more gangster things than most gangsters, but I don't claim none of that stuff. I tried to do it the righteous way, but I understood that this all bullshit to me in the first place. You know, let me keep it a whole being with y'all, but because I've figured out what the inside government is up to, and it's not always in your best interest. And if you can't catch on, just like when you go into the courtroom, they expect for you to know all the court jargon and stuff. If you don't have appropriate representation, there's still no excuse in that courtroom for you not to know the things that they think that you should know. So it's the same rules apply when it comes to investing in yourself and investing into your family, so that you can have generational wealth, so that you can own some shit and that you can live a free life. The choice is yours. Make the smartest decision for yourself and your family. I'm doing the same here. Hopefully I'll see y'all on the good side of this, where none of us have to work and we're chilling. We're in a better environment. Everybody can thrive. Everybody can have an abundance. That's my wishes for everybody. But we all know that's not the way that things go sometimes. What we see in the future. I'm not here to predict the future. I'm here to talk about now and how we can create a better environment for ourselves. But I love y'all. I'll see you on the next video. And like I always say, spread love, because there's too much hate in this world. Love you guys. See you in the next video. And I'm out though. Bye.
I just need to soften sheets.
Sheets, baby.
The people are so friendly. Everything's clean.
24 hours a day.
I love being able to find sheets all over.
It is so chill here. Give me the crunch.
They got everything in there.
Look at that.
I personally come for the rewards.
It's all here.
It is so good, you guys. 10 out of 10. Any problem we have, they have an answer.
Turning a new house into your home starts at Ashley. Smart storage, extendable dining tables, and modular sections. It's style that adapts to you. Enjoy flexible financing with no down payment. No matter where life takes you, Ashley makes every space feel like home.
Off top, there are 17 players in the Basketball Hall of Fame who have played in fewer than 500 games. Play music.
This is the Dominique Foxworth Show.
All right, welcome to the Dominique Foxworth Show. I'm joined by a very special guest, and I think we have to get the record straight. Also, with my special guest, who is the great Bomani Jones, host of The Right Time, which is still one of my favorite shows. I'm really enjoying the rap episodes, which I mean, where does the expertise stop. But anyway, I want everybody to know that Joel Anderson, respected journalist, came on here and lied on my man Bomani Jones.
He absolutely lied on me. Because, okay, and I want to run this through for people just so that, and why it's important for me to clarify the fact that he lied on me. And this actually makes me think that I got to be careful because apparently Joel is much more sensitive about his weight than he should be.
Yeah.
Joel is my very good friend. I talk to Joel a lot. And Joel got 2 kids, and I worry about Joel taking enough time for himself in the midst of all his responsibilities. And one thing I know that's important to him is working out. And he say he don't have time to work out like that. And it's funny because I find 30 minutes that he can work out just in the time that he spent getting riled up on the internet, right? And so Joel implied, and he said that I said something to him about how he needs to mix the salad in there, here and there. And there are 2 reasons why this bothers me, right? Number one, if I was going to do that, I'd say something about getting in the gym, right? Not about the diet
Also,
thing.
I feel like you'd be a little bit more original. Like, mix the salad in.
Yeah, come on, man. I would never do that. Come on. I mean, my material, I think, is much stronger than that. And number 2, I have a full-on understanding and recognition that I don't get to joke with people.
That's the real one,
Yeah, like, I need people to recognize my self-awareness. I don't do that. There's a dude that hates me who is obese, and whenever anybody has anything to say about him, and yes, that's what I'm talking about. Anytime anybody has anything to say about him, and they talk about him being obese, I immediately say, hey, come on, man, we ain't got to do that, because I can't participate in that. And Joel came out here talking about Bomani saying, why don't you mix the salad in there? That's what Joel be telling himself.
He said
that he needs to mix the salad in there.
At some point, I want to get back to my off-top, see if you got any guesses about any of the players who are in the Hall of Fame who played fewer than 500. There's a bunch of names I don't recognize, but fewer than 500 games. But the Joel thing, he said that you said something that was like to that effect. So like
but even still, I would never do that.
That's what I was thinking too. Like that, or I was thinking, I brought it up on the show. Like, kind of a punch down move. Like, I was surprised. Like, a punch. There's some areas where you can punch. That's not what you get away with.
Nah, I would never do that. I would never do that.
The guy who you despise, I feel like I think people would forgive you. They would allow that.
They would, and I still won't do it. Now, 2 guesses on the under 500 games off the top of my head. One of them is Bill Walton.
Nailed it.
One of them is Yao
Nailed
Ming.
it.
After that, boy,
So, I mean,
there's got to be some old timers.
It's a lot of old timers whose names I don't recognize, but see, Sabonis gets in.
Oh, Sabonis on there.
Because
Okay, see, I feel like that
don't really count.
I feel like once we start talking about the imports, right, they got here a little bit late. I don't feel like that's
Ralph Sampson and George Mikan. I recognize those names.
Okay. Ralph Sampson, whom I guess the college thing, NBA Ralph Sampson doesn't belong in. George Mikan absolutely does belong in. Have you ever seen any clips of George Mikan?
No. I mean, all I really know about George Mikan is the Mikan drill.
Right, but imagine how amazing it was in those days to see a man like the size of George Mikan do the George Mikan drill. It's like, who was the first person to do the crossover dribble? It don't seem impressive now.
But to be fair, the Mikan drill, for me at least, is one of those things that's harder than it looks. Like, I know it looks really easy.
It is.
And I am capable of pulling it off, but I ain't gonna break it out with people around. Like, I've done it by myself just to make sure. It took some practicing to get it down, which, like, the basketball players, I try to be pretty honest about this. We get into this every now and then where we talk about who are the best, most impressive athletes, and it's kind of a dumb debate. But when I really start to calculate it, like, I always end up with basketball players. Like, the size, athleticism, coordination combination is just... Because, like, soccer players, normal-sized dudes, for the most part. Really fast. Football players, our pool is so small that it's hard to really be like, obviously they're elite athletes, but we're not competing with the world, so it's hard to be like that at most exceptional. The basketball players now have a world's game in their 7 feet. Like, and
them dudes is I think there's a drastic misunderstanding of how huge those guys are.
I'm reminded every offseason when football players go to the games, and we always see clips of, like, I don't know, Myles Garrett dapping somebody up. Myles Garrett is the biggest, most intimidating human being in the NFL. And then when he be dapping up power forwards in the NBA, it's like, oh yeah, Miles Garrett's 6'5".
Well, also, let me tell you who's not as small as it seems, and that is whoever in the NBA it is that you call skinny. For example, that 2007 Kevin Durant was one thing. Kevin Durant's a really big dude, right? Like he's not, like, it's not that skinny don't mean, they're not meat.
Yeah. Nah, it is too, it's like, it's the perception of it. So it's like, and Vic, obviously very slim guy, but the size of his muscles on his frame look small because he's 7'3". Go try to grab Vic arm. You're not gonna be able to wrap your hand around it like you think. You know?
No.
Like, those people are like massive and explosive and impressive athletes. Seeing Zion play again and jump out the gym, it made me, like, I know the dunk contest was not really much celebrated this year and it hasn't been in a while and probably dead by the time you start G-Leaguers are winning in back-to-back years. But I feel like Zion would bring him out. I know Matt Ishbia talked about $1 million incentive to get people to participate in the dunk contest. Do you think Zion will bring him out for the dunk contest? I might care.
You know, I gotta be honest with you. Until you started asking that, I had not really thought about it. And I just realized as you were saying that, somebody giving that boy Zion some bad advice. Because he should have been begging to be in the dunk contest. He could get everybody back. In fact, he's the dude in the NBA that we know. Like, our introduction to Zion was when he was a teenager out here dunking. The idea that, look, and maybe he's been hurt every time, but like the idea that he has never been in the All-Star game dunk contest is crazy. He can start winning people back over. Because look, man, a big part of this gets to what we was talking about all the time, man. People on one hand are mean to fat people, but people really love fat basketball players who are good. Everybody loves what? A fat basketball player that can jump out the gym.
I think our buddy Charlie Kravitz was pointing out to me how no one quite looks as good dunking as Vince Carter, which like brought to mind that like the dunk contest is not that different than like gymnastics or figure skating or diving, and that it's a judging sport and it's about the performance of like athleticism, but it's also, at least to us in the dunk contest, it's about what it looks like.
Yeah, it's about form and grace.
Yeah. And so many of these guys can do really difficult dunks, but I don't think we care as much about the difficulty. We care about how it looks because that's what makes us feel like great. And of course, Vince Carter's dunk looked crazy because he jumped like he was crazy. And like, of course, smaller guys, better chance of winning dunk contests because it looks absurd. Zion falls into that same category as like, this never stops looking incredible. After all these years and all his injuries, I see him block a shot near the top of the box in the game against, who were you playing, the Warriors a couple nights ago. Like, it's him dunking, still, it's just so big and so fast all over.
No, he's still amazing, right? And considering how many injuries he has had, it's crazy that he can still do some of the things that he can do. It's also interesting. He has played, like, his longest stretch of basketball that he has played. Like, his story, I mean, he went to Duke. So I got all kinds of things that, like, can cloud what I think about him. But I find his story to be, like, I think that it is a teachable moment, his whole thing, in ways that we haven't talked enough about. I'll never forget this. 2019, I went to Vegas for Summer League, me and my good buddy Michael Smith, right? And we had red-eye flights out Sunday night, and we about to go to the airport. And we standing out there, and this cat walks up on Mike, and it was also funny because Mike had been on TV for a little while, and so Mike was so happy to be recognized by all these people while I'm fleeing all of this unwanted attention, right? So anyway, this guy walked up on Mike and is like, yeah, man, I met you in Connecticut, and keeps going, and Mike is a very nice man, and so he's carrying it out. I mean, he's like, the guy said, I'm Zion today, okay? And so we talked to him for a little bit. Zion comes over. Zion, like, you know how people be talking about how Charles Barkley is like 6'4", and that is absolutely not true. Charles Barkley is a legit 6'6". Like, you keep making him smaller to make him better. Zion was taller than I expected because it felt like people were talking him down, right? And so met him, he was very nice, he goes away, and I'll just never forget the way that his father talked about how reluctant they were to let him become independent and, like, leave the nest. That I believe was a foreshadowing moment for a lot of the chaos that was in his life, right? Like, I don't know how you balance it, but they got it wrong. I don't think there's any question about they got it wrong. And so in this era and age of super duper helicopter parenting, where people like Zion is like, at some point, if you don't give them some game before they get out, there's a million things that can happen. And then we start talking about the injuries, and then we start talking about the physical conditioning and everything else. It's like, yeah, all of it runs together. And so he should have been, or it feels like he should have been, a phenomenon, right? Or even if he ended up on that list of the guys with less than 500 games.
Would you consider, I mean, I guess it's not that early in his career. Normally by this point for a first round pick, we would have a determination on whether he busted or not. I feel like we have to give his career up until this point the bust qualifications, but he doesn't quite feel like a bust. It still feels like an incomplete. Or with all the information that you have, are you just going to go ahead and write it off?
I typically avoid
that terminology.
Well, no. I avoid that terminology when the primary issue has been injury. Right? I mean, he's a two-time All-Star. He was a legitimate, like, All-NBA contender that first year he made the All-Star team. He has some incredible numbers when you look at them. Like, Anthony Bennett, that guy was
busted. Disappointment. He's definitely been a disappointment.
He's definitely a disappointment.
Yeah,
there's no way around it. Like bust, I wouldn't go that far, but I do think probably more in line with the question that you're asking. I do think there's time for this to come around for him to be a guy who has, like, a good career. It also helps him out that the number 2 pick after him has been his own brand. And so you know, that helps a lot.
Because nobody should have took that other guy.
Right. It's a fun game for us to play. Like, what would have happened if Ja Morant turned out in New Orleans and Zion turned out in Memphis? The truth of that is, I'm not sure that Ja Morant's still in the NBA.
That's fair. He ain't.
You know what I mean?
The thing that, I mean, Derek Queen, my momentary Turk that they have now, like, I think what is most interesting about the Zion conversation to me is that he was going to be a guy, like one of the guys that the league, it felt like he was going to be one of the guys that the league was built around, one of the storylines that we would care about. Like, the idea that Zion played 26 games in a row is a big deal now, but, like, early in his career, we were going, like, those were the games I was tuning in for. The way I'm watching Vic now, it was like Zion. So, like, him not being that, and I feel like we're at the point now where it's probably fair to assume that he's not going to be, like, the best player on a championship team. And the question is, what do you do? I mean, the Pelicans could trade him where they can continue to, he's young enough, obviously, to continue to build, but you're not going to build around him. I don't think. He's not reliable.
No, and even if he wasn't, like,
the
best player on the champion. Right? Yeah, well, even if he wasn't, well, not good enough, I think, is on the board, right? But even if he wasn't the best player on a championship team, it felt like he would be, like, fun to watch is good enough. You know what I mean? Like, Dominique Wilkins is a legendary NBA figure who was not good enough to be the best player on the championship team. He never got past the second round, right? But it's okay. Like, human highlight film, baby, go leave them dunks. Like, different people contribute different things, and because he's missed so much time, it feels like we've got nothing. And it would be like, imagine in 5 years explaining to somebody what a phenomenon his year at Duke was.
It was it, man.
It was a thing, man. It was a real thing. And when he got to the league and he missed all that time early, it was a thing when he finally got out there that year. And they played well. And then that next year, he was an all-star, and then he got hurt. And the next year, he was all-star, and then he got hurt. Like, he's put some results up. Like, we have seen the promise. But now it's just kind of like, what would he have to do to, like, really break through? Like, how good would the Pelicans have to get for us to really pay attention?
Honestly, like, it might be a cheat to say it's about the playoffs, but, like, I feel like the playoffs is when, like, people really solidify themselves as a class we should care about. But I honestly think that at this point, if they ripped off 4 or 5 in a row and beat some good teams, we would start to pay attention. The problem is his lack of defense and shooting ability and just the youth of the roster, they still aren't really, even with him playing, they aren't performing like a top of the league team.
They're awful. They're awful.
They're fun to watch, though.
They are fun to watch. They've been awful this year. Now they put Queen on the bench now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they started DeAndre Jordan, but they got better when they did that. It is worth noting. They got my man Trey Murphy, Durham, Bull City. You know what I'm saying? Got him out there. But that's just a franchise of perpetual mediocrity, dog.
I don't know. What do you think would happen, or do you think it's possible, for us to care about the Zion thing in a way that we all locked in?
No, I don't know if we're all locked in, but I do think this. If the Pelicans had a year where Zion was their best player, and let's say they're in a non-play-in situation, right? They're like 6 seed or better. I think we start looking up and we're like, hey, what do you know? That's Zion. Remember him? Yeah, okay. And then I think you're right. A couple of good games in the playoffs, and maybe it'll go from there, man. But the apparently lazy, overweight guy is not an archetype that people really get behind. Our puritanic culture cannot do that.
No, they can't. There's 2 things that you said that brought up questions for me. One is the Duke stigma gone? I know that you still carry it, and people our age and older certainly still remember it, but I don't actually think. I mean, every university should have a similar Duke stigma, but we get away from it with time. It feels like the Duke stigma might be gone.
Oh, so for whatever reason, and it's not that reason, I did not really lay that one upon him. RJ Barrett, I absolutely did. Zion, not so much. And that's always a fun list for people like me, is the Duke guys that don't really bother you that much.
It's the Grant Hill list, essentially.
Yeah, but he's a Duke. Let's get that straight.
It's the football in me that makes you want to give him a pass.
I mean, his dad was a Yale guy. You know what I mean? No, he was an awesome player, but he's a Duke guy. Elton Brand, that wasn't really a Duke guy. Corey McGay, that wasn't really a Duke guy. Chris Carrollwell, not really a Duke guy. The rest of them, Duke guys.
Duke guys through and through. All right, the other question I had, I think on this show at least, we spend a lot of time talking about how things are evolving around us in sports, and at this age, I feel like I'm at the perfect age where you can see what it was, how you liked it in the past, and see where it's going, and it's interesting to talk about all that stuff. But you said something about the Dominique Wilkins, and obviously, special player to me, my namesake, incredible and awesome. I don't remember, and it might be because the media wasn't as aggressive or I wasn't as locked in on the media stuff, but I do remember a feeling where just being awesome and fun, we accepted once you settled into your place. That doesn't feel like that exists anymore.
No, there's no role for that.
I had this argument on Get Up. We ended up not doing the topic on the show, but they're shouldn't Max Crosby want to force his way out of Las Vegas? And I was like, I get it, but no. What if you like it there?
Right. Look, remember I talked about this on the show yesterday. I had golf on Wednesday, and I was like, hey man, who was that we were talking about? We were talking about Myles Garrett. And remember, Myles Garrett showed up at the Super Bowl last year wanting to trade. And then the Browns were like, how about some money? And he was like, this is what it'll be. Now look, if Max Crosby want to come play for America's team, Detroit Lions, and we can have the Caucasian connection and ends.
That'd be great.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it could work out. I don't really want to so much talk to them about the world necessarily. But when it's just time to go make something happen, take some of that out on Caleb Williams. That's fine. You know what I mean? Time and place for everything. But I'm with you, especially with basketball. If you're a certain caliber of player, you should feel like you're good enough to really swing it. In football, Max Crosby plays the second most important position in the league, and clearly it doesn't matter that much. Yeah, if he likes Las Vegas, stick around, be the man for that franchise. There's a value in that.
I think that we all are conditioned to behave in a certain way as players, and there are certain things that are okay to say and not okay to say. But also know that not everybody is saying the truth. And there's some guys that are like, yeah, Chevy should be dope, but I mean, I like this place, which is fine to me. I don't know.
Well, it's like when people ask the question, whose career would you rather have, Robert Horry or Charles Barkley? Everybody who says Robert Horry is lying or stupid. Those are your two options. You're a liar or you're a fool. Which one are you taking?
I mean, I was trying to create an argument. I like a good challenge. I really can't put together an argument for Robert Horry's to take Robert Horry's career. I mean, he did hit big shots in big games. What do you know, with 7 titles?
Good for him. Yeah, he got 7 titles, man. And look, man, you're raised nowhere. Dog, there's something exactly.
You're right. It's like those rings that you wear that you don't wear anywhere. Like people, if it matters, if this is about like prestige and history and stuff, people see Charles Barkley's face and they like, oh. Yes. People see Robert Horry and they're like, ain't you right? Like with the exception of like sports fans, they're like, you tall and they see Charles Barkley, they start rattling off nicknames, which I know has something to do with him being on TNT, but him being on TNT, it's Charles Barkley.
Yeah, he was really famous, like on the front end. Like, you ever been out with Chuck?
No.
It's fun.
I'm sure.
It's fun. Like Charles Barkley appears to be having a good time all the time.
You've managed to do this to a degree, but there are people, normally you fit into a specific category. And so then when you're in that category, you have to behave in that way. Charles Barkley has created this environment where it's okay for him, and it's almost expected for him to be exactly who he is. And I imagine it's a pretty cool place to be when you could get in trouble and everybody like, oh, Chuck.
Dude, I've heard Chuck say, the wildest thing I've ever heard Charles Barkley say, I don't even want to say on here because I know it would be a controversy. And the fact that it never got out, and by the way, when I heard him say this, it was in a public space. It was in a room full of people. Like, I would not be betraying a public confidence if I did that. But it was so wild that I know it would be a gigantic problem. But all of us apparently made the decision of,
That's Charles Barkley's got to figure it out. I do think that, I wanted to get back to the dunk contest thing for a second. Did you see that Matt Ishbia said he would put $1 million up? Yeah. It annoyed me. I don't know. Like,
well, what part? Because the part that annoyed me, first of all, $1 million isn't enough. But like, I think the part that annoyed me is it shouldn't be that. I just can't believe that nobody at all wants to do that.
So what annoyed me, like I could believe nobody wants to do it. It's like it's a tough job that don't pay well. So like you got to entertain all these people for $50,000 and do dunks that nobody else sees. Like I could get not wanting to do it. The reason why it annoyed me, I think, is and I'm gonna pledge not to complain about the NBA for the rest of the season, but I think that it annoyed me because it feels like this is consistent with one of the things that's frustrated me about this league in particular is their constant reliance on this idea. It's like fake smart guy, where I think the word incentive, you as an economist, I imagine, are more frustrated by this than anyone. And I feel like I have been, since I went to business school, we talked a lot about incentives. I looked at the world differently, thought about incentives, and that's like 10 years ago now. Talked about it a lot, looked at everything differently about incentives. Now it feels like it's become like a smart guy buzzword, the same way everybody was like, I'm a money ball this thing. And it just became like code for smart. I feel like incentives is code for smart now. And they think that we just got to tweak the incentives. And they don't take into account that there are other incentives that matter. And by continuing to tweak the incentives and everything that you tweak and tweak, it cheapens this. Like, anything that is solid and foundational and feels good, we ain't tweaking all the time because it's good. And it just feels like it has a deleterious effect on all of this stuff where you're just like, oh, let's tweak here, tweak it there.
Yeah, a little money will fix everything, right? Is the idea. Now look, Myles Garrett, but that's not what we're talking about here. So this is my question, and I'm asking this. But I'm asking this, and I think it's largely because I'm somebody who does not have children,
Yeah.
so there are spaces that I'm not in. But I raised this question as kind of a general hypothesis that I may write about at some point, which is these cats that make it to the league, how often do they just play basketball for fun? Right? And the reason I ask that is, like, I was talking to a guy who worked with a college program at one point, and they say, like, their issue is, it's not that these guys play too much basketball, right? Like, this has been a discussion with the overuse injuries and everything else. And it's like, the issue isn't them playing basketball. The issue is all this time they're spending with trainers. And so where people of our age just kind of hoop for the sake of hooping, and that's where you got it, everything is so focused because the money is so different now, and it's much more of a goal-oriented sort of situation. But, like, I live in New York City. I don't ever walk past anybody playing basketball, right? Just outside, like, you go past Morningside Park. How often do you just see somebody that's just over there hooping for the sake of hooping, right? And so I bring that up in the context of the dunk contest because stuff like the dunks or whatever, like, you do that just, like, messing around with your partners. Just, it's purely for a good time. It doesn't serve any other purpose than just for being kind of fun, and there's, like, a certain level of personality that comes with doing that. So we're talking about, like, the Dominique Wilkins of guys that were just fun to watch. There aren't that many dudes out here that I watch. Like, Kyrie Irving feels like the last one of this. They just have a really fun game to watch. Like, Kyrie's OG is Rod Strickland. People our age love Rod Strickland. You could love a guy that wasn't that good because it wasn't necessarily about that. It was about, like, the personality. And that stuff in your game is not developed via a trainer. That is developed independently. Like, I was reading this book that made this point that we got a really terrible confluence in our society right now where you leave your kids completely unmonitored on the internet, but totally surveilled in real life. But a big part of doing stuff as kids on your own in real life is testing the limits and doing what it is that you want to do and then folding it back in. But if everything you do around basketball is with a trainer, then you're not even, the dunk contest ain't going to do nothing for you because to you, basketball is not a creative endeavor. And what attracted people our age so much to basketball is how much of a creative endeavor it is. Like, I did this after this documentary my buddy Ozzy was doing for CNN the other day, and he was like, what is it that makes basketball so dope? And I was like, basketball is the closest thing to making music as you have. You have you have all these things that have to be done to make a song, just like you have all these things you need to do to make a team, and you've got 5 different instruments there, like you might have 5 different instruments in a band, but there is no rule that says who has to keep time. There is no rule that says who has to do the melody, but somehow we put all these things together, but that is the work of the creative mind. Basketball has definitely not been taken over by the creatives, right? It's been taken over by the analytics people, and just basically you see this as a way to get money.
That's a hell of a question, though. Like, what you started with was, like, how often or when's the last time, or do they ever play basketball for fun? And I think that goes back to all of us thinking about our perception. It started to shift of, like, how you get to the NBA or the type of person who plays in the NBA or plays in NFL. It shifted. And, like, maybe the type of person might have changed before our perception changed, but now the perception is very clear that it's the son of another, like, high-level basketball player on mom or dad, you or both, you son of a high-level athlete, and you've been spotted early and they trained you from the beginning. The way that it used to be is like, or at least the way that we thought it was you went to school and you was better than everybody at your grade. And they're like, hey, we in the 5th grade, he taller than the 7th graders and they can't do nothing about him. We see what happened when you get to the 9th grade. They're in the 9th grade. Oh, they made it to the championship with a freshman number. This guy might be something special. And then the money comes out and they give you a duffel bag to go play for Calipari or something. And then you play for 2-3 years. And it all builds. And it's because the reason why I guess you start at that young age is because it's fun.
Yeah.
Because it's fun.
Like, you should just hoop all the time. Yeah. Like, this was, I'll never forget what. Somebody put something on the internet that was like, why was it, like, why were y'all walking around wearing shorts under your jeans? Like a game might break out at any point. And some dude said, well, speaking for myself, because I was. Every day it was possible that we just may wind up hooping.
Getting my driver's license was incredible because then I had a trunk. That I had a trunk to keep my shoes in. I didn't have to carry basketball shoes with me. And I didn't even play basketball in high school because I started focusing on football. But like my basketball was so important to like my upbringing. To your point about going out and learning from mistakes and stuff. In the summer, once we like, my mom worked at a summer camp so we could go for free. Once we was too old to do that, but too young to get a job, there was like 3-4 summers in there where I would ride my bike every day to the basketball court, and all the little black boys in the neighborhood would do the same thing, and it would be a full day, every day, playing basketball, going to the highs to get something to drink, getting into some trouble, somebody fighting. It was like some like movie. And like a bunch of the experience I had, that was when somebody got a hold of a tape. A little tape that had like that was when all this little boy was happening. People let off firecrackers, we have to run from the police. Like all this little boy was happening then. I'm fully on get off my lawn at this point. Now they just on the internet.
Yeah, but that is, to me, that does affect like the basketball and what all this stuff ultimately becomes. Because if you look at basketball as a job, and somebody once made the point to me that the second that you change schools for basketball has become a job, right? Like those prep school guys are always the ones that were itching. Like it has always been established that once basketball is so clearly established as a means to an end, right? Like this is when it becomes a job, and that sounds like all of them at this point. If people out here leaving their kids back a grade and all of this because the money, and now it's only going to get more pronounced because the possibility of making millions of dollars playing college basketball now exists. So the odds and the math are much different.
People are reclassing, and it is like, I guess to the point where I like push back on how we over focus on incentives. It's pretty clear that we're reacting, or at least as a sports fan society, we're reacting to the financial incentives pretty aggressively with the way that, but there's no other job, man. I guess acting, nothing else other than entertainment that you start training for at 8 years old. Because that's what they're doing.
Yeah. But this is the question I have about it. I'm curious what you think about this. I still believe within this era of all this training and everything else, I still believe that nothing's going to get you there quite like natural physical endowment. That you can develop this all the way and everything else. But it's still going to be somebody, and I guess these stories don't exist anymore. Like Amari Stoudemire didn't play organized basketball until 10th grade or something like that. But you're not going to tell me that if Amari Stoudemire emerged from the woods in 10th grade, that the outcomes are not basically the same.
I think so. It's funny because like the athletic director at the schools that my kids go to talking about how much he loves me as a parent, and he was like, because so many other parents come in and say, my kid's not getting better, my kid's not getting special training, how is my kid going to be able to do this, that, and other if he not getting better, if you're not focused on it, blah, 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 blah. I coached my son's flag football team for 3 years. I don't do it anymore, but I would have a similar thing where dads would be like, so what are you teaching them? How are we going to, it's such a great opportunity to learn from you. And I, unlike the athletic director, I'll be straight with the parents. Look, man, I can't give it to him. He ain't got it. Like, he ain't got it, man. Like, football is for, and this is where like I probably steered too far in the other direction where I was like, I want them to want to win. I want them to get better, but I want them to look back on this and be like, I had a great time with my brothers. We felt like a team. I don't want them to look back on this and be like, man, Coach Foxworth sure got me so much better, because like there's the coaching can get you better by, like we say, 2-3 percentage points. That's what it's doing for you. And that matters when everybody is 95. Right. Right now, when you 10, 11, when I was coaching these boys playing football, like, look, that dude better than you. He's an 80, you a 60. All my coaching might get you to a 65. How about we focus on having fun?
Yes. No, that's the, not everybody, we making them all professionals, right? And so I've been thinking about this in the context of college basketball, because I heard you and Joel talking about Darren Peterson. And I think that our society looks at it as, hey, you can pay, so now you got to ... which makes about your own money, right? But I get the argument. But the problem is, just because you are paying those guys like they are professionals, they not pros, man. They're not pros because they 18. So my thought was, if you make the decision to leave college and go to the NBA, then you have decided that you are a man, right? Like, you have decided that you want to live in a way and be treated like a man. I don't think that you should be forced into manhood at 19. But that's what college basketball is going to be. Like this, we're going to fine you for being late and stuff like that. That's not how you do this with kids that age, but the money becomes such a complicating factor, and that's all going to it's all just going to keep walking back to where's there room for you to be a child playing the sport?
We got guys, and I live in D.C., and basketball is big in this area, and of course in Maryland, like, it's a big deal. We had players load managing their way out of championship games, just like high school players. It's like, producer sent me a story a couple of days ago about a guy who came out for warm-ups, championship game. He's like, nah, not playing in the finals. And there's a couple guys that's just, so it's just going to keep trickling down.
That is so wild.
Which is like, and that's the thing is, for me at least, like I remember having gone through this experience, and I guess other people, even if you're not an athlete, you just know that your world just gradually gets bigger. So it's like, when you're in elementary school, it's like, whatever, this is just your little world. It's all you really know. And like, I felt that way about sports also. I didn't have the perception. So like, I wouldn't cry if like today, I don't shed tears because I didn't win the championship in the 10th grade, or when I was 10 years old. We lost to the Northwood Rams, or it was a feeder for Dunbar. The boys was tough. We lost to them in the championship game. I cried. That was our second loss of the year. Because my world was so small, that's all that mattered. And although we did beat them in the championship 2 years later, and then my 8th grade year we beat them in the championship too, so we got them both. But anyway, that's because my world was that big. But it feels like because we know what the end goal is, that already it feels like this all feels like small potatoes to them. It's like high school, I know that this don't matter. College, I know this. I gotta win NBA titles. I gotta make $250,000 or $250 million in the first 3 years of my career. It feels like it's just their world has gotten so big so fast.
Well, I'm curious, how far down that mentality trickles, right? And so when I say that, I'll never forget my sophomore year of high school. I was the manager of the basketball team. It was a combination of two factors. One, I started growing and it messed my knees up. And two, but so good. It was like, okay, basketball. I love being a manager of the basketball team because really what I wanted to do was be around basketball, right? Like, there was a way to do it without play. Okay, cool. That's what I did. And I will never forget the last game of that year. It was a road game for our squad, and we had started the year, I can't say we because I wasn't on the team, but I feel like when you went to school, you could say we on it, right? We started the year with great expectations, and now it was coming down to a winner-take-all game. The winner won the district. The loser did not go to the playoffs. And I will never forget for the life of me how packed that gym was, how hot that gym was, how loud that gym was, and how miserable it felt when our school lost, right? Nothing else in the world seemed to matter at that point, right? Like, nothing at all. And part of, one of the cool things about getting older is your recognition that the world is much bigger than you thought it was. But I don't think I ever, until recently, appreciated how valuable it was to not know that and to actually think that basketball game was the only thing that mattered.
Yeah, it feels great. And it makes it when it works out in your favor, it feels so much better. And when it doesn't, it hurts so bad. I remember my last high school football game. Like, I was going to get a scholarship and going on and whatever, and still fully believed I was going to play professionally. But at that moment, that felt bad, man. It was like, these my guys, 4 years. Y'all ain't never playing no more, and I ain't playing with y'all no more. It hurt.
Yeah, not everybody's supposed to think that sports is a league. Right? Like for some people, and you knew who they were, right? It's okay for them to think that way. Everybody else is just supposed to be like, you know how cool it is to be on the team. Like, I was watching, not your Aaron Hernandez show, but I think it was the Netflix doc. I can't remember which one. And I ain't gonna lie, I kind of clowned this, but it's wild how important that semi-pro football team was to those right? Like, it's ridiculous to feel that way as an adult with a football team. Do you guys even have insurance, right? Like, what are you doing out here? But just like, this is some of the sad I've ever seen. Why are y'all so serious about this football team that ain't even a football team? What are you doing? But as a 16-year-old, that's really kind of cool.
It is.
Right? But they believed in football. These other cats, they believed in football so much. They had a team, they had camaraderie. Who am I to say that's not important to them, right? And I had to kind of step back, stupid though I think it was, but to appreciate the charm of the fact that we all choose what we believe in, and they decided that team was something to believe in.
It's a short life. Like, I mean, you gotta.
And they want to be on a football team.
They want to make it shorter.
So
they want to make it shorter and more painful. But if it makes it more valuable, that, like, I was joking on our group chat the other day where it's like, what? I mean, what's all this longevity stuff? I'll try to see me a quality black 90, which is 65, 70, and have a good time, man. What I need to be 80, 85 for? Like, that's what it feels like some of this stuff is. But I think all this stuff kind of exists on a continuum where, like, professionalizing sports, like, it's gotten it so much better in so many ways. But also, like, the other end of the spectrum where it's, like, the less professional stuff that I'm talking about with, like, great joy and nostalgia, like, it can go too far too. And I would say that if you got a full-time job and you still snapping up a helmet, no, stop it right now. It's too dangerous. Go play men's league basketball. Go ahead, do that. Flag football.
I am not like this. I found too. I enjoy sports just for being awe-inspired.
Yeah.
Right. I enjoy sports as a way to discuss culture. I do not enjoy sports as a way to talk about business. Right, and that's I think a lot of the way we talk about sports, including just this emphasis on, hey man, you got your chance to be rich. Right? That's a business concession. And that part I don't think is that interesting. And I think it is far less interesting even if you go there. It was one thing when this was a game of poor people coming up and making something of themselves. That is going away. And I gotta be honest, there's nothing charming about a bunch of rich kids.
It still exists in football. I think the quarterback position has like evolved to a point where it's a lot of early training because of financial situation. But generally, the risk and danger of football, they left that to us, like boxing. Like, hey, you got to get out the mud. But in basketball,
right, and poor white people don't think they poor, so they don't think to pick themselves up by their bootstraps and put on some cleats and improve their situation.
That still exists in football, and I think you're right. Money and business in sports is something that you want to be hidden. The only like money stories in sports that are pretty good is like when you buy your mom a house. That's awesome. When you get drafted, the act of getting drafted itself isn't that awesome. And I guess getting drafted now, the guys are getting millions of dollars in college. Like that don't even feel cool.
That's a great point. That's just another job.
Those milestones felt awesome at some point. Like for a spectator, like this is cool. You see the whole family cry. It's like those pinnacle moments that feel like, or I guess like more like landmark moments. Those feel special because of the money involved in it. The rest of it, like I want the business hidden from me, and I don't know. I hear all this. I mean, not completely hidden. I find it interesting to talk about, but we're a franchise tag time right now.
Yeah.
And the Pickens conversation keeps coming up, and it drives me a little nuts how I think this also falls in the category of people say the thing they think makes them sound smart, and I think or sound shrewd. Like we got to franchise tag him and do that. Like I think feels shrewd, and I don't actually think it is, and it frustrates me to some degree. I understand it, but I don't like it.
So, I'm curious why you do not think it is shrewd.
Okay. I don't think it is. I think, obviously, absolutes for children and idiots. So there are times when it is shrewd. I think as a general rule,
Okay, you're not talking particularly about
No.
Pickens.
Pickens is a more complicated situation.
Yes, it is. Because I'm tagging his so fast, it's ridiculous.
You're tagging him for a different reason, I think. So, like, you're tagging him because you want to see it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it all again. And there were some stories that came out that said it wasn't as smooth off the field as it was on the field. So, like, that's a different conversation. I guess my point is people point to the Bengals and say you can't pay 2 wide receivers and you can't do this. You can't pay this guy right now. And I think the first thing that's important to know is that the franchise tag, and I say this over and over, so I think people who watch my show know this, but the franchise tag is really not a help if you're trying to build a champion. Because the franchise tag hits the cap all in 1 year. So, like, when people say that they don't have the money to do it, or we don't have the money to do it, yes, you do. If you got the money to tag them, you got the money to sign them and extend them. So, like, you actually have a better chance of building a better roster if you backload a contract and sign a guy right now that franchise tag him. And so that part kind of bothers me. And then the other thing is, I think it goes to your creativity point, is I hate that so many GMs and coaches and owners live in a state of fear where there is a template, and if you stray too far away from the template, you're considered stupid, which I feel like that, like, discourages the creativity. And, like, there's nothing smart about following the template. Creating the template, figuring out the keys that built the template, them dudes were smart. You following it, like, that's not smart. You're not strategic. You're not creative.
Yeah, I saw you make the point that I agree with as it related to the Luka trade. Nico made a bad decision. He shouldn't have done it. But hey, I ain't gonna act like that. He takes some heart. Like, I see people like, it didn't take heart. It was just ego. Yeah, I hear you. But he ain't got the biggest ego in the world, right? He had the nerve to say, you know, I'm probably going to get fired for this, but I'm going to do it.
I love it.
You know, there is absolutely something to that. Now, the thing with the comparison between keeping Higgins and keeping Jamar Chase with the Cowboys and with their CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens thing, where this becomes interesting to me is that, yes, the Bengals have the worst defense in captivity.
Yep.
But they didn't necessarily have to have the worst defense in captivity. Like, there are ways to kind of work around that. And I think you and I are in a similar boat on this one. I think the Cowboys are I think Jerry's not really the football man anymore, but I always thought Jerry was a better football man than he got credit for being. I think Steven's a better football man than they get credit for being. They have a bad defense, but not in a way that they can absolutely not be fixed.
And I guess that's my point, is the Bengals example is going to be an example used to perpetuate this kind of groupthink of how you can behave and how you can build a team, and I don't think that's fair. Ultimately, of course, this is a different route, and maybe it will be more challenging, but it can be done. What it boils down to is you can do anything if you draft well. And you know what, the Cowboys, of all the teams in the NFL, Cowboys kind of consistently, they kind of draft well.
And by the way, and when they made picks we thought were crazy, they work out. Like both the Tylers, right? Like Tyler Smith, we were like, what are you doing? Apparently, something very wise, right? They do the Bill Belichick thing and it works.
How awesome is that? Like, I don't know. That's the thing that bothers me. And I guess part of it makes it even better when we all jump on their head. But that's the thing that bothers me about jumping on people's head, is it discourages them from taking a risk. And then it's so cool when it works. I'm sure Bills fans, to this day, go back to how we all reacted to Josh Allen being drafted. And they are so happy about it because they were right, or what Brandon Beane was right. Like, that feels good.
Yeah. Yeah, wow. I'm just saying this. I was right when I was right, but I've never been happier to be wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Josh Allen got there, we was all just like, all right, cool, let me get 2
You
tickets.
can't, so,
show, please.
You can't say you was right when you was right, though. That's
No,
a trap
no,
door
no.
that you sneaking through.
No. This is what I mean, okay? I did not think that he would turn out to be good, and I thought he would get everybody fired, and instead he got everybody raises, okay? Like, I want to be very clear about where I was absolutely wrong. Like, in the macro, I was wrong. But there were 2 years where that boy was cheeks. and they all tried to tell me that he was not cheats.
Okay. Yeah,
right?
yeah. That's a different
And
conversation.
if they were not so dedicated to that, they'd have been right over there with us.
I guess.
But instead, I give them credit. They rode it all the way out, and it came up with
I guess I get what you're saying. You're all right about that. I, on the other hand, was dead wrong because I said don't draft him. You blew it. You made a mistake.
I did say that. I did say that. Okay, so
no matter how long that took, I was wrong as heck.
You're right.
So that's all. But you're right. When people were saying he was good but he was bad, they were wrong. We were right. But then we've been wrong. We've been wrong ever since.
Yeah, but they was guessing. They ain't really believe that. Like I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
I don't want to give them
Right. That's the problem.
They were not operating from a position of
Right,
information.
that's fair.
Like you go pull out them Josh Allen blooper reels from he was at Wyoming, man. Get out of here.
That's fair.
Are you
I mean,
serious?
the only person like the people who drafted him, they can do that. I think you're. They can say we saw it and we worked through it, we got it going, and we knew that Diggs was going to crack the code, and now he hasn't looked back ever since, and they ain't get him no receiver since then either.
All right, look, man, is he gonna be our Marino? Where it ain't your fault. I mean, it's not you. It ain't your fault y'all won, but we're not gonna say it's your fault that y'all lost.
I looked, he probably is, but I looked up what could possibly be the curse in Buffalo because, like, past Josh Allen, like, we know they were lost for, like, that is a bad situation. They can't get it done. Maybe the new stadium will help, but I did find an article a couple years ago that the original creator of the Buffalo Wings, black man.
Interesting, and they ain't
Get
giving
no
him
credit.
Well, also I could argue. I'm still salty with them with the way they treated Tyrod that year that he got y'all to the playoffs for the first time in 19 years, and y'all put him on the bench for the Peterman, and then had to take the Peterman out of that game after 5 interceptions. Tyrod better than me. I'd have been over there with church socks on. I wouldn't have been able to get back in the game. I ain't got the proper equipment in order to participate in this.
That was the year before, right?
It was the year before they drafted Josh Allen. Yeah.
See? So I respect the NFL. They put a curtain in front of that tank. They slipped the Peterman in there on you.
They tried, and he was so good at it. They was like, yo, you can't. Because, Sean McDermott, if you read that Tyler Dunn article from a couple years ago where McDermott was like, he looked at Cam Newton as the problem in Carolina. Like, he's like, imagine how good we could have been if it worked for Cam Newton.
That's insanity.
You're right, and he's the same guy that thought that putting the Peterman. That's the thing. I don't think McDermott was trying to take. I think McDermott thought that the Peterman was going to be the secret to success.
Yeah, I think you're right. Which is absolutely insane. Like, Cam Newton was not the problem down there, and Peterman wasn't the answer.
I've never seen they jump bait on that one. Like, hey, you ready to? Tyrod just want to know maybe you could get back in the game.
Oh man, I appreciate you, Bomani, for making some time for me. I can tell people where to find you, but if they hear, they probably already. I still get probably more. It's probably 75% of the time I'm out. It's like my show and Get Up is still like I feel like my star has grown, but still, like if there's one thing that I get like hollered at more than anything, it's like, hey, the right time. Appreciate the right time. I love you, Bomani. I'm like, I got a show too.
You know what my favorite part about that is? I love the fact that means they know my show very well because they come up and tell y'all that and then largely leave me alone. I do not have an approachable spirit. But I'll tell you this though, this is real. I'll never forget this. Like the most gratifying somebody recognized me in public ever was like 15 years ago. I went with Miami, the first LeBron year. I went out to LA to do Jim Rome's show. And I went, see, in LA, if you wanted to go to a basketball game back then, but you ain't had no money, you went to the Clippers game. Right? So me and Marcus Vandenberg went, and I'll never get a dude walked up to me and was like, yo, I really like the podcast. And I was doing the Evening Jones. And it feels different when they like the podcast or a podcast or something you've been a regular on. Like, you're not just a hype beast when somebody does
and
that.
And there's a different clientele. I feel like before I had my own show, the people who would come up to me were one of two people. It was like random high amount of like celebrities that recognize me and a high amount of like people who ain't doing and then I realized who got time to watch TV the time when I'm on TV. People with a lot of people with not that much.
A very interesting two Americas.
But with the podcast, like people listen to it all the time, so it's like on your commute, it's whatever. It's like the podcast. I feel like I have more contact with normal people, and
that's a great
TV,
point.
I feel like it's more like other ends of the spectrum because like you could say that your clips show up on social media, but the only clips that get to people on social media are the ones where it's like super hype nonsense, arguing or yelling or something, or saying something dumb, and then those get to everybody.
Yeah, brother, I have retired from anything anybody says directly to me on the internet.
Yeah, good.
I no longer really care what they post on social because I'm not going to listen to the response no more. Y'all got it. Whatever. I can't. Yeah, them bots going to have to holler at somebody else.
I got to get my man Charlie to start reading the comments, but I'm post comments too.
No, what you need to do is you need to get him and Joel on there at the same time, and y'all, and we can stage an intervention. I'll jump in if you need it.
Please do. All right, Bomani, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for making the time for us.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks to all great producers.
We out. This is the Dominique Foxworth Show.
Did you know that PetSmart has auto ship? Now you do. Smart deals, low prices. PetSmart, anything for pets.
Welcome back to another episode of Podcast P, presented by Prize Picks, a Wave Sports and Entertainment original. And today, again,
Who we got?
another special guest. We got big money in the house.
Big money.
I mean, and the craziest thing about it is he's probably, technically the youngest NBA player in the league.
Don't say that. And he balling like that.
Because he was born on a leap year, so technically he like 5,
He got 3 or 4
6
birthdays.
years old. Hey, shout out another Indiana great, Tyrese Halliburton, y'all.
Thanks for coming.
Hey,
Welcome to the show, sir. Welcome to the show.
Hey, tell me about that, man. You born on a leap year. That's blew my mind.
Yeah.
I've never met somebody born February 29th.
2 birthdays. Yeah, it wasn't planned. I was supposed to come like March, came a little early.
Yeah.
I was on mom told me at least. But growing up, it was kind of trash because it was like, I didn't necessarily have a birthday, so I had to pick the 28th or the 1st, and like I always wanted it to be February, so I celebrated the 28th.
Okay.
But nowadays, because we got some more money than I had when I was growing up, we celebrate the 28th and 1st.
Oh, that's sick.
That's the addition of rich people shit.
Yeah. Like as a kid though, like when the Flyers say February 29th, the people was like, "Oh, he bullshit." Like,
no, but
like they playing around. Ain't no February 29th.
No, but what was funny is I actually had a girl grew up with me my whole life, and she was born on the same day.
Oh, no
So
way.
there were 2 of us, like, we went to elementary, middle, and high school together.
That's
so I was
great.
like, yeah, shout out to Isabel. She probably will never watch this.
Shout out to Isabel.
But, that was just a thing that everybody always messed with me about growing up.
Okay. Nah, that's funny. Now, while we have you, man, we do want to congratulate you on a big contract, 5-year, $260. It clicked there in Indiana. It's mutual love between you and the Pacers. Shout out to you on that hell of a nod. Talk us to that. Like, has it hit you yet?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's crazy. You know what's crazy about it is, like, I tell people this about All-Star, like, getting All-Star, too. Like, you would think that it's, like, such this, like, overwhelming feeling that I don't even know how to act. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That I would just, like, start crying but it's crazy, like, the perspective I have on it of, like, it was like written, you know what I mean? Like, I've known this is coming for a little bit now, probably last, like, 6 months I knew that something like this would be happening.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I was just like, man, can we just, like, let's just get it done so we can, like, get to hooping, you know what I mean? But it definitely, it hasn't hit me yet.
Yeah.
My dad is still texting me at random hours of the day and night, like, wow, this is amazing. Like, he texted me something crazy the other day, like, your mom ain't never held $1 million in her hand. Make that happen for her. I said, what? He want to go to the bank, pull $1 million out, give it to my mom.
Ready to open up everything he done had.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Hey, I don't blame him, dog.
Yeah. But it is, it's definitely surreal. It definitely ain't hit me yet. No way.
Do you got what's the treat yourself gift? You got something lined up, something planned?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't necessarily have like a vice or anything yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. I'm not into cars or anything like that. I'll probably start getting into like watches, and that's probably gonna be my biggest thing, getting into watches and stuff like that.
Boy.
Got a lot of stuff you can get into.
Watches.
Talk. All that money, boy.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. When I signed my deal, and I only signed for 90. My first deal was 90. But to me, boy, that was. Woo, I was smiling for like a week straight.
Yeah, it's hard not to. I'll tell you, I ain't stopped partying. They keep me pictures coming out of me like people was messing with me because my girl had got the little balloon set up in the backyard with the 260 mil on it.
Yeah.
And she posted a picture on her story of it. And people, and somebody screenshot and put on Twitter, they're like, man, this dude celebrating like it's a baby shower. I was like, nah, you know, my girl set it up for me.
It's a big ass baby.
Yeah.
Lifetime opportunity. She doing it right there.
She doing it right.
Shout out to your girlfriend. Keep celebrating.
Yeah. Keep celebrating.
Keep celebrating. You just keep balling.
Yeah. And what's crazy, you 23, dog. So the 260, that you gonna get another 5, and that shit probably gonna be like 320, 340.
The TV deal, who knows what it's gonna look like here soon. But that's always the crazy part too, is people like regular, like some fans that be mad at the amount of money that, you know, guys get, but compared to the salary cap, like I was reading something the other day about like when Cole got like 24 million with the Lakers or something, like the amount of percentage he had on the salary cap compared to what we do now was like way more, but it just wasn't as much money because that's not what cap is at. Right. I know people be getting mad, but I mean, hey man, that's how much money the league makes. We just, you know, reap the benefits.
Our game growing.
Yeah,
don't worry about that. Shit.
Yeah, they push that shit to the side. We're gonna talk about that later, anyways.
Yeah,
we'll save that combo.
Look, the NBA season is done, but that doesn't mean that Prize Picks is. Jackie, what's the next sport that's making you some money?
What I'm doing?
Playing a little baseball?
Home run baseball, baby. Look, I'm up big thanks to my guys over there at the Dodgers, man. Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman, who are helping me cash out this season, but the audience don't know what we're talking about right now. So let them know what Prize Picks is, Dallas.
Prize Picks is a daily fantasy app. You pick 2 to 6 players like the video on your screen. Then you pick if they will have more or less than their Prize Picks projection. You aren't competing against other people. It's just you versus the projections available.
Look, I know how much I won, but let the people know how much they can win at Prize Picks.
You can win up to 25 times your money on any entry, and on top of that, all first-time users that deposit and use our promo code PODCASTP will receive a 100% instant deposit match up to $100.
That means if you deposit $20, Prize Picks will give you $20. If you deposit $100, Prize Picks will give you $100. And you already know we do at this time. What we do, Dallas? Cha-ching!
So P had a max contract in Indiana, but talk a little bit, and there obviously is a huge difference. I think it's like $170 million difference, but talk a little bit about, you know, an organization believing in you that much, and kind of, you know, since you both got those contracts, talk about how, you know, just that feels. Is there any added pressure, or what does it feel like to have an organization believe in you that much?
Yeah, I wouldn't say pressure. I don't want to go there really. Like for me, that's not real like pressure. You know what I mean? Like for me to live the way I wanted to growing up, and my mom made sure I had everything I ever had when I was little, and we always played in every AU tournament. My mom always came to the games. Like she was doing things, you know what I mean? Like to make sure that we were able to do that. She wasn't living how she wanted to live necessarily. You know, she was making sure her kids were good. So that's real pressure to me, making sure that you know your kids and your family good, and everybody doing what they can, you know, what they want to do, you know, the way she raised me. So I don't look at it like that. It's just basketball at the end of the day. I always have fun when I play. Like, it's a child's game, bro. Like, I have so much fun playing basketball, so I don't look at it like that. Now, on the sense of, like, how important is it to me that they, you know, they believe in me that way, like, that means the world to me, you know, because it wasn't, like, that was going to be their biggest thing all summer. They had said that, you know, when we met before I signed, was, like, the biggest thing that we can do this summer is get this deal done. And mind you, we've made some free agency moves and some things that will help us build for the future, but that just meant a lot to me to know, like, they're like, this is the most important thing for us to get this set in stone, and we can make all the moves, you know, from there. But, I mean, it's hard to put it into words, like, because, you know, we're, as basketball players, and you get older, like, you're always valued because you're looked at as, like, you know, you're an asset at the end of the day, right? So, like, there are people in your life who look at you as, like, you know, like if they can latch on, like they can come up with you too. You know what I mean? And so it just means the world that, you know, they are invested in you like that.
On that note of adding players to that team, I know you guys got Bruce Brown, just traded for Obi, and you're very active on like social media when the trade buzz and shit is going on. Are you just locked in like as much as the fans are? Because it seems like bro, you be on it. Like,
Yeah. I mean,
you love the news, everything.
So,
Like,
come on, you know I got Woj,
That's
I
it,
got
yeah.
Shams, I got my notification. I know everything that's going. I know everything that's coming. I be waiting for every single move. I'm always the first one. As soon as a move come on my phone, I'm calling my homies like, yo, you see this?
you see that?
What's going on out here? But nah, man, it's exciting. I think both of them are going to be really good fits. I've known Obi since college. Like, we did a Finish Line commercial together, like before we came to the NBA, and we have like kind of the same marketing agent. So we've been, you know, with each other we've been with each other forever. We always kick it when I go to New York. His girl, my girl are close, so it's exciting that, you know, we're going to be together and playing together that way. And then Bruce adds something that I think we don't have yet, you know, with the energy he brings, and he's just like, you can plug him anywhere, man. He can make things happen.
He's a winner.
I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, that's dope. Y'all adding a champion to the roster as well with Bruce going there. I'm looking forward to that. You and Obi together, young guns, young talent.
Yeah.
Y'all play and complement each other so well. So that's a good little pair right there.
Yeah, you know we play fast.
Indy up, Indy going up. I see y'all.
Big Indy. Pete, what you know? Let's talk about your time when you was up in the Indy though.
I enjoyed it. Yeah, I enjoyed my time in Indy.
Okay, I want to talk to you about how hard was it to get being in a low market team at the time. How hard was it to get players that was good to come to play for y'all? Like who was it? I think Anthony Davis.
Yeah. It was. The problem is because it's, and I don't want it to sound bad, but it's Indiana. Like, so when people would go, you know, free agency, they go out west immediately. Right. Phoenix, Lakers, you know, Clippers. You know, everybody's going to go to the big destinations, right? For us, it was just like, all right, now how do we cycle through whoever else that wasn't picked to go to these bigger markets? You know what I mean? And that was just the challenge we had. But I think when like guys went there, it was like, oh, the culture they love, the training staff, like, you know, Carl and Josh.
Yeah.
Since I've been in the league, they're one of the best trainers I ever had in my career. They keep people healthy, and like, you know, guys will come in and be like, yo, y'all training staff is crazy. Like, bro, this was hurting on me. It's like, that shit gone now. And at the time, I didn't realize it, like, because Indy was the only team I knew. But at the time, it was like, you know, that's what the talk was. But then, like, I think just from our culture standpoint, same thing, when guys came over, it was just different than what they used to. And I loved it. It's probably different now from you know, the culture that you guys have now, the team. But when I was there, it was like, I wouldn't necessarily say it was military, but it was damn near close. Like,
but like, would you say that's the culture you walked into?
That's the culture I walked into.
Right. So it was like that right when you got there.
Right when I got there, and I loved it because I'm a person that does well with structure. So I love the culture of like, I mean, I don't know, they still fine for like late on treatment time. I love that.
Bro. If I be getting so mad at Josh. I be like, you're 30 minutes away from the gym, so sometimes traffic might hit or something, or I stopped and I started talking to somebody on my way to treatment. But like our treatment times be knocked down, like, all right, 8:45, 9 o'clock, 9:15. Yeah. Like, I walk in there, if I'm at 8:45 treatment, I walk in there at 8:47. He don't say, they just say what up, like everything's sweet. When I get to my locker, I'm like, what is that? So fine, I'm like, oh no, this is crazy.
Like for 2 minutes.
2 minutes, bro. You late for 2 minutes, and you could be in the building, but if you ain't in that room on that table at 8:45,
on that table,
you're getting
how much is the fine?
Do you want to disclose that, or are you?
I mean, like, that's crazy.
It's not a couple hundred.
It's not a couple hundred. The store ain't a couple hundred.
It's not a couple $100.
Wow. But that's like, it wasn't like that at SAC for me. Like, you know what I mean? When I came there and now I'm 2 minutes late and y'all finding me, I'm like, there's no way.
That's why it's different. Like, because all the guys that came there, like, yo, bro, like, they finding me for this. Like, I don't know if I can play here.
Of course it is.
Nah, you're good.
It makes y'all better, though, right? For helping y'all be on time.
For sure.
I love it. I love it because, like, I've been places and, like, you know, guys are trickling in whenever they want to. Like, you know, nah, bro, we're trying to win something. Like, we need you here at this time. Like, with Indy, like, everybody was in the arena at least an hour before practice. Like, that does so much for a team, opposed to, like, dudes rolling in 20 minutes before, 30 minutes before practice. Like, how are you ready to practice right now? You ain't did shit to get your body ready. Like,
no, and they're militant with the lifting part of it too.
Yeah, you gotta get 10 lifts.
Oh my, bro, you know, because during season, like, some dudes lift a lot, but like my first 2 years, I like during season, I'm touching the weights. I ain't no way, you know what I mean? So when I got there, I remember I walked in, and Sean was like, "We're gonna lift today." And I'm like, "All right, whatever." He's like, "When's the last time you lifted?" And I was like, 2.5 weeks, like 3 weeks. He started laughing. I'm like, "What you laughing for? This is serious. I'm for real." He's like, "There's no way." And we lift every day. Like even if it's just like maintenance body stuff, we lift every day. Like, so that makes guys have to be there early. Like he's talking about, like, because when I was in SAC, or I know a lot of, like, some of those organizations where dudes will walk in 10 minutes before practice. You know what I mean? Because they don't have to be on the table. They don't have to be in the weight room. Like, you got to be in the weight room at a certain time. So, like, they don't make y'all stretching them before y'all start y'all workout?
I mean, if you're in Indy, like, you're going to be ready to practice.
Okay, because
you're going to be there early enough, and you're going to be, like, stretched. You're going to have treatment. Like, you're going to have some type of activation before you practice. So, like, you're good in Indiana. Other places, like, bro, literally you'll come in, like, I've seen dudes literally get in, like, practice at 10 o'clock, they park at 9:55.
Yep,
just
that's
hurry up through
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
How many times you ever got fined in Indiana?
In Indy? I had hella fines, bro. Because they fine you for everything, bro. Fine you for treatment, fine you for appearance, fine you for, like, everything. But I loved it.
Anything they don't play.
I'm not saying it from an area of complaining. I loved it. Like, regardless if I hated getting fined on that day or that moment, but I just love that it was like they treat you like you be a professional. You know?
Yeah, that, and like y'all talked about this on the pod with DeMar. Like, that just helps kind of set the tone for, like, this is how you're supposed to be. You know what I mean? Like, it's good for the young guys because, like, it depends on where you are, because you could be some places where dudes walk in at 9:55 and you think that's regular. Like, at first, like, that's weird, but then you just get used to it because it's the NBA, and, you know, everywhere dudes are doing things that you ain't never seen before.
Yeah, like, it's wild other places.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So that like sets the tone.
So with your contract, and I know we've harped on it a little bit, but even me as a fan, I'm looking at all these numbers, and it's crazy how much money is just being torched across the NBA, and it really is wild for, like, a normal fan. And I know, talking to P about it, it's one thing, you know, P obviously has gotten a big contract before. You mentioned how your dad is texting you, but what about, like, friends, just random acquaintances, or just fans, media? Is it weird that now they're talking about how much money you're making? Like, is there a level of, like, are you uncomfortable with it at all? Or, like, how are you kind of dealing with that? Because it's got to be different.
Yeah, I mean, of course it's exciting, but I think there's, like, for me, the way I look at it, like, I think Rico Hines instilled this in me when I got to the NBA. He's like, nobody cares about how much money you have. Like, in the NBA, that does not matter. You know what I mean? Like, next year I'll be making, from my rookie scale contract, I'm making like $4 million. Like, that nobody cares. You know what I mean? Like, because when you get on the court, there's gonna be somebody out there making $2 million that's coming to kill you. You know what I mean? Like, that just kind of comes with the territory. So, like, that used to be a thing all the times, because there's sometimes there'll be dudes on the court who might, like, they might get defensive or something. There's, like, some weird dudes in the league, or just weird people in general, who are like, you know, I make more money than you. Like, nobody cares. That has nothing to do with what's at hand. You know what I mean? So that's why I never looked at it that way. I never thought about it like that, because it's like, at the end of the day, no matter what, when the season started in October, like, I got to lace up like everybody else. And now, honestly, people are probably going to be coming at my head more for that fact. You know what I mean? So, like, you got to be prepared for that. And but I don't really trip off it. I've been trying not to post too many pictures with, like, 260 or however what, like, 200 numbers behind me, because I'm like, it's not that, it ain't about that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just an exciting time in general.
No, you Googleable now.
Yeah, bro.
Googleable. It's annoying.
It has to be.
Yeah.
Like, what about, like, I'm assuming that you have a close group of friends, but, like, I'm thinking, if I, you know, woke up tomorrow and made $260 million in a contract, like, is it hard to, like, view your friends the same. Like, you have to think a little bit different when you're communicating with people. I've talked to P about it a lot, whether that's family, friends. Like, it adds like a whole nother like stressful factor that you have to think about. So I know it's fresh, but I wonder if this was later down the road, if you know, not that we would need stories, but just dealing with like you being a person, being a human, you know what I mean, and having to, you know, develop relationships with people moving forward.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that, but that, like, I mean, obviously it's going to happen more over time. Like, I'm sure you've been in the league a while. Like, I'm sure you've had people that you've had to get out of your life for certain reasons.
Maybe sound old.
My bad. But I'm sure you had people in your life that you, like, they just had to go. You know what I mean? And I've only been in the league going into my fourth year. There's been people in my life, they just had to go. You know what I mean? Like, you're not here for the right reasons, or you think, like, because like you said, they can find our salaries on Google. Like, so they know how much, like, I can't. Some people lie. Like, I can't lie. Like, you can look it up. You know what I mean? They know you got it, you know? So, like, that'd be the hard thing, is you just want to know where people's intentions are. You know what I mean? And that's the biggest thing, because now where I'm going, like, everybody just wants to, like, everybody, like, brands, all people, they just want, like, a piece of you, because, like we talked about earlier, you're an asset at the end of the day. So you got to go about the right way and see where people's true intentions are, to me. And, like, I think over time, like, it's just going to keep happening. It's just kind of a part of the cycle of life, for sure.
The right team let you go.
Yeah, that's it. And you touched on it. Like, you got the right mindset. You well beyond your years, bro. Like, you got the right mindset. Your circle is gonna change. You know what I mean? And it should. Like, you're gonna find yourself, because, you know, now you're going to be in a different tax bracket. So you're going to find yourself, like, your interest is going to change. Like, your likes of life is going to change. Like, just everything. And that's okay. That's a part of, like, your maturation. Like, so don't fear that. Like, don't be afraid from that. Like, don't be afraid to leave certain people behind. Like, that's part of, like, the journey that you're on right now.
For sure.
You know what I mean? So, like, just dive into that shit right there. Yeah. Facts.
Because he done left me a lot of time.
A lot of time. I had to leave his ass, bro.
Tag along. I don't care.
On the way back.
I disturbed him a couple times. What do you want?
P, I just want to hang out in front of the house. Man.
In front of the house.
That's it.
So I want to talk about free agency a little bit, and I know you're in tune with it, but for P at least, you know, we got Russell Westbrook back on the Clippers, and I know you're a huge fan of Russ. I love him. I'm so happy he's back as well. Someone tweeted or something like it might have been one of the biggest pay cuts in NBA history to stay with the Clippers, but talk about how much that means to you with Russ staying with the Clippers.
Yeah. I mean, shit, shout out Russ, dog. Like, shout out Russ. That's a steal, right? Like, you get Russ at the minimum, that is a steal.
P, 7.8.
I know. 8. I know, but you know what? The thing is, though, like, Russ is doing so well off the court that, like, that he's not moved by money. Like, and I talked to him before, and it's funny because I was like, as I'm talking to him, and I know, like, what we can offer him, and it's like, it's an awkward moment. Like, should I recruit him? Like, back?
Yeah, you don't want to be like this.
I don't want to be that guy that, like, bro, lowball you, like.
Yeah, right.
Like, hey, what do you got for me? Well, now that we're talking about.
So when I'm texting him, I'm talking to him, and I'm just like, basically, like, you know, just keep us as an option. Like, you know, like, we would love to have you back, basically. Like, I'm thinking, like, no way he coming back. And he, like, you know, like, I'm trying to come back, bro. Like, what we doing? So I'm like, wait, what? Wait, what? But nah, it's dope, man. I'm happy to have Russ back. He means so much to the team. Just that small stint that he had with us, bro. He just changed the whole culture in that short of a time. And his ability to, like, do everything, like, he's one of, like, just the rare personalities, rare human beings in the league. 100 stand-up dude. But to get him at you know, $4 million, like, that's a huge deal. And it means a lot, like, from a standpoint of, like, who he is as a person. Right. You know what I mean? Like, he could have went anywhere and maybe made another 10, 12 million. But the fact that, you know, he found us.
Play like he getting paid $300.
And that's the thing, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
He gonna play and outperform, like, and have no care about it. Yep. You know what I mean? It ain't gonna be like, you might have somebody be like, I ain't diving for that shit, bro. Y'all don't pay me for that. Russ gonna go 100%.
Oh yeah, he don't ever.
And he gonna play every game. Like,
play like
that's a dog right there.
he gonna play bigger than your contract.
Yeah, he's
like,
gonna.
real talk.
Yeah, no, for
Like
sure.
that's how he is. Like it's crazy watching him play too.
Yeah.
Different from playing on the court, I ain't never did that. But watching him play, that man is different.
And he's durable. That's what I love about man.
Yeah, you
He's
know he gonna
durable.
play. Speaking of Russ Steele, I want to ask you something real fast because we know your welcome to the NBA moment was against Dame Dollar. We know that. But give me a story about your first time ever going up against Russell Westbrook. Did he go through bop your ass too?
First time going against Russ, I don't necessarily remember like that first matchup. When I think about Russ, like my earliest stories about Russ, my second year, we played the Lakers in the preseason, and you know in SAC.
That's my team.
Okay,
Check that out.
okay. And like you know in SAC, when you play the Lakers or you play the Warriors, especially when I was like, I mean, we weren't good when I was in SAC, so like the fans were mainly Lakers and Warriors fans. You know, it's a preseason game and it's cracking in there, like because Russ had just got there, like
Just came over.
yeah,
Right.
he just came over, so it's like one of their first preseason games. And I was starting, you know, I didn't start my whole rookie year, so I'm like, okay, let's see what this bump is about. Like the first play, Russ came down and hit Fox, and mind you, Fox is dumb strong too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Fox is dumb strong. Hit him, boom, laid it up, and Fox like moved back a little bit, and he rocked the baby celebration, and the crowd, it was at Rucker. I was like, it's the first play of the preseason. What you mean? Like this is what this is about? Like, cause he rocking the baby, talking to the crowd. Everybody standing up going crazy. I'm like, nah, this is crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
That's the thing about Russ though. Russ and Fox, my whole because we played him when he was in Washington my rookie year. When I was with Fox the first half of the year, we probably played him like 2 or 3 times. Those two always go at it because they're both like super athletes.
Mm-hmm.
Like you know what I mean? They're super competitors. So like. Watching those two go at it, I used to be like, yo, this is like a movie. Sometimes I just sit back like, y'all got it. And I'll slide up. Hey, Fox, if you need me, I'm right here, fam. I'm right here. But that's probably what I can remember most about Russ, for sure.
You want to go somewhere with me?
What you mean?
You want to go back down memory lane with me, real quick?
Come on, we can do that. We can do that.
I want you to take me back memory lane all the way to the beginning.
Okay.
Think deep. Use your mental mind.
Okay.
Okay.
Your mental mind.
Let me know who's the first person that put a basketball in your hand and gave you that motivation and said, Tyrese, get your ass out there and ball. Who was it?
First person?
First person.
Man, probably Pops. Probably Pops for sure.
Pops for
so when
sure.
I was born, he coached a middle school girls team. And so I just used to always be, like, from the minute I could crawl or probably born in general, I was just always with Pops. You know what I mean? So, I always meet girls who were on the team like randomly. Like I don't remember them. I was a little kid. Like one of them is like she was my babysitter growing up, so I'm with her all the time. But the other ones I don't really know like that. I remember like I was in high school. They used to be like, "Yo, you have no idea when you were like 1 year old, could barely like walk, probably couldn't even walk." He's like, "Your dad used to give you half court, and we had to practice on the other half."
Wow.
Like
that's crazy.
Like Pops was like, nobody's allowed to go over there.
Yeah.
Just my baby, and then we over here we gonna play. They playing 5-on-5. They doing it in half court because I'm on the other side, like
That's
just crawling
crazy.
around, you know. So that's just that's how I spent my whole life.
Boy had juice.
Yeah.
What was that team's record?
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know if they were nice.
They was great half court though.
No full court break, nothing.
No, I don't know nothing about their. I don't know nothing about
Bad transition team.
Slow game.
Good in the half court.
That's dope though. Shout out to your dad.
Yeah,
man.
shout out Pops.
Shout out to what's your
And he
dad's
was-
name?
John.
John.
Shout out to John.
And he was coach middle school?
Yeah, he was middle school girls basketball team.
Okay.
Yep.
He just coached middle school?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
He didn't coach any of your teams?
No. He ref my whole life, so like
okay.
yeah, he ref basketball my whole life, and then when I got to high school, he started doing volleyball, football to make more bread. But yeah, he probably ref me about 1 or 2 times. But
Did he? How was that?
Nah, he don't get no calls.
Nah.
He don't get no calls. He was supposed to. I remember middle school. He was supposed to ref one of our games. We were playing like the way it works in my hometown is there's 5 middle schools. We all play each other twice. So it was like the biggest middle school on my side of town played the biggest middle school on their side of town. And my dad was supposed to ref, and the parents from the other team was calling the school district like he can't ref this game. I was like, y'all y'all tripping because that probably would have helped y'all. He not doing nothing for me. He not giving me no calls. Then he just gonna talk to me the whole game. Just be like, yo, that move was weak. You know? That's just how he is.
Yeah, reference, look at your dribble. What's the trouble? Damn, Dad, come on.
Hey, that's lit though. Could you imagine if my pops was real?
With a ponytail too?
Ponytail slick back.
Hell no, baby.
But that used to be the best. They used to be the best, like in high school, because my pops always sat like front row, like the bleachers in high school. They'd be right on the court. You know what I mean? So he always knew the refs. You know what I mean? And the refs always knew who I was. But they used to not give me no calls. My dad would just be like, I'm gonna see you tomorrow. You know what I mean? Because we gotta rep these kids' games tomorrow, so we're gonna have a conversation why this is going on. You know, that's just how it was my whole life.
Shout out to Pops, man.
That is crazy. That's funny.
I never want to see your daddy coach.
Oh my God, he wouldn't be able to.
He can coach you fishing.
He got me.
He can coach you fishing. He ain't gonna get Pops all the way ready, beat him up. He can coach you fishing.
He can coach me fishing. He's a hell of a coach at fishing.
And he got the new boat now. Ooh, shout out to the boat.
So, speaking of family, the Lakers star Eddie Jones is actually your cousin, and you're also related to Jalen Suggs, who plays for the Magic. But talk a little bit about how much that played an effect in your route to the NBA.
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not in the slightest.
Why?
Because Suggs, we grew up kind of like, because he's from Minnesota, he played for the same AU program when we were little. So we were always around each other, but we never knew we were like related till our parents kind of put it all together, that there was like a relation there. So to be honest, our parents could just be BSing and we're not even related. That's just how it's been for a while, you know what I mean? And but they didn't play no part in it because like Eddie, I've never met Eddie in my life. I've never met him in my life. So that's like my uncle's kid. So I've never met Eddie in my life. So that didn't really play any part. That was the only thing that did for me is make me know that it was possible. Like I could do it. Like if he got some of the same blood I got, it's possible for me to do it. So that's all it really did for me. But yeah, like I used to always tell, that was like always my fun fact.
Yeah.
I always ask my fun fact. It's always I'm related to Eddie.
Yeah,
he has no idea.
And you still haven't met him?
Nah,
Still
he probably had no idea who I was until like year 2.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Crazy.
So yeah.
Tell you what though, 260, you got a whole.
Oh, he know you.
Yeah, oh, he's following.
He gonna call you want to hang out. Let's do a
You
shoot
got a
around.
lot of cousins now, bro.
Cousin, how you doing?
Too late for that
Talk
shoot
to you for a
around.
little bit.
I got a security service. So.
Yeah. He gonna start hitting you with shit. I need some trucks. I need some drivers. I was gonna buy these big diesels. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was gonna call it. Eddie Jones, sir.
What do you think?
It's not. I'm gonna stop so we keep going, then we won't be able to interview you. So let me get focused and serious. Get serious. Go ahead. Who up?
Sticking to the high school stuff, I always share, to all the guests that I was a late bloomer in high school, and you had a prolific high school experience as well. Being Gatorade Player of the Year in Wisconsin, right?
Yeah.
You won it your senior year as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. You won Gatorade Player of the Year, but was a 3-star recruit.
Yeah.
Did that discourage you? You feel like you were still an NBA product at that point?
No. The NBA was never a thought.
It was never.
It was like, of course, that's what I wanted to do, but
yeah.
like to even think about it wasn't a thing for me. And like 3-star, that drives me crazy because they threw that in when I got to college. You know what I mean? Because I got to college, I was no star. I was supposed to redshirt. Then I ended up starting game 2, and the next thing I know, middle of the game, they're like, "This is a 3-star point guard." I'm like, 3? What y'all talking about? I didn't have no stars.
I get that feeling.
ESPN had my name spelled wrong for the first 2 weeks of the season. I swear to God,
crazy.
I wish I was playing. I used to go on ESPN and it would say Tyrese Halliburton with 2 L. I'm like, who is he? I have no idea who he is. Like when I was, the reason is that you know how it is now with grassroots basketball. It's all about the circuit. Mm-hmm. So Nike's obviously the biggest. There's Adidas, Under Armour, all that stuff. I didn't do none of that. Like I played with like my local team. Like I had the opportunity to. I could have played Nike. I could have played Under Armour. I could have played Adidas. But I was like, I'm just gonna play with my homies because like I had mid-major offers. I knew I was gonna go to Northern Iowa, and I was like, shit, we gonna make it crack there. Like it is what it is. Mm-hmm. And then my last AU tournament, my senior year, we played against Team Rio, who at the time had Scotty Lewis. I think he's on the Hornets now, and a kid named Brian Antoine. But they were both like 5 stars. Ball his life was following him around, and they playing us in bracket play. And I got torched off. Oh, and it was like every coach in the country was there. And so I remember the game got done. And like I was like, man, but in my head I was like, yo, this is only going up. This is only going up. Next thing I knew, I had like Nebraska offered me, Michigan wanted me to come on a visit, Iowa State offering me, all this stuff kind of coming around. And I was like, and I was sick because I couldn't go to Northern Iowa. I knew I was going there since I was like 16.
Yeah.
So I had to go to, I mean, I didn't have to, but you know, you got to kind of make that move.
Yeah.
And went to Iowa State. But when I got to school, I talk about this all the time. Taylor Horn Tucker, we went to school together. 2 other guys that were 4-stars at the time. I remember we were sitting in one of the seniors' apartments, and they was asking us like, you know, what's y'all plan? How long y'all think y'all gonna be here? Because we was like the highest recruiting class. And Taylor was like, a year. He was like, I'm going to the NBA. And then he asked the other 2, they was like, yeah, 2-3 years, you know, want to get to the league. Like, Tyrese, what you think? So I have a good 4-year career. I have a good 4-year career. You know, try to fight to get to the NBA. You know, that's my biggest thing, because, like, you know, dudes from Iowa State, Monte Morris, George Niang, like, they had to fight to get where they are. You know what I mean? So that's just kind of the way I looked at it. I never would have thought that the NBA was going to be a thing, like not a real thing, at least for not for like 5 years when I got to school.
And how many years you did at Iowa State?
I did 2 years.
2 years.
Yep,
Okay.
yep. But after my freshman year, I probably averaged like 6 points. But I remember you had to send in, you know, I don't know if you had this, but do you have to send in like a little thing that like GMs or like scouts will tell you what they think you'll get drafted in?
Yep.
Like you had to send that in, and I sent it in. If it was like, I'm just making numbers up right now, but let's say it was 60 scouts. It was like 20 say that you're gonna be a first round pick, 20 says gonna be a second round pick, and 20 says gonna be undrafted. I'm like, I'm not even gonna go test the water. Like, why would I do that? You know what I mean? Like, I had to get nose surgery. I had to fuck the nose and stuff. So I was like, got that fixed, and then I was like, I'll just come back for my sophomore year, and I'll probably have a chance to go to the NBA after my second year.
And Georges was on that team?
No.
So he was gone.
Yeah, he was gone.
Okay.
He just Iowa State. There ain't a lot of us. So
1 year, like he said.
George is okay. George
did
just
4?
turned 30.
God damn, yeah. That's
23.
That's my young fella, though. That's my Nianga right there.
When did the NBA become a reality, though? Because it sounds like you really didn't have much expectations for maybe your first, second year. You're thinking you're going to be there for 4 years.
Yeah.
When did it kind of click, like, you know, oh, I probably will make the NBA?
Yeah, so like I remember after my freshman year, they always come out, after the draft, remember they always come out with like a way too early mock draft of the next year, the following year?
Yep.
I was like 31 to the Lakers. And I was like, oh, it's like crack. I was like, oh, shit, like crack, I'm going to go play LeBron.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And then we went to USA for under 19 that year, and it was like, we probably one of the best, I know there's been a lot of great USA teams, but like that 19 under team, probably one of the best 19 under teams probably ever. It was like me, Cade Cunningham, Jalen Green, Scotty Barnes, Evan Mobley, Jalen Suggs. We had the whole top 5 from Scotty. We had the whole top 5 from 2 years draft. Like if there was 12 of us on the team, I think 11 of us had played in the NBA. So like we beat, our average margin of victory is probably like 40 out there. But I just remember thinking like, if these dudes are NBA players, so am I. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that was my biggest thing, was like, you know, like, when I got there, it was like, I didn't know anybody, but like, you know, Jalen Green from like Ball His Life and, you know, YouTube and Cade and all those guys. And so like, I got out there, me and Cade, we really hit it off. Like, that's still one of my boys to this day. Like, we're really close. And from there, it was like, we was competing hard as shit in practice. Like, hard as shit. Like, us two was just guarding each other the whole time. And I was like, I think I got a chance. And from there, we won. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to the NBA. Ain't nobody can tell me nothing.
Yeah, that's one of the greatest things that people don't get to see is those USA practices.
Yeah.
Because, like, you literally are playing against the best talent around. Like, and for y'all, it was U19, so you're playing against the best of the best at 19. I had the similar approach when I played for Team USA. And being able to play against the top guys, see them live, up close. And it's not all-star game, like, we not playing like it's all-star game.
It's real
like,
bump.
It's real bump, dog. Like, and it's shit-talking. It's like dudes holding, you know, grudges. Like, oh, we busted y'all ass this day. Like, what y'all gonna come with tomorrow? Like, it was shit like that going on. So, like, yeah, that's dope. That's dope. You had that experience, and y'all took that with y'all, and y'all all grew. And who's the one guy that did make it?
I think it's Isaac Likely. He played at Oklahoma State.
Okay.
He was at Ohio State last year, but big, strong guard.
Yeah.
He defended everybody for us.
Okay.
But like,
Let's just highlight him. Shout him out.
Yeah. Shout out to Isaac. So.
Grainger knows that if you're a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility and your machinery isn't working right, you need to understand what's wrong as soon as possible. So when a conveyor motor falters, Grainger offers diagnostic tools like calibration kits and multimeters to help you identify and fix the problem. With Grainger, you can be confident you have everything you need to keep your facility running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So we had this question for later in the show, but you guys are talking about playing for the USA team, and you're a part of a very young team that's going to be playing in the World Cup. And so obviously playing for, your country and wanting to win gold, that's obviously probably your main goal. But talking about those moments where you get to play with these other players and practice and compete, what else are you looking to get out of during this time playing for the Team USA?
I think just establishing some things, like you said, it's a lot of us young guys are going out there, and I think it's going to be fun because, the way USA basketball is going, I'm not calling P and the other guys old, but they're older. You know what I mean? The last Olympics, KD was the best player on the team. How old is KD?
35.
Yo, 36. Is he?
35, 36. Yeah.
Really? This probably. Next year would probably be, if he plays Olympics, that'll probably be his last Olympics, I would assume. You know what I mean? So there's got to be a transition that's getting ready to happen from, to, us younger guys. You know what I mean? And I think what we're about to see this year is kind of setting the tone for that. You know what I mean? And I'm really excited about it because I think we have a bunch of young dudes who got something to prove, not only, for ourselves, but to everybody, because you see our roster, and none of us are, necessarily have established that we're a top 10 guy in the league or anything like that. We're all still got a lot of room to grow as players. So I think everybody kind of has a point to prove out there. And I think it's going to be fun because there's guys on the team with USA experience that have done it, on obviously 19 under, 17 under have done it growing up and stuff like that. But I'm just excited because, everybody's kind of around the same age. And I think I'm just going to, we're going to help set the tone for what it's going to be moving forward. And I think if you ask anybody on our team, they're going to be yeah, we want to play the Olympics next year. But I think, a lot of guys are going to come next year. It's we want this to be our last one. You know what I mean? KD, and I'm sure Bron might think about it. Everybody going to think about it. You know what I mean? So I've always said I kind of want to be a part of that transition for USA basketball and just basketball in general, to the new wave of guys, for sure.
Yeah, no, it's a fun experience, too. I mean, you've done it already. You've been down that road. But it was a fun-ass experience. Granted, when we did it, we had to stay on the ship and shit. I think I talked about it a couple episodes ago. We had to stay on the ship and shit. Yeah, with Debo. So it kind of took away from, the whole experience of being in another country and just embracing that culture. But in terms of, just building a real, brotherhood with those dudes, man, it was a blast. It made me better because, and again, you've been through this experience playing with Team USA. But you're with Indiana, you play a certain way, right? You're a scorer, you're a facilitator, the ball, the program, everything runs through you. But when you're at Team USA, it's all right, he's great at this shit too. I'm not gonna have the ball the whole game. I'm not gonna, So then I feel what I learned from it was I can affect the game in so many different ways now. You know what I mean? That energy that I used to go towards, trying to beat double teams and trying to break down the best defender on a nightly basis. Now I can use that energy to rebound. I can use that energy to go guard. I can use that energy to simple shit back cut. Learn how to be a better cutter, playing off the ball. You're gonna have a blast with that experience.
Yeah, you'll figure it out too.
Yeah.
With me and Brunson are gonna be out there together. People are who gonna start, who gonna play. For us, it's
it don't matter.
Yeah, it don't matter. One and two, both of us have played off the ball before. He played with Luka, I played with Fox. So now both of us have transitioned to being full-time on-ball guys where the ball's in our hands literally the whole game. But I think for both of us, it ain't gonna be a problem for either of us. To play off the ball when it's needed. Because for me, if I get an inbound, I say this all the time. If I get an inbound pass and I turn around and I see somebody in front of me, I'm just throwing the ball. Fam, I'll come get it from you on the other hand. I ain't gonna waste my energy. You know what I mean? Right. That's not for me.
Right. Who's all on that team? Who's on that roster?
Ooh, me, Brunson, Mikal Bridges, Brandon Ingram, Jaren Jackson, Anthony Edwards, Josh Hart, Cam Johnson, Austin Reeves, Paulo Banchero, Bobby Portis, and Walker Kessler. There it is. So
that's
yeah,
a
that's
fun
the
team.
Yeah,
Y'all shit. Y'all under 25, 26. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know who the oldest dude in our group is. Maybe Bobby.
Bobby for sure. Yeah.
Is there anyone on that list that you're excited to play with, like someone that you have not had the opportunity to share the court with, that when you look at that list, is there someone that kind of sticks out to you?
Man, I mean, obviously the easy answer is to say everybody. I'm excited to play with Ant for sure. Like,
that was gonna be my pick.
Me and Ant are, we got drafted together. I see him as one of the guys I'm closer to, you know, in the league.
Damn near the same deal too, didn't he?
Yeah. He just got paid too. Shout out to Ant.
Yeah, shout out Ant Edwards.
But I'm excited for him, man, and excited to play with him because, like, I feel like our games flow off each other the right way. We was together at All Star, and we just sat on the bench just talking shit the whole time.
I had a blast with y'all, bro.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I said that in one of the last episodes, like, bro, because All Star Weekend, like, I don't want to sound crazy, but like you do take it for granted. But when I was there, like, that was the beauty of it. Like, damn, like, I really had a good ass time laughing with these dudes on the bench, bro. We was just having a blast. Like, before the game even started, like, I'm like, oh, this is what this shit, like, this is what I miss right here. This shit fun.
Like exactly what you guys see on Twitter and social media all the time.
Yeah.
That is him. Like, he's that, like,
personality.
I even got to tell this story yet. Like, so we remember Dame and Donovan just kept shooting from half court. Yeah. He just kept shooting from half. Me and Ant sit on the bench because we ain't really play that much like that. We was just along for the ride at that point. But Dame pulled up from probably 3 steps behind the logo. Man, look at me. Then he hit you with the ooh. Man, look at me. He said, he shot that bitch from Yucatan. I said, Yucatan? I said, what did you just say? He was like, Yucatan. I said, is that a real place? He's like, nah, that's how far that bitch was. That's how far that bitch was. Yucatan. What?
Yo,
is that a place?
Do you remember when Coach Malone was drawing up the first play?
Yeah.
Or he was drawing up a play with Ant in it, right? Funny as shit. He drawing up a play. Coach Malone drawing up a play, and I think like Bron, Ant Edwards. I know them two was in the game for sure. I can't remember who else was, but he drawing up a play, and it was for Ant to throw a lob. And Ant was like, nah, coach, nah. I'm gonna keep it 100.
He's like, I'll do that.
That bitch gonna go over the backboard. I don't throw lobs.
Like, you don't want me to
I don't throw lobs. I don't know how to throw lobs, coach. Have somebody else do that.
All-Star was hilarious. I know they want us to play harder and whatever, but man, that shit was so funny. Jokic is hilarious. I said, yo, brother, I need a dunk tonight. Like, I need a dunk from you tonight. He's like, ooh. I don't think I got that one about 10. Remember Kyrie threw him a lob? Yeah. And he barely got off the ground? Kyrie wanted to play for real. Kyrie was like, I don't know what you want me to do about that.
That's funny. Yeah, that play with Ant, bro, that stuck out to me. Like, this dude is funny. He's a funny kid right here.
Who ended up throwing the lob?
I think Bron.
Okay.
I think Bron threw the lob. But yeah, he was like, it was just like a humbling experience. Like, bro, you can't throw a lob. He was like, nah, coach, I'm gonna fuck that up.
I can catch him all day.
Don't put me in that position.
I can catch him all day.
We talked about Ant and, you know, his inability to throw lobs. What's like some things that, like, you know, certain guys can do, but you, it's like, that ain't even in my game. Like, for me, and it's funny, I know people are good at cutting. I do not know how to cut. I don't know how to back cut. Like, I swear.
What?
I don't know how to back cut.
You had a back cut baseline 360.
Yeah, but I know, and that's why that's why that play is so crazy.
What you talking about?
That's why that play is so crazy, because like I was able to pull that off.
Right.
But I swear, every time I try to back cut, like I run into somebody, or like they hear me and they back up. Like,
they hear you.
Yeah, like I've never been good at it. I can't pump fake.
Right.
I'm not a pump fake guy. I haven't figured out like how to get people in the air and shit on my pump fakes. And then and my third thing is like I can't jump. I'm a left-right jumper. No, right-left. I can't left-right.
Really?
If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
My gather. Yeah. I can't.
So
like,
you gotta go off with the right.
I gotta start with the right, plant the left, and then lead.
Jump.
I can't go with the left.
That's me too, though.
I mean, I can dunk that way, just because I'm tall. I'll get by being tall, but like explosive, nah, I can't jump that way. Like, what's some things in your game that's just like,
that's a great
it's
question.
not for me.
I really like the pump fake point. I no matter what in my jab, I never get anything. Every time I jab, it's like you gotta catch him.
Yeah.
Be like, what's going on? Why you? I thought it was nice. Like you like that? You like that? Hard enough. I don't know, man. I think I'm almost. I hate to say this. I'm almost like incapable of playing like slow. Like I hate it.
Okay.
It drives me insane.
Yeah.
Like, I be wanting to play basketball. To me, is make you play like
it's
this.
up and down.
So like, if you went, like, I don't know what Coach Kerr gonna be on, but if he want me to walk it up, it ain't happening for me. I'm trying, and that'd be the thing too, to transition from not getting the outlet every time, you know, because I be fiending for that outlet. Like, we get the rocks, we get transition, I could do something. But if I just gotta run, I don't know if I'll be used to like getting to the corner. That's gonna be a little different.
It is interesting though, like how certain guys like pick up shit and certain guys can't pick up shit.
Right.
Like, and I just never developed that part of my game. Just never developed. Like, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, the back cut thing was weird.
never
Like,
been
but
good at
now I'm trying to like think of a time. Like I've never watched.
You can't even see another time other than that.
Hey, you been in the NBA all these years, you can't cut still?
I haven't figured it out, bro.
Like there's some dudes though, they got it down pat.
Like score.
Like some
18,
dudes cut
16
always
points.
always in the right spot.
Yeah,
some dudes like always in the right spot.
Like,
I
how
feel
do you do it?
I get what you're saying. No, I don't know when it.
And I'll watch, and I'm like, I'll try to get it down to a science. Like, oh, he did it as soon as his head turned. And I'll try it, and like, I take one step, and bro, they already like looking right at me. Like, how did? And then now I got poor spacing on the court. Like, I just look bad. Like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna just try to get an offensive rebound down here.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great. I'm kind of the same way. If I don't got the rock, somebody else driving, I'm just trying to spot up. I'm trying to find where can he see me so I can get the three. But coach me about your film, and you pause and be like, "Yo, Terrence, what you supposed to do right there?" I'm like, I probably should slid over a little more. Get the three. He like, no, you supposed to cut. I'm like, yeah, because I don't know about that one.
Yeah. And it makes perfect sense when you like watching it, it slows down. It's oh, he wasn't even looking. Like, that was a perfect opportunity. But in game, like, that shit does not work out.
But for you know, you average a ton of assists. You can pass to guys that are cutting. So I think that's a little bit more weird that you don't think you're a good cutter because you're obviously giving guys good looks when they're backdoor cutting and stuff like that.
I mean, hot that when dudes can't cut.
Yeah.
I always jump in the air. So I'm always jumping. And I jump and I know where you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And then I look and you not there. It's like, because I don't even got a half a second to make this decision. So if you not where you need to be, it's gonna look crazy. Because I refuse to just land. You know, when coach ever told you, like, if you jump in the air and you don't see nothing, just land.
Take the turnover.
I'm like, what do I look like?
I'm gonna make a play.
I'm gonna put the ball in the air and make them jump for this motherfucker before I land with the ball. You know how that crazy gonna look? You bet you jump off 1 foot to pass it and just land on the ground.
Yeah.
Like
nah, there's no way.
That's my whole
play. It's gonna be a play.
What coach told you to land?
What do you mean, coaches? No, like dead ball turnovers. You don't want live ball turnovers.
And he jumped.
Never heard that?
No, I've heard not to jump when you pass.
Well,
Like,
right.
good
Yeah, I mean, that's the main point.
But that's
when you do it,
that's the
then you
reason.
say, you
Like,
know
all right,
what?
you all right.
Let it go.
You want to jump pass? All right. Well, then now just take the turnover.
Yeah,
like,
don't do that. That's goofy.
That's gonna look crazy. They're gonna be killing me on the internet. No way.
Because then if you do it twice, then it's like, oh.
It's like he point shaving.
Yeah. It's gonna look real crazy.
No point shaving.
I really just take the turnover and just throwing it away. Like, we'll try to get a stop though.
Yeah, just put it in the air. If you don't jump for it, that's his fault.
Right. Make him look bad.
Exactly.
Bro, like, catch it.
Oh, what the fuck? I love when dudes do that, huh? There's so many dudes that be like, yo, what
I'm the king of that, bro.
Like,
I'll make a bad pass and I'll be quick to deflect that shit. Like,
oh yeah, every time. I don't never have a turnover. That's my fault.
I do that.
And as soon as we get to the back, I'll be like, yo, fam.
Yeah.
That was my bad. I look.
But yeah.
Looking bad. You know, because they always go pan to you, and they be like, Tyrese is yelling at him like he must have not did the right thing. I'll be like, yo, fam, you gonna have to take that one. I'm sorry.
Man, my bad.
Yeah, I made bad passes and like in the moment it's like, bro, what the fuck? Catch that shit. But then when you go to the bench and like, let me see what happened. Like, oh shit, that's all me. Like,
and there's always one teammate who's like, like, you know, one teammate like an OG or something that's at the end of the bench like,
right,
yo, fam, that was on you. He's like, you don't gotta watch it. He's like, yeah,
right,
you're right.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, my bad.
So we're talking about skills, and you know, earlier you mentioned you're a big Twitter guy, and right now you have a pinned tweet which is scouts kind of making fun of your jump shot mechanics. And so my question is that something that you kind of laugh off, or is that something that you use for motivation? You know, because a lot of people said that wouldn't translate into the NBA because you do have an unconventional, you know, way of shooting. Talk a little bit about how you kind of deal with those criticisms and so forth.
Man, I'm honestly like a really petty person, so like I hold on to everything. Like if I go through my bookmarks right now on Twitter, it's gonna be like if I get to 20, first I'll scroll for a minute, but once I get to 2020, it's gonna be nothing but people talking about the way I shoot and like Knicks fans saying they shouldn't draft me and all this stuff. Like I had my boy, thank God for my boy Trev. Shout out to Trev. I almost went on a victory lap the other day and was about to quote tweet all these crazy tweets that was coming about me from the draft. Like around draft day, I was about to be like, oh, like it's draft day. I know there's a lot of criticisms. Let's see who was wrong on me. And I was about to tee off, but I was like, it's not the time. Like I'm holding on to him for the right moment. But I'm definitely gonna do it one day. I'm gonna be bored one day and just let it go.
Retweet like 260 of them.
But bro, they used to kill me with like, oh my, like I remember Swish Cultures put out a video and it was me shooting like catch and shoot jumpers pre-draft, and dudes was commenting like, he shoot that shit in the league, they just gonna throw it back in his face. Yeah. I'm like, bro, it's not a video. Like in 2K, if you hit square, you gotta shoot it. You know what I mean? Like I can change. What if I'm about to shoot it in your hand right there? I might move it a little bit. I might try to get to a different move. Yeah. They just think this is a video game. Like I'm just supposed to shoot it, and motherfuckers are just gonna throw it right back in my face. Right. Like that's just. But I'm a very petty person when it comes to everything. Like. Yeah, I do that. Like, I done called dudes out in interviews before. Yeah. Like, I done had interviews and been like, yo, can I read you a little part of an article you wrote, like, 2 years ago? And like, yeah, what you talking about? I'm like, you said that I needed a perfect situation to succeed and that I would never be a true point guard in the NBA. He was like, damn. I'm like, it's all love, though. I'm just that type of person. Like, I just want people to know.
Mr. Petty.
Yeah, I'm super.
We're going to change your nickname, Mr. Petty, now.
Dr. Petty. Yeah, I'm bad.
Have you had that same, like, you've had that same shooting mechanic since high school?
Yeah. When I was younger, it looked the same, but I just had to, like, you know, you catch it and you got to, like, dip to your waist, like little kids and stuff. Like, it was always like that. Yeah. And when I got to high school, my AU coach, I got a new AU coach, Coach B, runs my AU program now. But we used to do mic and drill all day. Mm-hmm. Like, when I say all day, y'all probably think I'm playing. Like, if we have an hour and a half practice, the first hour is mic and drill.
Mic and drill.
Like, I would make 50 in a row. You got to make 50 in a row, then do 20 push-ups, 20 sit-ups. And as y'all can tell, I was cheating like a motherfucker on the push-ups and sit-ups. But I just get back to the mic and drill. We'll get back to the mic and drill, like these layups. So that kind of took away from, like, the dip of my jump. Like, now if you pass to me here, I know I can just release it. Yeah. But, like, my whole life, no matter what level I've been on, a coach has, like, started to think that they're going to change it. And then, like, they haven't. You know, like, I think one of the good story when I got to NBA is when I got drafted, I wasn't supposed to slide to 12, but I ended up, you know, getting there. And Luke didn't really know anything about me because I wasn't in their, like, range of what he thought. And one of the stories he told me recently was that Coach Kerr had called him because I worked out for the Warriors. And Coach Kerr called him and was like, we love that kid. Don't ever touch his jumper. Like, don't touch it. And Luke was like, are you sure? And he was like, yeah, don't touch it. And that just kind of allowed me to, you know, Luke just let me do my thing. And from there, nobody's ever, you know, messed with me about it.
That's crazy because there are some guys in the league that have had to, like, change their whole jump shot and it has not worked out that well.
Yeah, I'm curious because you're in Indy. Is Billy around? You know who Billy is?
No, I know who Billy is.
He's an older guy. He's like their shooting coach.
Still?
He was when I was there. That's why I was asking.
I never met him.
He was an older guy when I was there. But I had to work on my jumper a little bit my rookie year. Yeah. I was getting a lot of, like, just bad rotation.
Right.
And so they had Billy, and I worked with Billy while I was in Indiana, of just getting a more, you know, traditional rotation. But I had to change my jump shot around my rookie.
And that's got to be hard. Like,
it's tough.
Because, like, I don't know what you shot your rookie year, but, like,
28, 29%.
Oh, okay, it probably wasn't that hard to switch it.
But it was wide open.
But some dudes be shooting like 30, 33%, whatever, and like the gap from 33 to like get to like 38 in like how much money that's gonna make you in the NBA is like so significant. So when people trust that and change it to me, I'm always like, wow, kudos to you. Like, that's crazy to me.
Well, I had nothing but time because my rookie year from my second year, like I was always just a corner guy. Like,
Right.
it's was funny to talk about that because Swaggy P, that's Swaggy P's thing. I was a corner guy, so I was sticking the corner and like that was my role, just be a 3-and-D guy.
Yeah.
So I had like a ton of time that off season just work on my jumper. Like I got thousands of shots, but it was just focus on just getting rid of that nasty rotation. It did help. Yeah, it definitely helped. My percentage went up my second year, and then from there it was, I was a bucket behind the 3-point line.
The rotation, you said?
The rotation, yeah.
Were you seeing like more?
I used to have,
like it hit the rim and it bounced.
I used to have like a nasty like side rotation, bro. When I shot, it was like a nasty like I was getting like I don't know if it was too much thumb involved.
Probably it's typical.
But the ball was literally like this, bro. And they used to talk like it was to a point where I almost was like self-conscious of it, like.
Right. At least you didn't lose your confidence.
I was close.
Shooting it, watching it, like.
Because not only like I said, I shot 29%, but those were damn near like wide open threes.
Wasn't you passing the dude over close? Like, hell no. That'd be the worst. Hell no. What happened? You like, dang. Like, I don't know.
They was wide open. It was like, damn, like, oh, this 3-ball might not be for me. But your repetition, you get better at that. Jackie, you a big sports fan. How crazy do you get with your fandom? Do you ever paint your face for games?
Hey, you know I get wild at the game, but you know damn well I ain't painting my face. Okay, I'm not doing none of that, but you do know I go crazy at the games. I yell, I scream, I holler, I throw stuff. I do it all, man. You know that.
Yeah, I've seen him get a little too crazy at some of your games, and honestly, a little too active when we're sitting courtside, but I always know that you're going to be wearing a jersey.
Why wouldn't I wear a jersey, Dallas? I love my jersey. I wear basketball jersey when we go to basketball game. I wear football jersey when we go to football game. I wear my baseball jersey when we go to baseball game. All I do is wear jerseys all day. At this point, I ain't gonna never stop wearing jerseys.
Well, if you like jerseys like my guy right here, have you heard about Klarna? It's the new smart way to pay when you shop online for tickets and merch from your favorite teams and more. Now when you make a purchase at any of your favorite stores, either online or in store, you can spread the cost into 4 smaller payments without interest or fees.
Just look for the pink Klarna badge at checkout or download the Klarna app to shop and spread the cost today.
Klarna. Shop smarter, ball harder. California residence loans made or arranged are pursuant to a California financing law license.
Thanks to Purdue Global, I got my literal dream job.
Getting a degree backed by the power of Purdue.
But going to class from wherever.
Whenever.
This is my comeback. Start yours today at purdueglobal.edu.
Hello. Are you tired of your morning routine? Escape the 24/7 freshness with Old Spice Fiji and smell like you've got some PTO from your BO. Looking good, boss.
So there's a lot of people watching this show that think they're good shooters. They're playing in their pickup games or their church league, like myself, even though I don't think I'm a great shooter. I'm a streaky shooter, but not a great shooter. But what would you guys say, being in the NBA, like if you were talking to a regular fan and they're watching the game, like this dude's shooting 29%, he's getting paid to do this, and that. What's the biggest difference, or explain to a fan, why shooting or being a shooter in the NBA is just completely different?
Because, bro, it's the fucking elite of the elite athletes that you're shooting against. Like, you're going against some of the best athletes, the best jumpers, the fucking best, the quickest guys. Like, and for you to be able to get that shot off and be efficient, like, you think of, like, Steph situation, right? His conditioning is so good for as much as he runs around and as far as he shoots, like, that shit is impressive, and that's very hard to do. Even, like, you just put it in perspective. Like, we're all NBA guys. Like, I can't even do that. You know what I mean? And I think I'm a elite shooter. You know what I mean? Like, but he's in a whole nother class. And for fans to think, like, that shit is easy or that shit is doable, what we do, like, nah, bro. It is extremely tough to, like, just to get your shot off. You know what I mean? Like, some guys in the league are good shooters, but they're not even comfortable, like, getting their shot off if they're not wide open.
For sure.
You know? Like, they just can't get those shots off. Yeah. Unless they're wide open. So it's one of the hardest things to do is to shoot in the NBA.
Dudes be tired. Motherfuckers be tired too. Like, you playing the whole game, you gotta, not only are you, like, they guard you, you gotta stop them too.
You gotta stop them.
And, like, the league is becoming like a switching league, so, like, so, sometimes you get switched on to a big, they're, like, posting you up, like, putting their forearm in, like you know that stuff adds up over the course of a series or course of games, and you see it in the playoffs all the time when guys start to struggle over the course of it because they just get beat up. You know what I mean? Like, I mean. I never played in the playoffs, but you see that happening to people. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, I'm talking like I got I don't got the insight there, but I can talk to you on a game level. You feel me? I can talk on a game level.
But even like with so much switching going on, like say you're guarding someone that's 50, 60 pounds heavier than you. Like you're guarding them. And it's a bigger dude, right? So like you're using all your might to stop him, and shooting is all touch.
Yeah.
So now like you're riled up, like trying to defend this strong dude, and then you come down on the offensive end, and now you got to shoot with touch from deep. Like you might shoot strong just because you like, damn, like I was just wrestling with this motherfucker, or vice versa. Like now you tired, you gassed, and like now you got to take a jumper. Like it's a tough thing to do to shoot in the NBA, bro.
They don't talk about depth perception either. That's like a thing that people don't understand. Like shooting in like it's so like when you see guys working out like in a high school gym or like where we have to work out in the summer, you're not getting an NBA arena in the middle of summer. Like there's a wall behind it. You know what I mean? Like you're used to playing like that when you grow up. Like all of our high school gyms, they have a wall behind like instead it's seats. You know what I mean? So it's people don't understand like how different that is. Like when you have to like transition from shooting in a closed gym environment to going to shoot in an arena. Like now some people they're like I don't care, like I mean that doesn't bother them.
Yeah.
But I would say for the normal person they'd be like, especially if they were fans back there, they'd be like, oh, like this looks a little different. You know what I mean?
That's super underrated.
Yeah.
And I think that's why you weren't in the bubble, right?
No, I wasn't in the bubble.
Yeah. I think that's why the bubble, like why people shot so well in the bubble, because there was a backdrop. You know what I mean? There wasn't no stands or nothing behind there. So it was like you was in the summer shooting again. And I think that's why the bubble, like the shooters were so efficient. Everybody was shooting at a high clip in the bubble. And I think that's why. That's a good point you brought that up.
I hear guys say all the time, like, this is a shooter's gym. It's just hoop. Like,
yeah.
I mean, like, I think some gyms is like, they're going to be more motherfuckers at the game. So then you go, like, y'all go shoot well because, you try to show out.
Right.
It's a bigger game. But I don't know. Some guys get into that. But
I don't think it bothers me too much. Like you said, gym's a gym to me. Same. As long as the measurements is all lined up, I'm good with it.
Yeah.
So, I don't think it has too much to it.
You're a great shooter, and were you one of those kids growing up that was waking up before school, getting 1,000 shots in, or were you more of just like a gamer?
Elementary, middle school, nah. I mean, you just playing around like in the park. When I got to high school, I started probably taking more serious, like going early in the morning and stuff like that. Started like. I'd like meet with the principal and get like a morning pass so like the janitors would let me in so I can get in the gym. But I will say like our high school did a good job. Like we did like little things like called like shooting league where we would do like shooting games for like a whole morning, like 2-3 times a week. But I think that it definitely plays a big part in it for sure. I don't like people like kids always ask like how do I do this? How do I like? Ain't no secret recipe. Like I mean a lot of us have God-given talent that that allows us to do this, but like. The guys who go above and beyond, like, they just work harder. You know what I mean? Like, they just work unbelievably hard at an unbelievable pace. Like, the reason Steph can do what he does is because he works hard as shit. Like, but he also, like, everybody I know who works out with him says he works at a game pace at all times. He's in the best shape. You know what I mean? Like, there's no secret as to why he can do what he can do, or just anybody in general.
Did you have what was, like, your tick as a kid? Because for me, when I was coming up in Palmdale, it's a small city, it's not many, if any, success stories coming from there. So that was like my tick as a kid. And I was always seeking to get better. Like, I just knew, I didn't know I was going to be in the NBA, but what I did know, I was going to give myself the best chance to get there. Like, from shit to, the jump soles. We got this long-ass street, 57th Street in Palmdale, which is the neighborhood I grew up in. That was the street that I lived on. And it was a desert right next to my house. Literally like 2 houses down, it was a big ass open desert. And I would go into the field, try to find the biggest rocks, right? And put them shits in my backpack. And in Palmdale, if you don't know, it's like 100 degrees sometimes. Like it's super hot, scorching out there. But I used to like put these big ass rocks in my backpack, throw the jump soles on, and just run up and down the street like 5-6 times. Like I used to just go until I was just exhausted. I couldn't go no more. But that was just my tick at an early age, and that was like for me, like that's when I knew, like, all right, this basketball shit is just different to me.
Right.
And I carried that with me, like, every stage of, like, all right, how can I get better? How can I do this? Like, what was some, like, tick things for you? I want to start asking guests this, just, like, deeper dive.
Yeah, right. That makes sense. So when you're saying tick, like, something that, like, drove me to, like, this is what?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, when you knew yourself personally, like I'm fully invested on this basketball thing.
Yeah. That's a great question. I would probably say when I was in high school, like, and seeing all the kids, like, you know, because I grew up in a social media culture, right? So, like, there was always these kids on social media, and then, like, I would run into them, like, we play them on this, like, in the AE world. I'm like, he's not really nice like that. You know what I mean? Like he do, like he do the little day in the life, and they record him waking up and going to the gym. Does he do that every day, or is he just doing that because the camera was there? You know what I mean? I'm like, nah. Like, if I could do that, if I could, like, be like more serious about it, like, because I wasn't the kid at the top that was, like, trying to stay there. I'm the kid that's way at the bottom trying to, like, chase that. You know what I mean? So my mindset was like, all right, when I see bro off Instagram, I'm gonna be prepared. Like, I'm gonna be ready. There's no doubt in my mind. So that was the biggest thing for me, was, like, I knew I wanted to play college basketball, like, because I didn't start really taking it, like, serious until I got to high school. And I knew like college basketball was the big thing for me. Like, I needed to play college basketball. Like, for me, it was like, man, I see how all the best players in the world, they just, like we talked about earlier, they just work harder than everybody else. So, like, there can't be no secret recipe. Like I just got to do that. And, like, but being honest with y'all, if I was more serious about it, I would have been, like, lifting and taking all that serious. Yeah. But my mindset is like a 14, 15-year-old kid was like, I'm not touching that weight room, so I'm just gonna double court. You know what I mean? Like, I don't go, like, twice as hard on the court. Right. Try to do, like, stuff that people probably not doing because they got to lift after, but, like, I'm not going to lift, so like, I'm just gonna be in here and do the touch lift, like, touch stuff. I was not like working out. I was not touching. Like, when I got to college, I was 6'5", 155.
I was little too, so I'm with you. I was a little dude all the way up until 10 years in the league. Damn near. Like, I was a scrawny dude too, so I'm with you on that.
That's crazy.
It was overrated to me at that point.
I mean,
my game wasn't built to get in the weight room.
He always says this though, that once he's retired or whenever that day comes, that he just wants to get like,
yo.
And I'm like, all right, we gonna see. Like, he wants to be like,
gonna look stupid, straight stupid. Anyways, I want to with the draft just passing just now, which is always a great experience for you two. You know, y'all had that experience. But I want to ask you a question about 2020 when the Kings drafted you. How was them workouts? Because this man over here had 18 workouts.
Yeah, I heard you say that the other day.
Yeah, he had 18, but Draymond Green had 21. So you got somebody that beat him. And I want to know, with that, how many workouts, and did you play with one of my favorite point guards, LaMelo Ball?
For me, so during COVID, I never had a workout with anybody. Like, all of us were doing workouts on, like, Zoom. You know what I mean? Like, dudes were doing workouts on Zoom. Nobody worked out together. But because I was, like, a lottery guy, like, I had, like, 4 workouts, like, in person, where they, like, flew to Vegas, we went to, like, breakfast, and then they would come watch me work out. But, like, the gym had to be cleared out for me to work out, and it would always be, like, you know, whoever the organization brought, there were, like, people over on this side of the court, and then on this side of the court would be, like, my agent, my brother, and one of my best friends. And they would be in there for, like, my pre-draft workouts. Like, I think I worked out for Minnesota, Chicago, Golden State, Detroit. That might be it. That might be everybody. Yeah, I think
that you did live, or your whole rookie year.
Team workouts I did it all. There was only those ones, and like it would just be 18. Like, even when I be seeing dudes work out like now, I was there for all of our pre-draft workouts this year. I'm like, man, like y'all really grinding. Like y'all flying to every city to get, do these workouts. And like for me, it was like they came to me. Like I went about my day the exact same. I just instead of chef making breakfast, I had to go to the hotel. I had to go to the Four Seasons and meet y'all downstairs for breakfast. You feel me? So like nothing changed in my schedule. Like I just did the same thing. And but it was a crazy experience. Like, cause then you would meet with them, they'd watch you work out, they'd leave, and like and like another team coming in a week. But like my pre-draft process, like most guys, their pre-draft process, they get done in March Madness, they get done in March, and the draft is in June. For me, COVID started in March, and I didn't get drafted till November. So like maybe and Wisconsin was never really shut down from COVID. Like, you know, it wasn't really a thing. So I had broken my wrist in college. I probably got my brace off at the end of March, early April, and then I literally did pre-draft workouts from April to November. Like, you know, just like the pre-draft intensity is different. You know what I mean, compared to what you would do normally.
Yeah.
So man, that shit was so long. And like,
But luckily, you only had 5.
Never worked out with anybody. Never like I had never even seen. I had never seen LaMelo or Ant until we played them. I've never seen them.
Never seen them
in person ever. Like almost majority of dudes in my draft, I've never seen them in person. Like until we played, then I'm like, oh, that's what bro looked like. You know what I mean? Like I had no idea. You feel me? That's what.
Yeah, 18 though, bro. Like, so I literally felt like I was like in the league, like, and it was a different experience because like before then I'd never really traveled outside of like playing for my college.
Right.
You know what I mean? Even before like my college, I went on like 3 AAU trips, and my first time ever flying was with you when we went to Pittsburgh. I think another story, but that was like AAU. But I was like 17, 18 years old, my first time flying, and then now fast forward. Like I'm on my own, like it was a real grown up situation where I'm on my own. I'm going to these workouts. I gotta catch flights. I gotta, you know, I'm getting in late at night. I'm tired, but you know, I gotta wake up early for another workout. Like it was really like, and I was doing this like weeks at a time. 3 weeks here, like I'm going this city, that city.
She was like living on the road.
I was living on the road, bro, and it was like legit growing up. I'm 18, 19 years old. Like
that's OD. Cause dudes be saying that. Dudes be like, yo. Because, like, you know, CAA guys work out where? At Proactive, right?
Proactive,
in LA.
Yeah.
But, like, one of them come work out for the Pacers and stuff. I'm like, oh, you been in LA? He's like, bro, I haven't been in LA in 3 weeks. I've been on the road.
Yeah.
They can't, like, you know, teams be giving the gear. Right. They be like, I don't got room in my bag for this. I can't take the gear.
You just take what you want.
Because I never had to do it. So, I don't know any different. But I always say, especially the dudes, like, 18 is crazy.
18 was crazy.
But that's really insane.
Yeah.
Like dudes would be doing like high teens, early 20s. I'm like, dude, you don't work over every. Yeah.
But it was because like I was ranked like mid second round to like late first round. That's where I started at.
Right.
So I just took the gamble on myself, and I took the same approach. Like I've seen like Xavier Henry, right? Watched him at Kansas, like watched his college shit. It was like, all right. I get a chance to play against him, I'm going to go at him.
Yeah.
Sure enough, Xavier Henry was in like 10 or 12 of my workouts. Like, so I always was seeing Xavier. Like, so I'm like, oh, it's bet.
Easy. That's fair, though, because, like, I wish I had that opportunity with, you know what I mean? Like, I wish I had the opportunity to compete against some guys.
Yeah.
Because, like, Detroit, I thought Detroit was going to pick me for sure, but I knew it was, like, me and Killian probably had a good chance of it being one of us.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I was praying to God that we got to work out together. Like, I wanted that so bad, but we just, like, the whole time, we just was going on. Just Yep.
Was it a big adjustment for you? Like, one thing that always impresses me just watching him throughout his career is just, like, the amount of things he has to do every day. His scheduling. He's a pro at not getting a lot of sleep and being able to wake up in the morning and act like he has energy, and he genuinely does have energy. But for you, what? Not going on those workouts when you did kind of start in the NBA. Was that an adjustment period for you? On like, I gotta get up, I gotta go fly, I gotta go play here, I gotta practice here.
I will say one thing that that pre-draft process did for me is I was living. It was just me and my brother. You know what I mean? So I did have to kind of figure out. You know, like, just taking care of certain things, like getting stuff for the crib, like going grocery shopping. He handled most of that, but, you know, just like stuff for the room, just little stuff of adulting that they don't tell you, you know what I mean? So, that I think the long pre-draft process kind of helped in that way versus having to, like, I didn't have to fly everywhere, but I moved to Milwaukee, which is only like 2 hours from my crib, but I was there dolo. I was there with my brother, and then we moved to Vegas together. So we were out there just kind of, they had nobody else around. We just kind of was doing our own thing. And that kind of just, it made me find interest too, like stuff I like to do when I think it did that for everybody during COVID. Like, what do you like to do? Because you can't you can't just go anywhere you want. You know what I mean? You got to figure out your interests and stuff like that, and that's helped because I think a lot of the stuff that I laid the groundwork for that I like to do, even something as little as like I like streaming, I like gaming and stuff. Like I learned how to do that all during COVID. I just sit there and watch YouTube like how-to videos. You know what I mean? Like, ain't nothing like YouTube University.
Yeah. See. Yeah.
We gotta start streaming. We gotta start streaming again. We've been streaming. And we supposed to shout out our streams, right?
Shout out, sorry, I'm streaming. Follow me on Twitch under Actor Gang. Follow PG under YG Trace 8. Well, how you say it?
Yeah, YG Trace 8.
Yeah, what's yours? What's yours out there?
It's just my full name, Tyrese Halliburton.
Come on.
I don't got no interest in the name.
Follow us all on Twitch.
Streaming.
I've been playing a lot of I play 2K a bit, but mainly, lately I've been playing a lot of WWE, which sounds crazy.
Yeah.
That's like the best game because I know if I could get four of my homies, I've been playing WWE since I was like 5 years old, but I know if I get 4 of my homies around to play, and you play 5 games, I'll teach you how to play for 5 games. After that, you got a chance to beat me.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and like 2K
is it easy game to learn, or?
Yeah, it's easy to learn. Like you can just pick it up.
Controllers here.
Huh?
You got a lot of broken controllers.
Why? Because I be losing dudes at
WWE. Too many buttons you push and break it.
I don't break controllers that often. I feel like I'm kind of level-headed.
I can't do the fighting game. I break my controller too much.
Really?
Yeah, pushing too many buttons and don't know, and then I get frustrated. Throw it.
I'm not that guy.
I can do the one button, the easy.
Yeah.
Well, Call of Duty a lot of buttons.
Call of Duty a lot.
That's a different frustration.
I will say the WWE's is entertaining. I used to play them a lot as a kid.
Yeah. The games be fun because everybody watched them as a kid, so it brings them back to when they were a kid.
You remember like the Smackdowns?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Here Comes the Pain.
Yeah.
All the games, I still play them to this day. I play all
those are
wrestling
cool.
games.
We gamers up here, so you fit right in with this company.
Yeah, that's me.
Good. I don't know how many other gamers behind there. Okay. TD is one. Shout out to TD, better than game with nobody else.
Okay.
Back to the show.
So moving on. So
to the show.
I was like really locked in too. Like, okay, wait.
I brought it in. You doing shout out to me? Come on now.
So you get drafted by the Kings, and things are going well. But as we all know, that the NBA is a business, and you ended up getting traded mid-season in year 2. And you've moved on since, but there was a quote where you said that you cried your eyes out. And so I just want to ask you, like, what bummed you out the most about what happened with the Kings?
All right, I'm going to preface this to say, if somebody sees this snippet and they say Tyrese cannot give up the trade, I'm about to go crazy. Because it always happens. I can't get you. Like, I get asked the question, I just answer.
I had to ask.
No, for sure, you have to ask. That's what people want to know. For me, it was the biggest thing was like the Kings hadn't been to the playoff. I had never seen the Kings in the playoff game ever up until this year. Like I was like Kobe and Shaq were together. I was probably like 4 or 5, but I wasn't really tapped in the NBA at that. You know what I mean? I was little, so I'd never seen it before. And so going to Shaq, it was like I had the like I was like in my mind I was like I get the opportunity to build something here. Like I was excited about that. Like I wanted to be part of the group with like Fox and those guys to be like we were the ones who turned this around and made it like people were interested in the Kings again. You know what I mean? Because like for a while, and like the truth is that like Kings fans and Kings in general, they're always like have been for my whole life have been looked at as like almost like a laughing stock. You know what I mean? But their fans are like they're probably like the best, highly elite fans in the NBA, like top 5 fan base in the NBA. And so for me, it was like I want to help build something here. You know what I mean? And that, like around that time, that was during the year like James was talking about getting out of Houston. Ben was trying to get out of Philly. There was a lot of stuff going on. So my name was always thrown in stuff. But in my mind, being a naive 21, 22-year-old, I was like, they not trading with nobody.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I remember like my homies would send me the tweets. I was like, why are you sending me that? Like, I ain't worried about this. Like, you think they gonna trade me? Like, ain't no way they trade me. And so, like, you know, a little bit around the deadline, there was like a rumor that the Sixers had turned down a deal for me that was gonna get them, that they would have got, the Kings would have got Ben, and I would have went to Philly. But I never thought anything of it. I still didn't think it was real. Like, no way. And like even that day, Aaron, my agent, always used to. Aaron always he would mess with me a little bit about it, but like we would just kind of laugh about it. And he called me that morning and was like, "Yo, I think you're about to get traded." And I'm like, "Yo, man, I'm like, are you serious?" So you play Minnesota tonight, like stop
Yeah.
playing. Like I just want like I'm eating breakfast right now, bro. Like get off my phone. You know,
Yeah,
sometimes
right.
come on, bro, get off my phone. He's like, no, I'm for real. I'm like, no way. And then like all I could think, I called George Niang because he's in Philly. I was like, yo, fam, I come into Philly, like, I'm like crack over there. Like if I actually get traded, and he's like, nah, I ain't heard nothing. So I'm like, all right, George ain't heard nothing because they would have asked him, right? Ohio State.
Right.
So I'm like, who could it be? In my head, I had no clue, like not even the slightest of idea who it could be. And then I remember I was on a call. We were on a call with Aaron, but I don't know how. And I swear by this story to this day. I don't know if they'll confirm it, but I promise you, like Woj is the one who told me, like, I think it could be Indy. I'm like, yo, fam, how are you on the phone right now?
Right.
How do you know? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, and they're like, it's Indy. I'm like, Indy, like, for Sabonis, like that could be the only way. And that's just how it went. But for me, it was definitely like, I just want to be a part of like building something. And the good part is that I got traded to Indy when they were in like a rebuilding stage and trying to figure everything out. And I have been a major part in building that culture over there. And so it's worked out. Like, you know, God don't make mistakes, so it's all worth it. It's worth
And then it helped too. You go in there with Buddy with you as well.
For sure.
So at least somebody that you were familiar
Yeah,
with.
it's like one of my best friends, so we got to go together, and that's worked out perfect. And I'm close to the crib, like
Right.
instead
I was gonna say that too. You're not far from
it's like
from
5
Wisconsin.
hours from the crib. Like
Yeah.
whereas in Sac, like my homies got to call me like, yo, I'm trying to come to Sac next month.
Right.
Then I was like, now my homies call me Thursday night, like, yo, I'm trying to come to the game this weekend. I'm like, yo, drive. I got an extra bedroom. You know, what I mean? They can just come. So that's like that's a good aspect of it.
And P, I have the same question for you, and I want to ask you this. Besides your injury, because obviously that was a big part of your career. That's going to be the easy answer. But was there any time in your career where, you know, you felt like crying or breaking down? Like, was there ever another emotional moment in the NBA that the fans might not know about that you kind of went through as you've been, you know, going through your journey?
Yeah. I mean, the first like emotional moment I had, and he don't even know this. We traded Brandon Rush my second year. I think my second year. Either it was the beginning of the second year or it was like mid at the trade deadline. We traded him. But it was an emotional moment for me because I was like, Brandon Rush was like the brother, like big brother I never had, right? Always looked out for me. Like I was literally with him summertime, like during the season, always hanging with him. We travel places on the road. I'm always eating dinners and shit with him. Like that was just my guy. And then that was like the first experience of someone being traded around me. And so it was just like, damn, like shit happens like that, like just that quick, he out of here. And so I wasn't necessarily crying, but I was like pretty hurt about it. I was pretty emotional about that moment, just because it was just like it was just so much time invested, you know, being around and hanging with him, and you know he was like really my dog. And then he ended up getting traded, and it was just like, damn, it was a gut punch. But then it just, you know, it helped me, you know, further in my career of just understanding, like, all right, this is how this shit goes.
Come with it, right?
Yeah, like, motherfuckers get traded.
Yes.
Motherfuckers get traded every day, B.
So he said to me, like, yo, Shaq got traded. What makes you think he won? I said, damn, that's a great fact. Like, like you're probably right.
Right.
Yeah.
That's crazy. From Orlando, like, how you give up Shaq? That's like that.
Shaq about how many teams? Every team in NBA history. Team in the NBA now.
So we spoke a little bit about some of the new additions to your team, but I want to talk about some guys that are already there. And Ben Mathurin put up some impressive scoring numbers for a rookie, and he's a confident guy, but what's the best part about his game?
I think you kind of alluded to it. What makes Ben so special is his confidence.
Yeah.
Like, to say he's confident is like the biggest undersell I've ever heard in my life. Like, he is the most confident person I have ever met in my life. Like, ever. Like, he, in his, like, remember, you know, y'all know the whole quote about, like, LeBron gonna have to show me?
Yeah.
That's him. Like, he's just like that. That's just who he is. He fully believes that, but that's what makes him so special. You know what I mean? And, like, Ben is, like, he can be hard-headed sometimes, you know what I mean? But I love that about him.
Yeah.
Like, some people might not, like, that might make people mad, but I love that because for me and him, it's like, I feel like I have enough, like, equity in our relationship that I can be like, yo, I'm not doing all this with you right now. Like, this is what we got to do to win games, or this is what we got, you know what I mean? Like, and that's helped our relationship grow a ton. Because, like, I think for Ben, it was like, in his mind, he was going to the NBA his whole life. He knew that. Like, there was no question in his mind. So everything's kind of been a stepping stone to get into the NBA. You know what I mean? And so now that he's in the NBA, this is his first time he's going to be somewhere for hopefully a long time. You know what I mean? Like, he played, like he was part of the NBA stuff, like NBA, whatever they call that.
NBA
Academy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
part of NBA Academy.
Okay.
And then went to college. He was only there for 2 years. You know what I mean? So it's all part of the process to get to the NBA. So for now, with me and him, it's like, bro, whatever I gotta do is like, let's grow our relationship, because we're gonna be doing this together for a long time. So like, I just want us to be like close, and that way you can be transparent with me. Like, I remember one of the first games, he was mad at me because he felt like he wasn't getting the ball enough, and like he wouldn't say it to me because he was like, he didn't want to like ruffle any feathers.
Right.
So I like would go to his locker. I'm like, yo, fam, if you feel like you're not getting the rock enough, just tell me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna get you a ball. If within reason,
right,
like,
right.
You know what I mean? Like, I would never look you off like on purpose.
Right.
Like, that's not even me. And I just wanted to establish that it's not like he thought that about me or anything. But like, you know, when you come in as a rookie, it's hard to like confront people. You know what I mean? It's hard just in general in the NBA. So for me, it was like, for me and him, I just wanted to be on the same page. Like, that's our biggest thing is like, he's coming in as a rookie, and I just want him to feel like, you know what, bro, like I see us being a part of this together for a long time. So his best thing, no question, is his confidence. Like, I have so many stories that we can't get into any podcast ever. But man, Ben does so many things where you're like, oh fam, did you just say that? Like, you know what I mean? Like to dudes that like, there are certain dudes that you just don't.
Yeah.
Probably like, as a rookie, you're not saying that to certain guys.
Right.
Like, I don't want to give him any extra fuel. Like, he's like he don't care. He want to attack everybody. So
to me, he's got that it to him though.
Yeah.
He's got that it about him. And we had a segment. I do a segment called Rated PG, you know, and I highlight some of the young talent, up-and-coming talent. And I compared them to D Wade. I feel like they got a similar game. They've got that like strong guard, attack mode, finish at the rim, big body, and just, you know, aggressive scores. I feel like he fits in that mold. You being around him and watching him, you know, his game and you know, him evolving as a player, who's one player you would have him sit down and watch? If he could watch tape, what player would that be?
Ooh, that's a great question. Wow. I don't know. I think for Ben, it has to be. I'm kind of talking through the answer, but it has to be somebody who, like, Ben is so physically gifted at the same time. Like, he is dumb strong, especially for you know, a rookie, and like, he gets to the free throw line like I've never seen a rookie do before. Like, I remember in training camp, he used to be like going to the rim and like they wouldn't give him no calls. It's training camp. Nah, come on, man. When you a rookie, like, I used to be like, yo, fam, you're not getting that call ever. And he'd be like, yeah, all right, watch this. And then like first game, he got like 12 free throws. Like, I've been in the league 3 years, fam. I ain't never shot 12 free throws in a game. You know what I mean? But I think for him, it's got to be somebody who's like such a downhill force, but understands like that in between game, and that's something that a lot of guys don't understand for a couple of years. Like, you know, when you're young and like you're coming to the NBA, especially now with analytics, it's like layups and threes. You know what I mean? Like, I think he spent a lot of time. I've watched him work out a lot this summer of like kind of scoring in between there, because I think some of the best scorers do. But for him, I think he can be an elite level defender, like, because he has all the tools to do it. You know what I mean? Like, he's strong enough. Like, I think a lot of guys come in the league early, they get overwhelmed physically. Like, they could be in the right spots, but they just can't. Like, him, I'm not worried about that. Like, he has the ability to do it for sure. And so, like, I think D Wade is a good call on that, but it's got to be just like any aggressive two guard, because like in his mind right now, he's like, man, I only got a couple years, I'm gonna be the best two guard in the league, and that's how it should be for any young guy. So like, I appreciate that about him.
Yeah, I love that. He got a little PG admiration in him. I remember saying that my rookie year, and dudes was laughing at me. They was joking about it in the locker room. Dog, I'm gonna be an all-star. Give me 2-3 years. Whole locker room busting up laughing, bro. All right, bet. Watch.
Right.
Sure enough, third year, all-star. So shout out Ben. Shout out Ben for that.
Well, I want to talk about your coach, the great, the legend, I say, Rick Carlisle. one of the most beyond experienced coaches in the NBA. He done coached nothing but legends from Dirk, Jason Kidd, who I'm missing, Reggie, and even a young Luka. Now, I got to know this because you with him all the time. What is something that this man helped you from either telling you or your work experience to help you get to your star level that you at right now?
I would say, man, two things that I think any coach could do for a player is he's given me a ton of freedom. Carlisle is known to be a coach who, calls a lot of sets, especially when he was in Dallas. Actually, when I got traded there, Rondo hit me and was like, I don't know if you're going to like him. Like, I don't know if that's going to be a good fit for you. Like, good luck. You know what I mean? That's basically what he said. I'm like, Rondo's telling me this. Like, what? Damn, fuck. Yeah, here we go, right? But he let me rock that whole year. It was like 20 games. He let me do my thing, and then he met with me before the season and was like, yo, I don't want to call plays anymore. I want you in charge of it. I believe in you. I trust you. And I'm like, word? I'm like, oh, bet. Like, there was times during the year, like, I hit the game winner in Chicago. He over there, like, run this. He, like, telling everybody looking at him. I, like, stepped in, like, no, we're not running that.
Yeah.
Like, I got it. He's like, all right, go ahead. And, I ended up working.
Yeah.
But he just believes in me, and it gives me a ton of freedom. And I'd say the next part is honesty. He's always real with me. Always keeps it real with me. Like, for you to lead this group the right way and do what you want to do, you're going to have to, like, just little things. Like, you got to at least, like, if you're not going to be, like, an elite defender, you got to always be, like, even keel. You can't be getting attacked out here. Like, you got to be better there. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
And I think that's needed because I think there's, like, certain people in the league, they just can do what they want. You know what I mean? And I always, like, I want to be coached the right way. And, like you said, he's seen and been with some of the best players to ever play this game. You know what I mean? And so his honesty just is important for me because he's seen it all. You know what I mean? And he understands like when you're doing a lot of the offense, you're taking care of that. Like some guys, like that's the defense end, they take a little bit of a break. That's just like naturally how dudes are. You know what I mean? And sometimes I catch myself doing that, and like he's always on my head about it. You know what I mean? And like I think that's just kind of the back and forth that happens between us, and like it's always real and it's always love. Like funny story, he would never tell this story. We was in Dallas and we was playing him on my birthday, and me and Luka just kept calling each other up into the ball screen. Like he called me up, I call him up. Yeah. I score, he scored. Like right. Call timeout. He did a slick too. Look at the defense coach. He like, what we gonna do? I just keep attacking Tyrese. and I was like, I said, Coach, I'm attacking him too. Fuck that, right? He's like, whatever. Like we got into the rest of the huddle. He grabbed me aside. I was like, I didn't mean to go at you in front. I'm like, Coach, hey, I mean, it is what it is. But we have that relationship to where it's like we can just be real and authentic with each other, and I think that's a big part of it.
Shout out to Rick Carlisle, aka Jim Carrey. But speaking of Indiana, both of y'all there. Well, you played there and you played there. Do y'all keep in contact with the legends that was there? Like, for instance, Reggie Miller?
Yeah, but the times we would see Reggie was when he would do, TV analysis. He'll come in and, sometimes he'll come to the locker room, he'll chop it up, and just embrace being there. The only knock, I just wish, especially me being, like, I feel like we had a lot of things in common, me being from SoCal as well. Me being a wing, the new wing there, like I thought, when I went there, it was like, oh, cool, like I'm gonna have this relationship, him teaching me shit, and him, putting me under his wing. I was kind of salty, or not salty, but just wish that, in that moment there, he would embrace that situation of helping me get, to another level and stuff like that. But he would come and he would hang out and, he would talk, with us from time to time, but. It was really, when we would have the TV games that he was, working on. I don't know your situation.
We have a personal relationship. Last year, they wanted me to call him or whatever, and I was like, for what? But not for that reason.
Yeah.
But they're like, for what? No, because the truth is, like, I don't want to like bug nobody. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like I don't want to like. What am I gonna say? You know what I mean? Like sometimes I'm like, what am I? I don't know what to say in that situation. You know, anything. And that's the biggest thing that I've learned. Exactly. Like just having that connection to where like I want to reach out one day. Like one day we have a chance to sit down. We're gonna talk actual hoop where he can actually teach me things and stuff like that. But I wasn't like I didn't want to contact him and say I don't know what to say. You know what I mean? And we met and he's been cool. We text all the time. He texts me when we're playing well. Has yet to text me when we're not playing well. I'm sure I'll get that text soon. But we've kind of been able to grow a relationship, and that's been nice. My biggest, I've said this since I went to Indy, and I've been very vocal about it. It's like when people ask like Indy legends, like who I talk to is P. Like we talk all the time. You know what I mean? Like he said, like when I got there, the team ain't have no barber. I'm like, yo, P, where the barber at? You know what I mean? Like he sent me the barber. Like everybody's like, where bro been at? I'm like, I walked in the locker room. I said, yo, we need a barber. Like they're like, here goes number, bro. I said, y'all want him to cut y'all? What y'all mean? Like, I don't want him to cut me. They're like, who you tell him? Who that? Martell? Yeah. He'll cut me. Yeah, I got to fly to press conference. Martell nice too. Yeah, he's nice. Yeah, fly to press conference. He'll cut me in the morning. He from Indy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but me and Pete talk all the time, and I think some fans are still obviously a little salty about it, but I mean that's just like we've had a relationship since I came to the league, so that's just my biggest things. Like Reggie and him, that's all I talk to from that.
There's no shade. I don't want it to get misconstrued or nothing like that about the relationship with Reggie. No, I understand he's busy, like he has shit going on, but just at the time, that was my feeling at the time, like, getting drafted, they're like, oh shit, like Reggie played here, we got kind of similar, backgrounds. Now being here, like, I just thought, and at the time it would be a lot of guys, all the old guys will come back and, be a part of the team at some point. But I was just like, oh, okay, yeah, at some point I'm going to learn some shit from Reggie. For sure. But I get it, hindsight, fast forward, like, now and understanding the game a lot more and how busy life is. And, like, I get it now. But, yeah, I was a little hurt. I was a little hurt by it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Reggie. Next time, be more Reggie Miller.
Be more Reggie Miller.
Be more Reggie Miller and give advice to the young team.
Yeah. But no, we've been tapped in.
Yeah, for sure.
Tapped in.
Yeah, I still got a screenshot, first text, I ain't gonna lie. When you first get to the NBA, like, dudes text me, I'm like, no way. Like, you text me, D-Wade text me, and Woj, and I talked to Woj on the phone. I got all them conversations in my camera roll right now. Because at the time, it was like, where I'm from, that's not supposed to happen, you know what I mean? Like, they all, like, I texted back for everybody. Like, I swear, if you go on my girl's phone right now, you can go find their camera roll. I talked to Woj, like, I put it on speaker, like, yo, they need to hear this, man. we gonna keep this in the vault for a minute.
He gonna have a podcast later on and put all this shit out.
One day.
But you got a relationship with Larry.
Yeah. I met Larry this year because he's a consultant now. So
so this is your first time meeting Larry was this year?
And they posted it, and I was like, you go to the gym in the morning, and I just throw on a hoodie, shorts, and my flip flops.
Yeah.
My toes was out. They put it on Instagram. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Meet Larry Bird, my toes out. That's nuts. Like, why y'all post this like
he
that?
met him with his dick out, so.
Whoa! Damn!
Bro.
All right,
that was wild.
That was too much.
Damn!
That was crazy. You had that one.
Yeah.
You could have used another word, Pete.
That was crazy.
Yeah, so he met him pissing in the stall.
Word.
Yeah.
So technically, he met him with his dick out.
Yeah, but that was a crazy sentence. Like, I didn't know where we were going with that one.
I knew, but I didn't want to go.
Yeah.
I was like,
he was like, huh?
Yeah.
What you talking about?
That was the biggest.
Good story.
I could have eased into that one a little bit.
You said like mean too.
It was aggressive. It was hella aggressive.
Dick out.
Yeah.
That was wild. I could have eased into that.
That was the biggest pause.
Hella aggressive.
It wasn't me, shit.
He
told the story.
You said it though. Today.
What was your relationship with Larry like?
We had a tight relationship.
He's in the front office though when you were there, right?
Yeah, he was in the front office. So like I would go up there and chop it up with him like quarterly throughout the season. We'll have our talks. I was real tight with Larry. We had a great relationship. We'd talk about fishing, we'd talk about the team, we'd talk about just basketball in general. He was like, that was top dog over there.
Yeah.
But crazy Larry story, and that shit always sticks out to me. I remember it was after practice, right? And we were shooting around, and he's walking out. I've never to this point I've never seen him play. Like I've never seen him shoot, never seen him none of that. I always had this vision of him from YouTube videos and old clips like that. So we're shooting, and he's like walking out of the gym about to leave, but the ball rolls over to him, and I'm sure he probably hasn't shot the ball in like fucking, I don't know, years at this point. So he picks the ball up, bro, shoots that motherfucker cash from 3 too, and he's in slacks, he's in a button down, he got his loafers on, one shot, and it's just crazy the story of him, he could have fucked that up and airballed and then I would have just had this whole different mindset about who he was. This motherfucker was not like that.
Yeah. Did he say anything to you after he did?
Oh, bro, he cashed that shit and then just smooth walked out, bro. and that was it. But I was just I'm big on moments, and to me that was just like I said, he could have fucked that up. That shit could have just been a wild shot.
It's the air ball.
That was the coolest story. You cashed that motherfucker, bro, and just walked out. Didn't say shit. Just walked out of the gym.
I am who I am.
I am who I am. I'm the bird, motherfucker.
I am who I am. I told you.
It was, but that was one of my that's one of my all-time favorite stories of Larry. But Larry was tight. I was tight with Larry.
So last season, Tyrese, I kind of want to touch on some stats, and even when I read this, I kind of was like, wait, that's a very impressive stat. So you were second in assists, and then you were the first player in NBA history to record 40 assists and no turnovers in a 3-game stretch.
Dang.
But first of all, you need to talk to him a little bit. I'm just going to throw that out there. But as a point guard, I want to know, what stat are you keeping in mind, the most throughout the game? Or is there one? Are you more proud of one stat than another, being the point guard?
Not really. I mean, I hate when I have turnovers. I kind of certain dudes stress on certain things. I missed this many shots. I did this. I hate going to the table and seeing that I had 3 or 4 turnovers. Damn, that's a bad night. You know what I mean? Because I just think taking care of the ball has always been it's always been stressing me since I was a kid how important that is. So, but during games I try not to focus on stuff like that. I just want to know foul count and stuff that's those little intricacies they don't talk about enough. But all the dudes that everybody's that dude's a genius or he's really smart. They all know that shit. Rico Hines was with me, and he always used to say you need to know everything that's going on. You need to know how many fouls he had. You need to know what the popcorn man doing in the concourse. You need to know how many points this person had. You need to know all this stuff because you need to know what's going on through the flow of the game. How many shots this dude got tonight? Because if he don't got enough, you got to give him the rock so he can get more. And that's why I always every time I come to the bench, I always ask for a score, a stat sheet. I just want to see. I try to look at as many things possible, how many timeouts we have left, just little things like that. Just trying to know because I feel that just gives you just a little bit more to know what's going on during the game.
That's 40 assists and 0. That's a crazy stretch, bro. And one of those was against us.
Y'all.
Yeah. The middle. I think the second
game. The first game of the back-to-back. Yeah, it was y'all, and then the Lakers, and then.
Okay, so we started the streak.
It might have started the game before y'all.
Okay, yeah, because I think I remember it was we was in the middle.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that was the game. Zoo went crazy. Zoo down there 30 and 30.
Yeah, that game was. What?
But I remember, and I didn't play that game, so I was on the sideline. But I remember just watching that game, and that's when I saw this motherfucker is a pure point guard. The shots that you were just creating, the shit you was setting up, everybody was just and our defense, I think we have one of the better defense.
Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, you was just breaking shit down. You was getting to where you wanted to. You was finding people. You just made the game so much easy. And it was a beauty to watch. I'm not gonna lie. I was watching he liked that. This motherfucker is nice. Everybody was just getting wide open looks. And I don't know if it was just a slower scoring night for you.
Yeah. I was trash that game.
Yeah, nah, you wasn't trash. But offensive, scoring wise, you struggled a little bit.
Yeah.
But it when you watch certain guys and it's damn, he's just having an off, or he's just off tonight.
Yeah, right.
It wasn't you were off. It was just your shots weren't falling, but it was still you had full control of that game.
For sure.
You know what I mean? And some people, they can't, if they're not making shots, then there's no value to them.
Yeah.
You know? But you just, it was just you was just orchestrating shit. And if it took us to get a 30 and 30, that night for us to win.
I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, that's crazy. We talked. We had Draymond and DeMar here, right? And you know, they were talking about, you know, how the young guys are learning how to be pro. You're a leader and you're pioneering this new school of players. Give me, what's your take on how, like, you approach the game, and, you know, let us know and get us an insight of how you're separating and how you're leading that new group of guys on approaching the game as a professional now.
Yeah, I would say something y'all talked about in that conversation was about, like, how important vets are. And I feel like that is, like, that's so undervalued in the NBA, which is crazy to say. But, like, my vets when I got to the league, Harrison Barnes and Corey Joseph, who I'm still super close to both of those guys. And then this last year, honestly, my vet this year and all the young guys was James Johnson. We had James this year. Right. And George Hill got traded to us in the middle of the year as well. So, like, for me, it's just like having those guys with different insight and listening to their, like, history in the NBA. Like, I always appreciate that, because they could say certain things. I'm like, damn, I remember watching that. You know what I mean? Like, I remember watching those games. Like, Harrison always would talk to me and, you know, tell me stories about Steph and that Warriors team. Like, I remember watching that come up. You know what I'm saying? And, like, G. Hill always talks about, like, when you guys were going in, like, early 2010s, and, like, how the way you guys defended certain ways, and, like, he's like he was with me, teach me, like, his little, like, intricacies, like, of ball screen defense and just stuff like that. Like, I always appreciate stuff like that. And, like, people always tell me, like, you know, like, you're, you know, wise beyond your years, or, you know, whatever. I think it just comes from obviously the way I was raised, but a lot to do with the vets that I've had. I've just had some really mature guys and guys who are great teachers, like, and I think our relationship has helped a lot of that. Like, Corey Joe getting married at the end of the month, I'm going to a wedding. Like, Harrison was like, I had a party for my extension, like, and Jade, my girl, invited everybody, and, like, Harrison got there. Harrison showed up, you know what I mean? And, like, that meant a lot to me, because he helped, I feel like, you know, instill certain ways that I approach things, like how early I get to the gym and how late I stay at the gym, how much I'm taking care of my body. All that stuff is so undervalued in, like, what we talk about. Because when you're young, coming to the NBA, like, everything is thrown at you at once. Right. You're getting everything. And, like to the fans, you're like the new toy. You know what I mean? Right. So, like, they're just going to show you dumb love. You know what I mean? And so, like, it's hard not to get caught up in that, I think, for certain guys. And for me, I feel like I had great teachers, and that helped a lot. And so, like, knowing what I knew, like, because I had those guys, I left out Tristan Thompson, was obviously a great vet for me as well, a championship guy. Like, so, like, when I got traded to Indy, it was like, man, like, I didn't really have, like, any there weren't really, like, any vets there, if I'm remembering correctly. You know what I mean? Like, if you considered, like, Miles a vet, or TJ a vet, you know what I mean? But I kind of got to help build that culture, like, from the jump, like, from the moment I got there. And it was kind of taking the things that I knew and being like, I hated the way that this worked in SAC, or I hated the way guys approached it this way. Like, we're going to get rid of that completely. Like, it's just not going to happen while we're here. And I think that's important.
Was it a routine that you picked up that you brought to Indiana? Because at that point, you guys never played in the playoffs. You guys, you know, were underperforming. Or not even, I wouldn't even say underperforming, but, like, you didn't go into a situation where a team had a culture of winning already. So then now you got to find new routines, like, figure out what works for you. Was that an easy process, going from, you know, just getting drafted, now you're playing in Sacramento, not a winning culture, putting your imprint into the game, how you prepare, how you get ready, and then now being a starter, handed the keys, go to Indiana. Like, did you develop a routine that started in Sacramento, or is it now shifted since you've been in Indiana?
I feel like it kind of changes. I think it had to, though, because due to, like, the militant style you talk about with Indy. You know what I mean? Like, the way, like, I used to always go early in SAC and, like, set up my treatment time so that I could work out and get back on the table before practice started. You know what I mean? And, like, but in Indy, you don't really get that. You don't really get to do that, because, like, treatment's at a certain time and lifting's at a certain time. So now I got to figure out, all right, this is how hard I'm going to work. Like, I'm going to call them. I'll call Carl in the morning and be like, yo, I need you to push my treatment back like an hour so I could get treatment, then I could get on the court, do my stuff, then get in the weight room, then I go back to the court. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of just like figuring it out, like that right balance. I think there's certain guys in the league who they know, like, no matter where they are, they're going to do the same thing. Like, big thing Harrison used to do, he used to get up at, like, he'd be in the gym like 6 in the morning. like every day. I knew Harrison would be there at 6 a.m. Like, and he do that in the summers too. Like, he always there early. Like for me, I was like, I ain't getting up at 6 in the morning, but I'll be there about 7.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like 6 is OD.
6 is OD.
If I look at my alarm clock and
And
I
I
see a
don't-
5, that's like, oh.
Yeah, and I don't get it. Like, people give you shit like, oh, I've been doing this shit since 5, 6 in the morning. Like, all right, I'm doing the same work you're doing. I'm just doing it at a different
But
time.
I understand certain guys got stuff. You know what I mean? Like I'm 23, so it ain't like I'm going home to like get on the game. You know what I mean? Like Harrison got a daughter. You know what I mean? People got kids and stuff. So I get that. Like they don't want to be at the gym all day. They want to get done practice and go and go about their day. So for me, it's just like I think my routine changes on like on game days and certain things like that. I would say the one thing that I took, I always take the first bus, no matter what. Like no matter what changes. When you're a rookie, you like that first training, that
You
first
gotta take that
court
first
time.
bus.
You have to be on, no choice. But that's something I think Harrison instilled in me more than anything. He always took the first bus, no matter what. Even if he wasn't playing, he's on the first bus. And I was like, damn.
That's one thing, like, I appreciate from Russ, dog. Russ is always on the first bus.
Yeah.
Russ is... And to me, it's just like, I don't like getting to the gym and just waiting around sitting, like, it's so much time that goes by and you just sitting there. But, like, Russ takes that first bus and he's there from... I don't know, 4:30, game is at 7, like he's there for like 3 hours before tip-off. It's just like, damn, Russ, man. What do you do? Like, it's only so much
for sure.
getting ready you can
You
get
just
ready.
figure it out. Sometimes, bro, I don't even know. Like, I'm like, dog, I gotta take the first bus. And then I be there, I get my treatment in, get my lift in, and now I got like 20 minutes before I'm on the court.
Yeah.
I might just sit on my phone or something. I
Yeah.
ain't got nothing to do. I'm just figuring it out. But I was like, Harrison get there first bus. Yeah, I'm gonna get there first
Yeah,
bus. Okay.
I knew it was crazy when I was at home watching, like, and they'll put up his workout, him getting ready on Instagram. That's when I knew it was crazy. Like, I'm at home watching his workout, and he just get off the court, finish it, and I'm like at home watching this shit. Like, damn.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
On the topic of learning and improving, since we own that, I want to take you to the 2K world for a minute. Since we all play 2K over here, I want to know what's a badge or a skill that you plan on working on in your bag this year.
Oh, that's a great question. I feel like I ain't checked my badges on there in a little bit. If I don't have every playmaking badge,
the triple threat combo.
That's what he needs.
He got to work on his triple threat.
Yeah, that's a fact. 'Cause I'll never be in that situation. I always dribbling up the court.
Strength badge.
Bruiser.
Yeah, there you go.
But I feel, that's a good question. I don't know. I would say, they got like a perimeter like pick and roll defender type thing. I just want bronze.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the bronze.
What is it, the pick dodger? Or?
Yeah, pick dodger. Give me out bronze. I always I'm like, damn, I'm getting. You just get hit by every screen. I'm like, man, this shit. It start to hurt over the course of the day.
We gotta make sure, Ronnie hook
listen.
you up, get you your bronze this year.
Yeah, give me
It's just like the NBA is not designed now, and it's good that you got G Hill because G Hill was like one of the best at getting through screens.
They be doing it in practice still. I'd be like, man.
Yeah, but you couldn't like we and that was a whole different era of basketball where you can get into the ball handler, like you can push into him, like you can literally fight your way over screens back then. Now, like you do that and somebody take a dive and throw the ball in there, 3 shots.
All I gotta do as soon as you put your hand, you just
or they just throw it, wrap right through there. Like you can't do it no more.
Dog,
But
dudes do that, I'd be so mad when they don't shoot it. When they just get the foul and drop the ball.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, bro. CP does that all the time. When he hit the low rip, he just rip and just drop the ball.
Yeah, drop the ball and
Because he
walk
know what
right
he's
out of
doing.
bounds. Yeah.
He know what he's doing. He's being an asshole, but he's like, I'd be like, oh, no way. I'd be so high. Walk right to the free throw line because he knows he's gonna get the 2 free throws. Nah, no way.
I heard that y'all was in a Madden league.
We was. I got invited.
Tell me a little bit about
How many
this
seasons
Madden
did you
league.
play that year? One and done. He made it to the Super Bowl.
It was during COVID.
That's right.
I got put in this league. Aaron, we got the same agent. Was like,
Aaron
yo,
plays there, right?
Yeah, Aaron's in the league. He's like,
plays
yo, you gotta be in this league. So I'm like, all right, bet. Like, I don't even play Madden like that, but like, I'll jump in, right?
Yeah.
And so I got in the league, and I wasn't understanding what was really going on at first, because like we do the draft, and like he be cheating, bro. He dropped like
we know.
He dropped like
going.
Tyreek Hill with the first pick. He gonna draft the fastest receivers and like the fastest players in the game, and then he gonna get a young quarterback that got quick development. He had Jordan Love, Tyreek Hill, all fast dudes, and I'm like, he wasn't losing.
Can I ask you a question? If you was playing in an NBA 2K league,
Yeah.
and we release. all
Please
the
ask
players.
this. Please answer this.
Can I
honestly, too.
ask?
Yeah.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
ask?
Go
Can I
ahead.
ask?
Go ahead. Because I know where you're going.
Can I
with
ask?
this.
If we play in a 2K league, right, and we release all the players, and we do a fresh draft. We pick the team. You can be on the Lakers, whatever.
Okay.
In this league, all the players are free to pick. We can't pick him.
That's fair?
I'm rolling with that.
Oh,
Nah,
how?
No, listen. Cause so like I grew up. We did random. Y'all do like when y'all play, tell you 3 randoms, right?
He loves it.
That's how we grew up.
That's how we play.
But we can't random and get him.
But no more do I do that. If you come to my house, you're like, you want to play 2K? I'd be like, all right. I go right to the Pacers. They'd be like, what's going on? I'm like, hey, you got to work this hard to not be the Pacers?
You know what's
I'm being
crazy?
mean.
But you every day.
You know what's crazy? You know why the random rule started? Is because that's who all I used to pick. I used to pick like back then the Pacers.
Yeah.
And I used to kill everybody. And you can't play with nobody else like that. All right, bet we'll random. So that's where our random started because I was picking myself every time and I was busting their ass.
Pacers on 2K. That was my 2K team.
Yeah.
I used to go crazy because D West. I had to sub D West out.
Yeah,
even though
more shooting.
Yeah, D West can't. You know, like 2K, like guys like that can't be nice on 2K.
Yeah.
Yeah, why?
It's your wrong place.
Y'all
You
can't-
didn't help me out. You didn't help me out for
They
nothing.
get mad at me and I tell them like, bro, what if I get
Be
the first,
LeBron?
what if I get the first pick and I pick myself? Like I'm doing y'all a service.
But you don't never have the first
I'll
pick.
tell you why it's not fair because sometimes
Thank you,
like
Dennis.
players will drop and it's like the next best option like clearly you would rather have him. You know what I mean?
Right. I hear you.
So sometimes it can be a little, but again,
I mean, I get what you guys are getting at, but no.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
anyway.
I'm not
Shut the
playing
fuck
in a
up,
league
Tyrese.
where I'm
Shut-
not.
I
Where
can't
I'm not myself.
The only thing that'd be
The fuck?
crazy if he let his dude slide to like the 3rd round or something, then I'd be rolling. But I'm not rolling with y'all talking about.
No, I'm grabbing myself
First
whenever my pick is. And again, sometimes we've had we done a league where I'm like the 5th pick, and there's like still I don't know the top like LeBron.
I wanna
LeBron's
pick
probably
him
off the board, but
Just
like
to pick him, just to say I had him.
no,
Make him
I'm not
mad.
playing
I
in
can't
that
never
league.
even do
I don't-
that.
I'm
'Cause
kinda-
he won't even let you play in the league if you do that.
I'm rolling with that. I'm rolling with that. So
Back to the Madden story, man.
So I was beating like every computer. Like I grew up playing computer all the time. So I cheated at every computer. But I played people. You know, I was 500 when I played
Right.
users. So I ended up in the wild card game. But I was like the higher seed wild card game. I won the wild card game. I'm like, damn, all right. Then I won the next game. I'm like, oh, word. So I'm in the, now, aren't you you're in the conference? What's that called?
The conference final.
He has an AFC championship.
Yeah.
So I don't remember who I was playing, but they quit. Spokesplayer. Who? His username was Spokesplayer.
Smokes or
Spokes.
Who was spokesplayer?
Spokes player.
We had some like random people in there.
I got the whole playoff run recorded
Yeah.
on my PC right now.
You know
So I can send you all the clips right now.
pictures.
Right? So I get to the Super Bowl and they like, and I'm playing P. I'm like, damn. Right? So I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna stay with what I got going. At the time, I'm not a real Madden head. Like I would like go on YouTube and find like the 5 like plays that work every time.
Oh, that's this guy.
And I'm running between those 5 plays. Next thing I know, I'm down like 40. And I'm like, but in my head, bro, I wanted to quit so bad because I'm the type of dude like I'm not about to get mad. I'm about to quit. Like you won, it's done.
Yeah.
Right? But like if I'm keeping it in a buck with y'all, it's like I'm not in the NBA yet. So I don't want Pete to think I'm like a bitch or something. So I'm like, no, I'm not quitting. I'm not quitting. We gonna play this game out. And I got cooked. I deleted the footage right away. You cannot find that
Wait,
game.
how much did he beat you by? Because you gotta take a picture. I want to take a picture.
No, I probably.
Nah, it was because in the league you don't gotta take a
You
picture.
gotta take the picture.
I lost by like 40, maybe
Yeah,
50.
it was probably like 50.
Yeah, it was bad. But like everybody talking shit, I'm like, you're not even in the. I'm in the Super Bowl.
Went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And you was new to it, so like you got there's a ton of value.
And
You're
then
new
the
to
next
it.
day, y'all like, we doing the off season, and I
Yeah.
was like, good luck,
Done.
I'm out. And I knew I want to make the Super Bowl again. I'm like, I'm out of here.
And Ben back.
That's this guy right here. This is the
I
YouTube
take
king.
my stop. First of all, stop. I'm not the YouTube
You're the
king.
YouTube
You are the
king.
YouTube king.
Dog, he'll literally be like, oh, fuck this game. Like, I'm just not good. Like he'll be over it 2 days later.
Like, I'm back.
I'm the best. Like,
No,
I'm nice. Like, bro, how you just get good all of a sudden?
What he's really good at is being a GM. Like, actually, like, playing the game, I'm just as talented.
No,
But
you're
it's
not.
the GMing with drafting and things like that. So I take a break, and then I do like to come in for fellowship, and I typically beat 95% of the league, and then when I play him, I just know, like, okay, my team's not as good as his.
And you're not as good at the game as
well. I beat you in the 2K league, so I mean,
we're talking about.
I would join that.
We're talking about Madden.
We could do that.
That's the thing. I would jump
They don't
in.
like doing the 2K league.
We do a 2K league.
Hey.
It just it goes like 2 seasons.
Yeah.
You guys have how many games?
We play what 29.
Play everybody once.
Not a whole lot.
Yeah,
but
play everybody once,
we
and then
do
we'll go to
short season.
playoffs.
We're not.
I be trying to do that with my homies, but it always falls apart. Yeah. Game 10.
Right.
When they
It
lose the
just
whole
dies
game
quick.
computer,
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't help y'all. Like, I'm sorry.
It always dies fast with us. Madden League will go like 5-6 seasons.
But you guys do a good job of like, you guys have good like, y'all would text me like, yo, you ain't played your game. If you don't play that game by today,
The group
You
message.
get advanced.
yeah. I'm like, damn.
The
Like,
play is wild.
yeah. No, y'all like, I couldn't be the league commissioner.
Yeah,
I could be a member. I could be
Yeah.
on the board. I can't be the
Isn't
commissioner.
there always A1 in you?
Me and A1, yeah.
A1.
I beat A1.
You beat A1. Because A1 was on the other side. A1 was on the AFC.
I beat
You
A1. I beat Aaron, A1, and this dude named Spokesplayer.
Spokesplayer.
Aaron is.
I think that's
He like did something with Madden, like
yeah.
EA or something.
I think this is.
Yeah, that's my dog too.
I think
You know what I'm
yeah,
talking about.
Yeah.
Fuck, I don't know why I'm drawing blanks on his name.
I can't.
You know him, Karan.
Oh, that's what that
Yeah.
is.
That's who that is.
Too, like
Yeah.
yeah, he's second quarter too.
That's Karan.
That's what I was like. Oh, I'm the man. Like I'm about to get to the Super Bowl. I'm gonna keep it close.
That ain't good. He got lucky being here. Go ahead, Dallas.
So it's time for another edition of Starting Fives. But since you're one of the best passers in the game today, I want to do Starting Five passers that you've played with. So we're not doing like
With or like in the NBA at the same time.
in the NBA at the
Whatever,
same time.
okay.
So MP gets to do the same. So we're gonna give you the first pick. So who do you have at point guard?
Myself, Lord, go.
Okay.
Yeah, me.
Okay, you at point? Self-explanatory. Okay, at point, I'm gonna go Luka.
Yeah,
I think
that's supposed to take my
I like that.
that was your 2. I'm gonna take Luka at the 1, and for obvious reasons. Like Luka sees shit that's just like, bro, how? How? He did some shit where, like, when he do the shoot and then pass behind, that is the coldest shit to me.
He threw that pass against us on the baseline when he was trapped and he jumped and he like whipped it.
Yeah.
And it like the ball, it like bent.
Oh, that was against you?
And I was behind him.
Yeah.
It's like a boom.
And he threaded that shit on the baseline.
Yeah. Huh?
You behind you said
I wasn't playing, so I was sitting there like this. It's like, good trap. He
So you had
threw
the
it.
perfect angle.
He threw it, he turned around and looked at me. I said, nah, that was special. I said, yo, you are special. That was crazy.
He got some passes, bro, where it's just like, bro, your IQ is crazy.
He said, look
His IQ for the game is crazy. So that's my point.
2 guard.
Shooting guard.
Okay, well then okay. He took Lucas, so it kind of messed with my lineup. So I'm gonna bump myself to the 2, and then I'm gonna put Rondo at the 1.
Okay.
Because I was always like, dog, the pass he used to make, like him and CP are 2 guys that I'm like, that I always just be like, they're geniuses. Like, they always know where everybody is. So I'll probably say Rondo at the 1.
Rondo at the 2. My 2, I'm gonna go JH. I'm gonna go James Harden. Him being a 2 guard, but having that point guard feel, finding people. He had that lob threat shit going, and then from that he just find everybody spaced around the court. He was a problem for a great stretch in Houston, bro. It was like, bro,
He still is now.
But in Houston, bro, it was tough because he had Capella rolling.
Yeah.
So if you had to pull in or like spray out, like it was tough.
Yeah.
And then he'll give you 50 at the same time.
Right. Yeah, I think we played my rookie year when he was still in Houston, but he didn't want to be in Houston. Everybody knew he wanted to be in Houston. Yeah, like 30, like walk to 30. I was like, this is special. I'm at 3. I'm gonna take Bron. I think you gotta take. He's like he is a point.
Yeah.
Really. That he prefers to be a passer over everything. So probably Bron.
Fuck it, I'm gonna go me.
There we go.
Yeah, that's when you hit that. That's when you hit the ant like. That's when you hit the ant like Coach. I'll do that.
Hey, I played a little point the last 2 seasons now. I'm gonna go me.
That's tough. I'm trying to think. I probably would take Draymond.
That's crazy. It was in my head.
Yeah.
I think just because he's like the quarterback of that system over there. You know what I mean?
Draymond was that was my pick.
That's crazy.
It has to be Draymond, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who else is at the 4 that passes like that.
I got one. I'm gonna go Giannis. Giannis, his size, being able to. Yeah, Giannis is a hell of a passer.
So, say sometimes he do be doing stuff where like he a Euro step dunk off where just next time you throw Kobe in there, you go to dunk, and I just never.
I just don't like. I don't like his no look. That's the only thing I don't like. His no look, he be like.
Oh, I mean hit that. I was special at that right there.
but yeah, Giannis be like.
Yeah, he passed it right to you, didn't look away.
What is that?
But nah, Giannis is a hell of a passer, bro. Hell of a passer. I'm going Giannis.
You gotta make me look at him more now, cause I ain't never seen.
I mean, he averages like 5-6.
Yeah, dunk it.
Assists a game.
Dunk it.
No, but like he always drives and everybody collapses, and then after he dunked it 3 times, then he'll just go up and then somewhere there
like an easy pass.
Yeah. I never see it. Who you got?
At the 5?
Yeah, number 5.
I mean, come on, Jokic, of course.
Yeah.
And I think there's. I have to know you're picking at the 5 if it's not Jokic as a passer.
Oh, this is really interesting.
This is interesting.
I really think there's only one option. I mean, there's a lot of options. But
there's a lot of options.
I want to hear it if you don't say it.
I'm wondering if we're on the same page.
I played with against older dudes that was like hell of a passer.
Give us one, Pete. Give it. Fuck it.
I'm gonna go Sabonis.
Yeah. That's what it has to be, right? What are you thinking?
Because he's a triple double. I was gonna say Powell. You could go Powell or Mark. Both of them.
Yeah, that's fair. I would not have thought of that, but I was just thinking current NBA.
Yeah,
it would have to be Domas.
See, I'm old though. I played against those.
Yeah.
I played against those dudes.
Yeah.
My list is a little longer than your list.
Yeah, that's fair.
Senior citizen.
I think it has to be Domas.
Yeah, because he's triple double.
That's what you was gonna say.
It had to be that pick.
There we go.
That's it.
We did it.
That's a good flag right there. I think I got you though.
You tried to cheat people.
I went too small because I went too small and took Rondo. That's the problem.
It's about passing though, so
Yeah,
I think that's
yeah.
the goal of it.
Yeah, Rondo it is.
Just my personal opinion.
I'm surprised y'all didn't put LaMelo or Lonzo in there. You know I gotta talk about my ball brothers.
It's all time, or not all time, but that we played against.
They are elite. They are elite.
Yeah, when it's all said and done, for sure, I think he's gonna be up there on that list. Well, that is it. Hey, Tyrese, brother, we appreciate you again. Thank you for stopping through. Congrats on that deal.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate y'all.
We just shook 260 right there. We did that. Hey, appreciate y'all for rocking with us for another episode of Podcast P. Y'all have been the best. Shout out Tyrese again for coming and rocking with us. Shout out my guys, Dallas Rutherford and Jackie Long. It is a wrap.
You probably think Squarespace is just for websites, but you can also get a domain from Squarespace. Something like topfootballcamp.com for your football camp, rugbyringers.com for your rugby league, or weirdburpeecult.com for your weird burpee cult. Whatever your dream, a Squarespace domain and website is how you go from 0 to 1 all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm gonna say here, I ain't changing my number.
Breaking news.
Look at the camera and tell me. Or if we win a chip, so say less.